The wonderful adventures of the Warhammer elf. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326. Already in his shape. Caranthea. Where is it? Seeing Rohan set his sights on the snowy forest behind them, Joffrey immediately subconsciously drew two short blades from his waist, and his green eyes stared at the motionless forest. And Myrcella also vigilantly drew the Harry Potter's wand from her waist and pointed it at the forest, while trying to release magic to explore the enemy's traces, but found nothing. Don't worry, you're just a junior apprentice who has only learned magic for a year. The reason you're not as good at using magic as Caranthea is just because he has lived longer. Seeing this, Rohan gently pulled Joffrey, who was blocking his way, behind him, and then put the Claw of Holy Glory on himself while explaining, after all, he suffered a small loss from you in the previous battle. Now he only dares to cover his body with a layer of magic, and then waits for an opportunity to take a bite like a mouse hiding in the dark. What a disgusting metaphor. I didn't expect that as an elf sage, you would accept two humans as apprentices. Are you worthy of the noble blood flowing in your body? In the shadows, a wild hunt elf wearing skeleton steel armor was walking out of the forest with disgust on his face. The staff in his hand emitting a piercing white light and the steel helmet hanging on his waist all revealed his identity. Caranthea Alphanal, the strongest navigator in the history of the Ainel elves and an important advisor to the king of the wild hunt. Feeling the terrifying oppression emanating from Rohan, Caranthea's handsome face not only did not reveal any fear, but instead excitedly stepped forward and asked, "This powerful strength far exceeds that of Eredin. This respected but unfamiliar elf sage, can you please tell me how you master such a terrifying power?" After saying that, he took the initiative to stick the magic wand in his hand into the ground to indicate that he had no hostility, and looked up at Rohan with a dangerous curiosity. As a Valak's most promising apprentice, Caranthea has always been interested in unknown magic and mysterious adventures, which is why he joined Eredin's Red Cavalry. He thought that there was an upper limit to the power of magic, and even Ainel could only freeze the sea surface within hundreds of meters or summon 5 ice element. However, just a few days ago, he saw with his own eyes the power of a god. The strange elf sage just waved his hand and summoned a fire phoenix tens of meters long to engulf his camp. The once indestructible ice element turned into ice slag under the opponent's magic light. When his wild hunt cavalry and wild hunt dogs tried to launch a counterattack against the elven sage, the ice blue flames directly took away their souls and scared Caranthea so much that he fled the battlefield with the remnants. Logically, Caranthea should have led the remaining elves back to his hometown of Ternalia, waiting for further orders from the king of the wild hunt, after losing most of them. But he didn't do that. After a lucky escape from Rohan, Caranthea found that he seemed to be more and more obsessed with Rohan's magical attainments and terrifying destructive power, so much so that he didn't want to eat or drink. Finally, after summoner struggles, Caranthea decisively sent back all the surviving wild hunt elves and found Rohan, who was training an apprentice, alone. Looking at the pair of holy wings behind Rohan, a light flashed in Caranthea's eyes that made Rohan feel a little scared. Then he knelt on one knee and asked, "I'm Caranthea, the navigator of the Ainel elves. I believe you should have heard of Ainel, right?" Since he had learned about the Durachi elves from the caravans he robbed, Caranthea naively believed that Rohan should be a branch that was scattered to other worlds when the elves split. As for the conflict that broke out before, although he didn't know why Rohan attacked them, these insignificant problems were not worth mentioning. As long as he could obtain valuable magic knowledge in various wonderful adventures, he was willing to offer his loyalty. Unfortunately, the relationship between the Durachi elves and the Ainel elves cannot be said to be completely unrelated, and it can also be said to be completely unrelated. I'm sorry, I'm not from your tribe of Ainel, nor am I one of your fellow elves who once wandered abroad. I'm from an elf race called Durachi. Seeing the expectation in the eyes of the young elf kneeling in front of him, Rohan interrupted the other party's wild thoughts without hesitation, and chose to tell the other party the truth directly. After all, although concealing his identity can directly gain the other party's favor, Rohan still prefers that both parties can talk openly and honestly, and then take the entire reign elf for himself. After all, compared to the older elves who resisted stubbornly, Rohan thought that the wild hunt elves in front of him, who were as adventurous as himself, seemed to be more to his liking. Although he killed many of his fellow elves in order to train his apprentice, there shouldn't be any major conflicts when their personalities are consistent with each other, right? A brand new elf race. As expected, after learning of Rohan's identity, Kiranthi not only did not show any hostility, but his eyes burst out with a stronger desire for knowledge. For him, compared to dealing with the Ain elves of the same origin, he would rather learn about these unknown new elves. More powerful magic, more powerful power. Is there anything more exciting for an elf sage than this? More importantly, he is seeking Rohan's powerful power that can lead the Darachi army to travel to another world without any side effects. Unlike Ciri's ancient blood that can travel to another world at will, the ability to travel by Kiranthi can only be called a defective product because he can only go to the world that the ancient blood has reached. Although he can also achieve short distance flash without side effects, even Ciri cannot open a portal that allows the entire army to travel through time and space, because that is the power of the gods. But now, he seems to be able to explore and study the power of the gods at will like his mentor, the Sage of Valak. I'm willing to offer my insignificant loyalty, Elven Lord from another world, only asking you to lead me to explore the new world and let me become your apprentice and loyal subject. However, facing Kiranthina's generous oath of allegiance, Rohan did not show any excitement, but looked at Kiranthina with a twisted face like a subway old man's mobile phone. He did not think that he had such a strong charm, and naively thought that he could make an elf he had never met swear allegiance to him as soon as they met. And with such a curious apprentice around, would it really not attract the attention of Tsinch, the perverted man who likes fun? This is not right. Are you trying to frame me? If you think I'm pretending to surrender, then I'm willing to chop off the head of the king of the wild hunt, Eredin, as a token of my surrender, and only ask you to let me see the true charm of magic. Seeing that Rohan seemed to distrust him, Kiranthina betrayed his immediate superior without hesitation, and was ready to use the other's head to please his new king. Although he was willing to recover the ancient blood and Ciri in order to save Ainel, he would rather devote his energy to more interesting magic research. Looking at this elf who betrayed his king without hesitation, Joffrey, who had learned basic courtesy and shame, couldn't help but frowned, and then whispered to Rohan, "Master, I think a magician who betrays his lord for personal desires is not trustworthy at all. He will definitely betray you in the future. I suggest you kill him." After a year of harsh training, Joffrey is no longer the hot-tempered prince who has accomplished nothing, but has transformed into a suspicious but visionary heir to the throne. In his opinion, the elf who swore allegiance to his master is just like those nobles who flattered Robert in front of the Iron Throne. They are all untrustworthy fence-sitters. You ignorant human boy, don't use your vulgar and short-sighted eyes to judge the elves. Your master and I just take what we need. Hearing that this human boy actually said bad things about him when he swore allegiance, Kiranthi couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and then said to Rohan, "You will need me. I can find you all kinds of magic books and alchemy manuals that the Ainel tribe has collected for many years. They will become your most precious wealth. There are also various magical beasts and mutant potions from other worlds, which are enough to give you a powerful mutant army under your command, so you can turn the tide on the critical battlefield. And I heard that you opened a magic academy to train your own magic forces. I don't think you will refuse an experienced elven mage to be your teacher." Kiranthi's words were like the noise of Slanesh, provoking Rohan's heartstrings, and directly made Rohan, who was about to draw his sword, loosen his fingers, and fell into deep thought. Indeed, although Rohan has always claimed to establish a magic force of his own, it is completely inferior to the Black Tower of Gorand and the White Tower of Safri in terms of foundation and number of teachers. Both academies are magical cities with a 1,000-year history. It is said that the magic books in Gorand alone are enough to fill the cabin of a fortress-level Black Ark. In this case, if I want to get a share of magic from the elves in the Warhammer world, it is not competing with the sun and the moon, but directly flying into the fire. Thinking of this, Rohan loosened his grip on the hilt of the sword, then squatted down and put himself at a height where he could look directly at Carantha and teased, "Your little trick successfully seduced me. Although your loyalty is indeed questionable, I believe you should be full of desire for knowledge, right? Don't worry, I'm serious about my love for knowledge and adventure. Then I have a task for you as a token of your loyalty. That is to fetch me a mutagenic potion called Monster Hunter, as well as various matching sigils and alchemical potions. I wonder if you can do it?" King's Landing, Great Sept of Bela bullshit. Jon Arryn's body was obviously so strong. Why did he suddenly die overnight? There must be some conspiracy. In the Great Sept of Bela, King Robert was kneeling in front of Jon Arryn's coffin with a sad face. The tears in his eyes and the hoarse voice did not prove that his crying was true. After all, old Jon was not only his hand of the king, but also his adoptive father who took the initiative to start the war of the usurper for him. The relationship between the two was as close as that of a biological father and son. Although Robert was somewhat annoyed by old Jon's nagging on weekdays, it was not until old Jon really died that he realized how important he was to him. Seeing Robert's completely out of control rage, Varys, as the chief intelligence officer, couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and finally took the initiative to step forward and said, "Your Majesty, although the death of the Prime Minister is indeed full of doubts and mysteries, the Prime Minister's wife has led the retainers back to the Vale yesterday. I'm afraid even if we want to investigate, it's impossible to start. Then let her get back to me. 7 gods, I will personally skin the culprit and put his head on the city wall. Brother, Lysa Tully is now the nominal ruler of the Vale. You must not act rashly." Hearing that, the insane Robert seemed to have forgotten his relatives. Renly, the only Baratheon left in King's Landing, had to pluck up his courage to stand up, pat Robert on the back, and began to persuade him. Hearing his brother's call, Robert, who was lying on the coffin and sobbing, finally cheered up. After wiping the tears from his face, he asked angrily, "Where is Robb? Let the Golden Rodeer search for suspicious people who entered King's Landing during this period. Don't let any suspicious person go. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will arrest all criminals who break into King's Landing and bring them all to justice." Among the ministers, the commander of the Gold Cloaks, Robb Stark, was looking at Robert with red eyes. As an affectionate man from the north, he seemed to be moved by the feelings between Robert and old Jon. Petty, who was standing next to him, looked at the sincere tears in Robb's eyes with some disdain, then quietly wiped the corners of his eyes with his saliva, and then stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the fact that the Prime Minister has passed away is now irreversible. The most urgent task now is to find a new king's hand and stabilize the current chaos in the country. I'll consider it. Woo woo woo, old Jon." After a long while, Robert slowly left the Great Sept of Bela with many ministers, leaving only Cersei, who was still in the church praying for old Jon, alone. It was not that she was willing to stay with the corpse, but mainly because Robert asked his legal wife to pray for his adoptive father, so she could only stay reluctantly under the coercion of the other party. However, soon, Cersei noticed a familiar golden figure in the corner of the cathedral and couldn't help frowning and saying, "Go out, now I just want to pray seriously alone." "Why, do you really want to stay alone to guard the grave of this silly old man?" Meanwhile, Jaime Lannister came out from the corner with a flushed face and then excitedly stepped forward to hug Cersei in his arms and said excitedly, "It's been almost a year, my dearest sister. We haven't seen each other properly for almost a year. You really miss me so much." In this year, he witnessed with his own eyes that Cersei, who took the elven potion, returned to the youth and beauty of the former Light of the West, which made him unable to stop every night. If it weren't for the fact that this relationship could not be made public, he would have hugged Cersei and reveled every night. Thanks to the elven potion, how could he see such a beautiful Light of the West again? Yes, now that you've seen it, you should go. However, Cersei suddenly dodged Jaime's arms and then walked out of the Cathedral of Bela with an expressionless face, saying as she walked, "In the future, don't contact me. I'm afraid Rohan will misunderstand." Jaime! Exclamation mark. Chapter 327. Giants stand in Westeros. Watching Cersei's graceful back gradually going away, Jaime felt as if his heart was stabbed by 1,000 knives, and even his eyes gradually became red. As the most loyal supporter of elf cosmetics, Cersei spent nearly hundreds of thousands of gold dragons in this short year, hiding from Robert the wealth that the treasury had accumulated with great difficulty. If Petty had not been helping him conceal the fact that he had embezzled the treasury, I'm afraid the old prime minister would have noticed the abnormal emptiness of the treasury long ago. However, although the price she paid was so expensive, she still bought some alchemical potions from Rohan to restore her youth and beauty, making herself the dazzling light of the West again. Every day she would spend a lot of time sitting at the dressing table to dress herself up, looking at her plump and upright breasts and hips again. She was proud, like a canary cherishing its feathers. But Gowden, what is the price? As someone who used to have frequent trysts with Cersei, Jaime immediately noticed the change in Cersei's appearance. Being extremely possessive, he naturally would not allow his canary to fall into the hands of others. Every night, he would loyally wait at the gate of the Red Keep, claiming that he was standing guard to protect the king, even though he knew that Robert was sleeping in a brothel outside the palace and had not returned. However, he seemed to have forgotten that Rohan could fly when he stood guard outside the gate every night. Recalling the past scenes between him and Cersei, Jaime could not help but look at the gradually receding back with resentment, and then loudly questioned. It was obviously me who came first. Whether it was our childhood sweetheart relationship, the reputation of the Kingslayer, or joining the King's Good, it was obviously me who came first. Hearing Jaime's heartbreaking cry, Cersei's receding back could not help but pause slightly, and even that elegant and charming face flashed a hint of hesitation. Yes, how could things turn out like this? For the first time, she had a twin brother she loved, and a hateful little demon elf. The two joys intertwined. It was a dreamlike start. How could it turn out like this? After shaking her brain, which was a little drowsy from thinking, Cersei looked at the setting sun in the sky that was about to fall on the coast, and was slightly absent-minded. Then she smiled and walked towards the Red Castle. Why think so much? She had to have a tryst with the handsome elf lord tonight, so she should dress herself up now. Cersei. There was a dead silence in the empty cathedral, leaving only Jaime, who was as dead as ashes, and the cold corpse lying in the coffin looking at the ceiling in despair. Recalling what Cersei said to him before she left, Jaime's eyes suddenly burst into an irrepressible red light, and even the statue of the seven gods in the great sept of Baelor emitted a faint red light. Lo. Han. Westerly, Castle Clegane archers, get in position, quick. Those sea monster soldiers of the Greyjoy family are back again. Why aren't the thunderstones and logs ready yet? For the Westerly, hear my roar. On the walls of Castle Clegane, thousands of Westerly soldiers loyal to the Lannister family were looking at the Ironborn soldiers outside the city who were mobilizing for war in fear, their eyes full of a desire to survive. Most of them were not actually soldiers of the Clegane family, and many were even temporarily recruited mercenaries and defeated soldiers. The reason they were here was entirely because of the arrangement of Duke Tywin. After all, Castle Clegane was located on a necessary route from Lannisport to the inland of the Westerly, so it was completely worth it for him to arrange the Lannister family's soldiers under the Clegane family. Normally, these soldiers would not mind sacrificing their lives to protect the safety of the West, but the situation was a little different now. Raise your weapons. If any of you fools dare to desert, I will torture you and your family, and then behead them all. Dong dong dong. A dull and murderous roar came from behind them, accompanied by a heavy footsteps, and every soldier in the West subconsciously got goosebumps. They knew that the owner of this voice would definitely do what he said, because he was the Mountain. As the heavy footsteps gradually faded away, the soldiers with cold sweats on their backs secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then bravely looked at the plate armor knight as sturdy as a mountain. He was Gregor Clegane, a hardcore ruthless man who had escaped from vulgarity, and a powerful warrior who could wield a two-handed giant sword with only one hand. As a loyal hound of the Lannister family, the Mountain was prepared to defend the isolated Clegane castle under the order of Lord Tywin, and was not asked to wait for reinforcement that might never come. After all the coastal cities in the West have either been captured or reduced to ruins, and Lord Tywin can only choose to shrink the defense line to preserve manpower for future battles. But for the Mountain, this is no longer important. Due to the long-term consumption of sweet, delicious and addictive poppy milk, the Mountain has long lost the ability to control battlefield strategy. Compared with those knights and nobles who fight rationally, his nerves have long been paralyzed by drugs, but this makes him more like a terrifying beast that fights by instinct. The Ironborn army. Humph, these useless people who have come ashore are just a bunch of powerless shrimps. I wonder how those useless people who lost their territories to the Ironborn can face the Duke. Looking at the Ironborn army slowly approaching Clegane Castle outside the city, the Mountain couldn't help but reveal a hideous sneer. In his opinion, the Ironborn were just a group of useless troops that he could control with one hand. Those nobles who lost their cities and lands under the Ironborn offensive should have their throats torn out alive by him. The Lannister soldiers around him shut their mouths and looked into the distance, not knowing whether they should remind the Mountain that Duke Tywin was also one of the useless people he mentioned. However, time did not leave them much choice, because the Pendor soldiers who had made a fortune in the looting were already eager to launch an attack. Woo woo woo, accompanied by a dozen Pendor soldiers carrying battle flags blowing the horn of attack. Roland, wearing silver armor, gently pulled down the mask of his raven helmet, then raised the mace to encourage the soldiers around him. Fight. Pendor boys of the Lady of the Mist, whether you are for endless wealth or for devout faith, it's time to take up your weapons and fight. Every battle you experience in the continent of Westeros will add immortal glory to the dragon emblem of Saint Rohan, so please continue to fight bravely. Pend. After hearing Roland's pre-battle encouragement, thousands of Pendor soldiers immediately excitedly waved their maces and flying axes, and the silver cross pendants around their waists emitted a faint light. Since the Pendor and Iron Islands coalition forces have been divided into two groups, there are only about 5,000 Pendor soldiers who followed Roland to capture Clegane Castle this time, which seems to be at a disadvantage in the siege. After all, there is a saying in the Pendor Officer Academy, besiege it with 3 times the number of troops and attack it with 10 times the number of troops. After all, there are still nearly 2,000 Westerland soldiers stationed in Clegane Castle, and with the geographical advantage of being close to the city, it seems that it can really resist the invasion of Pendor soldiers. Even the confused Mountain is full of confidence in the castle, inherited from his family, and that is why he acts so recklessly. Even the Red Knights who were arranged to stay in Clegane Castle to assist the Mountain in fighting gradually became indulgent and also became a little careless about the enemy. However, even if Duke Tywin came to Clegane Castle in person to command the battle, he would not have thought of what kind of powerful weapons these disguised Pendor people would bring up next. But these guys certainly didn't expect that we have already prepared a big gift for you. Looking at the yellow 3 hounds flag fluttering in the wind above Clegane Castle, Roland took the reins of the warhorse from his followers after a long absence, and then shouted to the flag bearers in the back, "Start the bombing! Start the bombing!" After receiving the order, several flag bearers standing on the hill began to wave the battle flags to the rear, and it was not difficult to see their inner excitement from their trembling hands holding the flagpoles. Most of them were veterans of the Pendor Unification War, so they had naturally seen the huge figures that once dominated the Pendor continent. Catapult? Hurry up and find cover. It's too late. Everyone quickly hide in the corner. Seeing the huge bricks and stones suddenly flying towards the castle from a distance, the red-robed knights who were originally calm had no time to care about their faces. They were so scared that they hurriedly lay on the ground and loudly reminded the other soldiers around them. Although the war has lasted for a year, they never thought that the Ironmen could actually build a trebuchet under the noses of their scouts. How could this be possible? Since the flying dragon troops could not be exposed for the time being, Roland's Pendor army did not have many mobile troops, which also made it easy for Lannister scouts to find their position. But because of this, the knights who thought they had mastered all the movements of the Ironmen did not guard against the appearance of trebuchets at all, and did not even think of reserving a cavalry unit outside the city to destroy engineering equipment. You bunch of cowards, those are just a few small stones, don't worry about it. Looking at the huge rock that was about to hit Clegane Castle, the Mountain standing on the top of the city wall did not choose to lie on the ground to avoid it, but arrogantly opened his arms and shouted, "Come on, am I afraid of a few stones?" Boom. As soon as the voice fell, dozens of rocks of different sizes hit the walls and arrow towers of Clegane Castle, and instantly many Lannister soldiers fell off the walls wailing. Countless fallen rocks and debris fell to the ground, and the whole castle could feel the terrifying roar like an earthquake, like hell on earth. The soldiers in the west were trembling with fear. Although they were regular troops, most of them were farm boys who had only received military training and had never read books. How could they have seen such a horrible scene? Sir Clegane? Seeing that the first round of bombardment seemed to have stopped, the Red Knights lying on the ground slowly climbed up from the ground and couldn't help but open their mouths wide when they saw the mountain with his arms outstretched and calm. The soldiers lying on the ground around them also saw the mountain's crazy performance. After a moment of silence, they raised their weapons and cheered, as expected of the legendary mountain. He easily did what we couldn't do. It's really exciting and impressive. They didn't know that the mountain's senses destroyed by drugs and his natural bravery had long made him lose his fear. They thought that the bravery shown by the mountain was to inspire them, and for a time, morale was unexpectedly high. The mountain obviously did not expect that his momentary action would cause cheers. After a brief thought, he instinctively raised his great sword and roared, "We will tear the enemy's heads to pieces and twist off their skulls, to use as chamber pots. If you agree with me, then stand firm and fight with me." The western soldiers did not know that what the mountain said at this time was a statement, and thought that this was also a pre-war mobilization to motivate them, so they raised their weapons and looked outside the city. Even the Red Knights were a little confused. For a moment, they could not figure out whether the mountain was really crazy or pretending to be wise. Could it be that the legends were all false and the mountain was actually a strategist with great wisdom? But it didn't matter to them, because when they finally cheered up and looked outside the city, they realized how lucky they were that they were not killed on the spot. 7 gods, what is that? How could such a creature exist in this world? I must be dreaming. Do you think we still have time to escape now? All kinds of noisy shouts of fear immediately filled the entire Clegane castle, not because the Pender soldiers had already launched an attack, but because the creature in front of them was so shocking. The huge body of 18 meters tall was like a real moving mountain, covering the sky and the sun, and the whole body was covered with a thick Teutonic robe and full body plate armor. It looked like a creature from mythology. It was a legendary giant. What made the soldiers even more panic was that the giants were carrying a strange and weird building that looked like a church. At this moment, the giants were emitting a series of bell sounds as they moved. Duan duan duan, looking at the silver giants walking towards Clegane Castle. Even the clumsy Red Knights reacted immediately and shouted to the scout cavalry with pale faces, "Quickly leave Clegane Castle from the other side. You must tell Lord Tywin this terrible news. Quickly." Yes. Yes. Several Lannister scouts in the stables also reacted immediately, and without hesitation, they chose a few of the most sturdy looking horses to ride, and then decisively abandoned their comrades in Clegane Castle. Looking at the scouts who were leaving the battlefield quickly in the distance and the few horses left in the stables, the remaining Red Knights couldn't help but look at each other, and then decisively drew their swords, and looked outside the city. The entire battlefield seemed to have fallen into a dead silence, with only the strange bell sounds that continued to ring. Chapter 328, Titan Shrine. Dong dong dong. As the Iron Giants continued to leave deep footprints on the ground of Clegane Castle, the dull and oppressive bells spread throughout the castle. Every time the bells rang, it was as if a sledgehammer hit the chests of the western soldiers hard, making their faces turn paler and paler. Among them, several mentally fragile soldiers took off their helmets in panic and touched their nostrils and ears. Looking at the trickling blood on their fingertips, they couldn't help but shout in fear, "Monsters, RRR." This ghostly bell made them see the most frightening thing in their lives. Even a red-robed knight couldn't bear the horrible pressure. He fell off the wall with blood flowing from all his orifices and died miserably in the corner of the wall with a twisted body. I saw with my own eyes that people falling from high altitudes would not be smashed into meat paste, and human skin is still very tough. Seeing that all their companions around them died inexplicably on the wall, the western soldiers, who were already uneasy because of the bells, became even more shaken and didn't know what to do for a while. It's not because they are afraid of death, but because the current situation is completely beyond their expectations. After all, the salary issued by Lannister only tells them to deal with those iron people and exiled poachers, but never tells them to fight against giants. Compared with the simple northern ancestors, the Andals who were born in the rich western borders are more concerned about immediate interests, so naturally there is no question of loyalty to the Lannister family. You cowards, are you planning to escape from the battlefield? However, before the western soldiers were ready to surrender, or fight to the end, a terrifying roar no less than the sound of a bell came from behind them, followed by a flash of blood. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the mountain suddenly swung the giant sword in his hand with a cold light, and saw the nearby wavering western soldiers cut in half. As the body of this unlucky guy was thrown into the air, blood splattered all over Clegane Castle for a while, and every hesitant soldier was more or less stained with the blood of the cowards. Looking at the fearful eyes cast at him by the soldiers around him, the mountain casually threw a piece of intestine hanging on his body to the ground, raised the blood-stained giant sword and grinned. According to the war mobilization order issued by Duke Tywin before he left, all deserters, including knights, must be killed without mercy. I don't mind more blood on my sword. This mad dog of Tywin. Looking at the mountain covered with the blood of his compatriots, the soldiers around him couldn't help but secretly curse the other party's cruelty and fickleness in their hearts, and then they honestly stayed at their posts. However, although the mountain's approach was cruel, it did greatly alleviate the illusionary fear brought to the soldiers by the strange bell. After all, compared to the illusory illusion, the giant sword chopped from behind by the mountain was real. I didn't expect that there would be mortals who could break the illusion brought by the Titan Shrine. It seems that the aura of the shrine is still too weak. On the mountain far away from Clegane Castle, Dario's demon eyes were staring at the dozen huge silver-armored giants below, and he sighed in surprise. After all, unlike the mortal giants who had not received any blessings before, he dared not underestimate the strength of these claw giants now. Originally, they were sent by Rohan to the Warhammer world, to help Ange and the Lady of the Mist, to develop the markets of Britannia and the southern kingdoms, and the elites among them would be sent to the Mist Temple in Everest to receive blessings. After receiving the blessing, the size of these claw giants was further increased to a terrifying 18 meters, and the skin, that would have been injured by ordinary sharp blades, became as hard as stone. Although they did not dare to use precious Isilum or silver in terms of equipment due to material problems, they could still create a set of close-fitting full-body plate armor with a high-quality steel, sent from the Forge world. Moreover, the elf craftsman from the Kingdom of Everest assisted in making the giant's armor, which saved Rohan a lot of money. As for the shrine behind the Titans, it was even more impressive. Although it looked like an ordinary mist shrine from the outside, it was actually a giant church that could be put down for believers to pray to the Lady of the Mist. The huge magic silver bell was hung in the hands of the statue of the Lady of the Mist. It could not only emit a healing aura around, by absorbing the devout faith of the believers on the battlefield, but also deter any people and demonic souls who were hostile to the believers of the Lady of the Mist. Although this magic silver bell used by absorbing the power of faith was still in the experimental stage, both Rohan and Dario knew very well how terrifying it would become on the battlefield. Especially in Rohan's eyes, isn't this just an enhanced version of the corpse transporter? This Titan Shrine, which can provide the surrounding friendly forces with a rebirth aura, and can also perform a blood-burning aura on all enemies, is simply a treasure of the holy relic level. Seeing the Titans waving their oversized hammers to destroy the walls of Clegane Castle, Dario sneered and said, if the Titan Shrine was not still in the experimental stage, it would be a waste of effort to deal with the low-powered western soldiers like you. My lord, Lord Rohan has sent an order saying that a wild hunt elf has been found to take on the duties of the principal of the Black Tower Academy, so the Inquisition will focus on collecting magical knowledge on the other side of the strait. Just as Dario was leisurely looking at the wailing Clegane Castle below, a demon warrior flapped his wings and came behind Dario, reporting the order from Rohan with fanatical eyes. Different from ordinary Pender warriors and elf warriors, demon warriors are demon believers who rely entirely on Dario's divinity, so their first target of loyalty is not Rohan and Lady of the Mist, but Dario. However, since the demon god has sworn allegiance to Rohan, the low-level demon warriors can only choose to be loyal to Rohan. Let a wild hunt elf serve as the principal of the Black Tower Academy. It seems that Lord Rohan is really ready to build a magic force of his own. After hearing the orders sent by his subordinates, Dario's terrifying face, which had completely lost its skin under the mask, couldn't help but fall into deep thought, and then said seriously, since Lord Rohan has made up his mind, we can't hide anything anymore. Go and hand over all the magic books collected in the Demon Temple to the Black Tower Academy. This, my lord, those books are all precious treasures left by the former demon goddess. Do we really have to hand them all over? After hearing Dario's selling the father's land without feeling sorry speech, the demon warrior's face couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment, and then hurriedly spoke to dissuade him. However, Dario didn't care about it. After all, he himself was not very good at studying magic. Instead of letting the precious books gather dust in the warehouse, it would be better to send them all out. Thinking of this, Dario waved his hand casually and said, those are just some complicated and useless garbage. Compared with the magic of the elves, they are complicated and weak. There is no need to hide them all as treasures. Yes, obey your command. Seeing that Dario really didn't care about the family fortune that the demon goddess had accumulated for tens of thousands of years, the demon warriors at the bottom of the food chain could only choose to obey the other party's orders. Just when the two demons on the mountain were still discussing whether to send magic books, the battle at Clegane Castle had already come to an end. Run away, those giants are attacking the city. Those iron men are also rushing into the city. The defense line can't hold up anymore. Everyone, run away. No retreat, you cowardly and stupid cowards. Return to your battle positions immediately. The furious demon mountain frantically killed several deserters who tried to escape from the battlefield, but it was completely useless for the battle line that had already collapsed across the board. The entire Clegane Castle had become a mess. Even those red knights who were loyal to the Lannister family had been killed or wounded. Although they fought hard to kill some Pender soldiers who climbed over the city walls, they soon disappeared in the crowd. When facing the iron hammers of the titans and the maces of the Pender soldiers, any so-called chivalry and courage were nothing but illusory lies. Damn you seven gods, I didn't expect you would actually let me taste the so-called defeat. Seeing that the surrounding western soldiers seemed to have completely fled, even the brave and fearless mountain had to accept the fact of defeat. He could only curse helplessly and ran towards the back of the castle. Although he didn't have a big brain, he was more or less clever. Long before the battle began, he had hidden a few fine horses in the stables at the back. Now it was time to use them. However, the mountain, who had never been defeated in his life, did not realize at this moment that his huge and burly body was so conspicuous in the fleeing crowd. Go to hell. A Pender soldier who was slightly shorter than the mountain swung the mace in his hand fiercely, staring at the mountain's flat-topped bucket helmet with a strange fanaticism in his eyes. He could see that the mountain was the most challenging and powerful knight on this battlefield. As long as he could offer his head to the temple, he would definitely be favored by the Lady of the Mist. As long as he could obtain the grace of the Lady of the Mist, he could become the champion of his company and enjoy supreme glory. Under the shining of the halo of the mist, he was fearless. You're looking for death. However, the mountain was not an ordinary person. Years of brutal battles and excessive paralysis from poppy milk had already trained him to have extraordinary fighting instincts, so he directly went up with a single-handed giant sword. Ding! The sharp giant sword easily blocked the heavy hammer of the Pend soldier, and then the mountain pressed forward with his own strong body, and actually pressed the Pend soldier back again and again. Feeling the pressure from his wrist, the Pend soldier showed an excited smile on his face. He hadn't had a contest like this for a long time. After all, most of the western border soldiers are workers who go to work only to get off work, and they want extra meals and bare biscuits for dinner. Although they have also received military training, there is indeed a little gap in strength compared with the Pend soldiers. It is definitely lucky to find such a strong opponent. I recognize your strength. Among all the western soldiers I have met so far, no one who has fought with me is better than you. I would like to call you the strongest. What are you talking about, bastard? Hearing that the other party was actually judging his fighting ability with a serious face, the mountain felt that his nose was about to be crooked, and even the force he pressed on the other party became a little stronger. Who is he? He is the upright mountain, respected by people as the walking mountain, and he is the bravest warrior in Westeros. For such a person, does he still need the recognition of an unknown little soldier? This is a humiliation to him. Go to hell. RRR. With the mountains roar like a mad dog, the Pender soldier holding the hammer was immediately pushed to the ground by the sudden burst of strength from the other party and could only put up his shield in a panic to resist the mountain's attack. After all, he was just a Pender soldier who was dazzled by glory. Although he was much stronger than his other companions, he was ultimately just a plain and unpretentious Pender who had not been blessed. Die. 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 However, the mountain obviously had no intention of letting him go. The giant sword wielded with one hand kept smashing down like a spinning windmill, as if he could split the damn shield and cut the enemy in half in the next moment. Unfortunately, the mountain, who was hit on the head, seemed to have forgotten that he was on the battlefield of defeat. Snap! A huge gap suddenly exploded in the mountain's helmet, and blood with brain matter instantly splashed out from the gap, emitting a faint bloody stench. And the huge body that was respected as burly as a mountain finally fell powerlessly towards the Pender soldier, who had not yet reacted on the ground, almost smashing the poor soldier half to death. The Pender soldier's face flushed slightly. The weight of hundreds of kilograms suddenly pressed down on him, and he felt a surge of blood in his heart in an instant. He couldn't help but yell, "Oh my god, what did this guy eat to grow so big? Why is he so heavy?" He did not suffer much damage in the battle with the mountain, but he was almost seriously injured by the opponent's corpse. This has to be said to be a tragedy. Calm down, young man. Although you were almost crushed to death, at least you survived, didn't you? A familiar big hand suddenly lifted the body of the mountain on him to the side, then took the Pender soldier on the ground, and stood up and said gently, "You can go to the feet of those titans to rest. Maybe your injuries will heal soon." Brother Roland, isn't it said that Lady Mist appreciates warriors who use melee weapons more? You actually chose to end the battle with a despicable musket. Is that okay? Young man, times have changed. Why do you have to stick to the difference between hand-to-hand combat and muskets? Hearing the young warrior's question, Roland couldn't help but raise the musket in his hand and looked at it carefully, and then persuaded the other party in a serious tone, "If I can kill a great demon of the 4 chaos gods with this musket, then I can also receive the blessing of Lady Mist. In this case, why can't we choose a safer method?" Chapter 329. It is an honor for Targaryen to be a dog for the elves. With the Battle of Clegane Castle officially coming to an end, the last barrier to the interior of the Westerlands was completely cleared, and from then on the hinterland of the Westerlands was as unimpeded as the Ironmen treated their captured concubines. The news of the fall of Clegane Castle shocked the entire Westeros, and even the death of the King's Hand seemed so insignificant at this moment. After all, the Iron Islands had also sent troops to plunder and occupy coastal cities in the Westerlands in history. Therefore, although the offensive of the Iron Islands was fierce, most of the nobles in the interior did not take it seriously. In their view, the invading Ironmen were nothing more than relying on the assistance of the Iron Fleet on the coast to commit crimes in coastal cities and show off their power for a while. After all, the Iron Islands are just a poor place composed of several relatively large islands. The lack of resources means that they cannot have an army comparable to the Absorbed. As long as they can fight a protracted war with the Iron Islands with the help of a stable inland area and wait until the Lannister family regroups, then everything will be fine. But the significance of capturing Clegane Castle is completely different. Although Clegane Castle is not far from Lannisport, it is an inland fortress built on the mountain. The value of conquering it is no less than that of a difficult inland war. The Ironborn are actually capable of such land warfare? Exclamation mark. However, as the battle reports from the front line were transmitted to all parts of Westeros, all the nobles could not help but be a little surprised. A terrifying giant that is tens of meters tall, the sorcerer spells that can disturb people's hearts. What the hell is this? Dawn, Sunspear father, the mountain that you have always thought about was killed by those Ironborn in a palace consisting of fountains and gardens. A beautiful and charming Dornish woman was jumping into the side room, then holding the envelope in her hand and shouting. However, after she entered the room, she looked at the man and woman who were tightly pressed together on the bed and teased without changing her expression. "Really, it's still broad daylight, and you're so energetic, father. You really have no shame. This is your ignorance." Nymeria. Seeing her father's unabashed look, the sand snake named Nymeria couldn't help rolling her eyes, and then, with the spirit of not watching. If she didn't want to, she watched the fight with interest from the side. Ah, what a wonderful breakfast. After a long while, the black-haired man slowly climbed out of bed. I just heard you say what happened to the mountain. Did that damn bastard die suddenly because he drank too much poppy milk, or did he come to Dawn to die? If you are talking about the mountain in Clegane Castle, then unfortunately the Red VIP seems to have no chance to take revenge personally, because he has been made into a blood eagle by the Ironborn and hung on Casterly Rock. How could it be an Ironborn? Hearing this unexpected answer, Aberin Martel, the Prince of Dawn known as the Red VIP, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, and then took the envelope from his daughter. As early as the War of the Usurper, the Mountain, who worked for the Lannister family, once massacred the Red Keep of King's Landing under the control of the Targaryen family. He not only rushed into the nursery and brutally killed the infant Prince Aegon, but also raped and killed Aegon's mother Elia Martel. And Elia Martel is his biological sister. It can be said that Aberin, who loved his sister deeply, had an irreconcilable hatred for the Mountain's patriarchy. Even the entire Martel family was planning revenge on Tywin Lannister, who they believed was the culprit. However, before the plan began, the Mountain had already died in the hands of the Ironborn. This really made people feel uncomfortable. The medical level of those barbaric Ironborn was really low. They just made his body into a blood eagle without torturing him first, which made that guy die too easily. Looking at the ending of the Mountain on the envelope, Aberin shook his head with some dissatisfaction, obviously dissatisfied with the Mountain's painless and carefree death. Because he had imagined the Mountain's death countless times in his mind, he had studied countless poisons that made people feel endless pain, but not die over the years, and the rich variety was chilling. However, before these poisons were used, the evil murderer of the Mountain died first. After secretly cursing the Mountain and the Ironborn for their disappointment, Aberin took advantage of the sage time to carefully check the news about the giants at the end of the envelope, and then complained again. First, the legendary White Walkers from beyond the wall attacked, then the elves riding dragons appeared, and now even the giants are cooperating with the Iron Islands to attack Westeros. What's wrong with this world? No matter what kind of dragon or giant it is, we Dornishmen are a tough race that even dragons can't conquer. Can those Ironborn still fight us in the desert? Hearing her father's complaints, Nymeria's exotic and charming face flashed a trace of pride, and she obviously didn't take the threat of the giants seriously. As early as hundreds of years ago, Aegon the Conqueror, who had already controlled the Six Kingdoms at that time, attempted to launch a complete unification war against Dawn, trying to conquer this wild desert with 3 dragons. But what was the result? The Targaryen family's army not only suffered heavy casualties in the desert with a lack of supplies, but Queen Rhaenys' dragon was killed by the Dornish's crossbow, and even the queen herself was rumored to be imprisoned and tortured by the Dornish family. Now, although the continent of Westeros is full of various monsters that symbolize magical creatures, even the lowest level people are full of confidence in Dawn and believe that no one can threaten them. Don't make it so easy. After all, although we are not afraid of those dragons and giants, I don't want my leisurely life to be disturbed by them. Looking at Nymeria with pride on her face, Aberin tapped her forehead gently, and after a warning, he left the side room, leaving only his mistress who was panting on the bed and his innocent daughter. Not long after, Aberin came to the palace of the Water Garden. After passing through countless blood orange trees and light pink marble floors, he finally saw his brother, Prince Doran Martel, who was resting in a wheelchair due to gout. At this time, Prince Doran was looking at the children playing and fighting in the fountain with a gentle face. Seeing his younger brother entering the palace from the main gate, he couldn't help but teasing, "Are you done with your work? I wonder if the fruits grown in Dawn this year are ripe." The freshly made peach blossom cakes this year are also particularly soft, sticky and sweet, but it's a pity that you can't taste this delicacy now, brother. Aberin's cynical face revealed a seriousness, and then he sat next to Prince Doran and said, "Now the Westerland and the Riverland are already unable to take care of themselves, and the Vale has been caught up in a power struggle because of the death of Jon Arryn. Even the North is busy dealing with the attacks of the Wild Hunt Elves, and is unable to take care of itself. Do you have any ideas?" "How dare I have any ideas? We in Dawn are just a poor place with a vast area and a sparse population. Our daily life is hard enough, and there is no need to participate in the struggle for power. Prince Doran's face was full of seriousness. If Oberyn did not know his brother well enough, he would probably be deceived by the sincerity in his eyes. Seeing that Prince Doran seemed to be still pretending, Oberyn couldn't help rolling his eyes, then touched the peach of a cute maid next to him, and said with complicated eyes, "Don't pretend, brother. You hate the culprit who killed Delia just like us. Now is the best opportunity to take revenge. Are you really not going to do anything?" Hearing his brother's question, the kind smile on Prince Doran's face gradually dissipated, and then a rare hideous look appeared in his eyes that were always calm. He said in a cold tone, "My dear brother, now is not the time for us to take revenge. If we want to end the rule of the drunkard king and destroy the Lannister family, it will be difficult to do it with the current situation. Wait a little longer. I always feel that there seems to be something wrong with Jon Arryn's death. A friend of mine in King's Landing told me that the king's hand may have died of a poison called Lys's tears. If this is true, it means that someone is trying to disrupt the current situation in Westeros, which is a good thing for us." After saying this, Prince Doran's eyes slowly narrowed, and he seemed to have turned back into the amiable and weak man. However, Oberyn knew that his brother was as cunning as himself, and that he was definitely brewing some vicious plan that could overthrow the Iron Throne. After an unknown amount of time, Prince Doran slowly opened his somewhat tired eyes, and then said to Oberyn, who was already chewing with the little maid next to him, "Now that the Baratheon family has lost the hand of the king and the support of the North, there is nothing to fear. As long as Robert dies, they will fall apart. The Riverlands are the battlefields of the Seven Kingdoms. Once the continent of Westeros falls into war, the local nobles will be unable to take care of themselves and have no intention of dealing with the struggle for the Iron Throne. Although the Westerlands and the Reach have suffered heavy casualties under the attack of the Iron Islands, they are still strong, and Dorne does not need to be enemies with them for the time being. The plan of the Martell family remains unchanged, and it is still to support Prince Viserys of the Targaryen family to ascend the Iron Throne, but now they must consider winning over those Druchii elves. Win over those elves? Aren't you afraid that those elves will also be greedy for the Iron Throne?" Hearing that Prince Doran actually planned to join forces with those Druchii elves, Oberyn couldn't help but let go of the ruddy maid in his arms, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. As apprentices who once studied finance at the Citadel, Oberyn and Prince Doran could naturally see the ruthless plot of the Druchii elves trying to use low-priced food to secretly control the continent of Westeros. Because of this, Dorne has not yet launched large-scale trade cooperation with the elves. It has only purchased some potions and crafts from the elves, and dared not open up comprehensive trade. Now Prince Doran actually plans to cooperate with those elves who are trying to control the continent of Westeros. Isn't he worried about inviting a wolf into the house? Seeing that his brother seemed a little confused, Prince Doran looked at the setting sun in the sky with mixed feelings, and then said with emotion, "Times have changed, Oberyn. Now the Targaryen family does not even have an adult dragon. If those elves really have ill intentions towards the Iron Throne, no one in Westeros can resist. The Dornish can indeed kill a dragon, or even more, but at what cost? Since the elves are willing to conquer Westeros by peaceful means, they will inevitably need a puppet regime to assist them in ruling. Why can't it be Dorne?" Hearing Prince Doran's ambition to be so high, Oberyn scratched the back of his head in annoyance, and then complained, "Brother, are you going to let the Martell family be dogs for the elves? The one who is being a dog is our honorable Prince Viserys. What does it have to do with the Dornish and the Martell family?" Hearing his brother's cheesing, Prince Doran showed a faint smirk on his face, and then said to Oberyn with a heavy face, "In order for our plan to be implemented smoothly, I need you to go to the Black Tower Academy built by the Druchii elves to negotiate with the Elven Lords, at least to let them remain neutral in the chaos that follows." This is really a tough job. Then what should I use to convince those elves? Princess Daenerys is almost 14 years old now. I think it's time to choose a spouse who is well matched for her. Prince Doran was full of confidence in his proposal. After all, his plan could be said to make the elves earn money without doing anything, and there was no reason for the elves to refuse his proposal. After all, compared to the Baratheon family who has signed an alliance treaty with the elves, Prince Doran can be said to have directly packed half of the Iron Throne and sent it to the elves. Whether they are willing to be king is just a matter of words. As long as the elves can choose to be neutral when the Targaryen family counterattacks the Westeros continent, then everything will be fine. In that case, then I will go to King's Landing in person. Seeing that his brother's plan did not seem to have any major loopholes, Oberyn also stood up with satisfaction and packed his luggage for the next journey to the Black Tower Academy. They have planned everything, and it is almost impossible for anything to go wrong. Chapter 330 Tyrion. King's Landing, Red Keep. The King's Hall, which was once visited by guests and nobles, is now deserted, except for the citizens who came to seek the acting city lord, Renly Baratheon, to resolve conflicts. There are no other distinguished guests. After all, the strange death of the king's hand in the increasingly chaotic Westeros have made many nobles feel the urgency of the coming storm. At the same time, Admiral Stannis and Finance Minister Petyr also left King's Landing one after another. It can be said that the entire King's Landing has fallen under the rule of Queen Cersei. Most of the people and merchants in King's Landing have no complaints or dissatisfaction with the Light of the West who controls the power of the country. On the contrary, many people at the bottom are secretly happy. After all, compared with the previous fat drunkard king, Cersei, who is now temporarily in power, can at least be called a beautiful blonde with big waves. At least in terms of appearance, she is quite reliable. With the help of Ramsay Snow, the new commander of the capital garrison after the death of the king's hand, Cersei's reputation among the people is comparable to that of the legendary saint. All kinds of boasting and praise even made Tyrion, the little devil who was still trying to contact the elves, couldn't help but wonder if the sister he contacted on weekdays was fake. So what is this saint of the Lannister family doing at this time? Meagher's Holdfast, located in the center of the Red Castle, is a huge square fortress and also a royal bedroom for the king and queen to rest. Logically speaking, since King Robert was marching and fighting outside, and the queen was alone in the boudoir, the empty Meagher's Holdfast should only be for the noble queen to rest alone. However, if someone could put his ear close to the tight door of Meagher's Holdfast at this moment, he would definitely be terrified to hear the blushing whispers coming from inside. Although it was not uncommon for noble ladies to have lovers in Westeros, the fact that a queen of a country was having sex with someone else in the royal bedroom was terrible news that could shake the foundation of the country. As the sun gradually went down, the imaginative noises in the room gradually subsided, and then a magnetic and powerful voice was heard from the room saying, "So, King Robert is now leading his army to the north to suppress the wild hunt elves who are marauding everywhere, and by the way, he plans to invite Eddard Stark to be the hand of the king? Well, I asked that little wolf cub in the north to resign in advance and follow Robert north, and the capital garrison has also been replaced by our people. Now, as long as Robert dies, Joff can become the owner of the Iron Throne. At that time, the relationship between the elves and the Iron Throne will become closer than it is now, and as long as you are willing to support Joff to ascend the Iron Throne, you can do whatever you want. Whether it is for me or for this country." Queen Cersei's charming and weak voice came from the royal bedroom, but what she said was so chilling. At this moment, she seemed no longer the unattainable and virtuous gentle queen in the eyes of the masses, but a vicious woman who was willing to kneel before the elves to satisfy her personal rights and desires. But maybe this is her true appearance? After an unknown amount of time, the strong male voice came from the room again, but this time he seemed to be holding something in his mouth when he spoke. "You seem to be very unhappy with your little devil brother. I just happen to have a position with a high mortality rate that needs someone. Do you mind if I take him away? Ha, ha, is there such a good thing? After all, he is a little dwarf with a lot of brains, and I will send him to a place very far away from the continent of Westeros, so I need to ask for your and Lord Tywin's opinions." "No need to ask my father, I will decide on this matter and promise you." Thinking that she could finally get rid of the prophecy that she would strangle her own brother to death, Cersei's flushed face could not help but reveal a touch of joy. As a recognized shame of the Lannister family, the little devil Tyrion is not liked by his father and her. Only her stupid brother Jaime, who can't see the situation clearly, is willing to treat him well. What is there to sympathize with for a dwarf who killed his mother in the past and may kill her in the future? Exclamation mark. Thinking of this, Cersei endured the pain in her thighs and turned over to the man in her arms, stroking his snow-white wings and said coquettishly, "Don't worry about those, dear. Let's cherish the present in a trance." The man faintly heard a familiar prompt. "Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement. Queen's driver. All female rulers with the title of queen have a +10 favorability." The next day, the Red Castle. "So, my dear sister sold me to you without the permission of my respected father?" In the hall of the royal meeting, Tyrion, who had finally found a job as a treasury manager in King's Landing, was looking at Rohan with a letter of dismissal in front of him with a confused look, his eyes full of surprise and uneasiness. Although he couldn't say that he had expected it, he never thought that his sister would be so heartless. After a year of getting along, almost the entire Westeros continent knows how dangerous it is to deal with elves, not to mention the high risk factor of serving under elves. Let alone, Ramsay Snow, the bastard from the north, was able to become the commander of the capital garrison with the support of the elves, but that was a position he obtained after a duel with Robb Stark. Recalling the frightened look on Ramsay's face when he had half of his head chopped off in the arena and was lucky enough to be saved by the elven secret medicine, Tyrion couldn't help but shudder. Cersei, that stupid woman. He is at least a member of the Lannister family. How could he kick his own family out of the game first? Exclamation mark. As a distinguished Lannister, he felt that he could still struggle a little longer, so he looked up cautiously at the tall elven man in front of him and asked, "Well, I'm the son of Tywin Lannister after all, and now the treasury steward of the Iron Throne, so I have to pay more." "No problem. The responsibility I give you is to let you serve as the acting Lord of Grand City. If your performance is good enough, then I can offer you a salary of 50 elven gold coins per month." In response to Tyrion's price request, Rohan nodded and agreed without hesitation. After all, he was no longer the poor little lord of Grandtown, and the price of 50 gold coins was not enough for his meal. As for why he didn't hate this poor little dwarf like ordinary people, please, for humans and elves who have seen the Chaos Demon, the dwarf is just a human with a congenital disease, and there is no need to have any malice towards him. However, the little devil obviously didn't know Rohan's thoughts. At this time, he was still complacent because he sold himself for a good price, but then he asked with some uneasiness, "If it's convenient, can I ask you why you want me to be the acting mayor of an elf city? You know, I'm just a short-limbed and harmless dwarf, born with defects, weak, helpless and pitiful." After saying that, he couldn't help but look at his body with self-mockery, and then looked up at the perfect elf in front of him who was like a favorite of God, and couldn't help but secretly sigh at the injustice of the world. What he dreamed of was what others were born with. This had to be said to be ironic for a poor dwarf. "You should have more confidence in yourself, Tyrion. I value your mind more than the weak body that constrains your great wisdom and your own soul." However, Rohan did not underestimate the other party's plan. Through the past year of getting along and observing, he became more and more convinced that Tyrion was a management talent that he urgently needed, so he took the initiative to say, "People call you a little devil, but I have fought with real demons, so I can naturally tell whether you are a bad person born evil. Thank you so much. Not only did you let me lose my stable job with little work and high pay, but you also asked me to accompany you to a world with real demons. You really think highly of me." Facing Rohan's comfort, although Tyrion still had a bitter smile on his face, he finally had some confidence in becoming the future acting lord of Grand City. Becoming the acting lord of an elven city. It sounds like it is much more reliable than inheriting his family's Casterly Rock, which has become a lair of the Ironborn. Seeing that Tyrion seemed ready to become an acting city lord, Rohan took out a palm-sized card from his arms and handed it to him. Finally, under the other party's puzzled gaze, he explained, "This is recorded in the laws of our Druchii elves. Your current task is to formulate some suggestions suitable for economic development based on these laws. Is this the law of your elves? You are really a simple nation." After taking the small card handed to him by Rohan, Tyrion looked at the few laws recorded on it with a twitch in his mouth, and his heart could not help but fall into a surging wave. It is forbidden to kill relatives. It is forbidden for family armies to fight privately. It is forbidden to plunder the same caravan without permission. It is forbidden to assassinate nobles. It is forbidden to kill noble slaves. Obviously, there are only a few short laws and regulations, but they outline a bloody and cruel elf society with clear distinctions between high and low for Tyrion. And the most important thing is that it is still a backward slave society. After carefully reading all the elven laws, Tyrion could not help but slowly put down the card in his hand with trembling hands, then looked at the sacred elf in front of him with complicated eyes and asked, "Tell me, is it too late for me to reject your invitation to join now? You are already the acting city lord. Do you still hope to escape from my palm?" Rohan squatted down with a sly smile and patted Tyrion's shoulder, then took off a silver cross pendant from his waist and handed it to him to comfort him. "Don't worry, I will arrange a direct elven force to protect your safety, and with this blessed amulet that can resist the erosion of chaos and magic, you will become my most powerful city lord." City lord, what a glorious title. The little devil who was once regarded as the biggest disaster of Lannister has now transformed into the acting city lord of an elven city. Is there anything more dramatic in the world than this? Looking at Rohan's face approaching him, Tyrion stared at the other's serious eyes in a daze, then sighed helplessly and said, okay, then from today on I will call you Lord Rohan. As long as there is a seat next to your fire, there will always be a sip of soup for me. Is this the oath? Yes, but the rest should be said by me. Seeing that Tyrion finally agreed to become his acting city lord, Rohan, who was used to being a hands-off boss, took out a stack of documents from the system space and put them down, then pretended to salute and say goodbye. "Then all the work that I have been overdue will be handed over to you to handle. I believe that the acting city lord should be able to help me finish these documents, right? Go away. Don't disturb your honorable city lord's work. Don't forget that you are asking me to do things, not me asking you." "Okay." The Lion Giant of Lannister finally, amid Tyrion's shy roar, Rohan laughed and left the Hall of the King's Guard, turned around and flew towards the direction of the Black Tower Academy. As the reputation of the Black Tower Academy grew, many talented people in Westeros who were interested in elven magic came to visit. Although many of them were idlers trying to get by, there were still many talented people trying to join the academy. For example, a wandering maester named Qyburn. A few months later, in the north, Winterfell, since Caranthi unilaterally cut off contact with the Wild Hunt elves, the Ainel elves seemed to have declared the death of the most talented navigator in the tribe for hundreds of years. After all, as a navigator who knows the power of space well, Caranthi can easily sense the spatial aura emanating from other compatriots and avoid exposing his own aura. In this case, unless it is a powerful chosen one like Rohan who can play with his perception, it is impossible to find Caranthi's trace. Moreover, they would never have thought that Caranthi, who was so highly regarded by his people, would actually betray them in order to pursue the magical knowledge of his fellow countrymen from another world. However, it seems that Caranthi's death was attributed to the unexpected strong enemy encountered in Westeros. More and more Wild Hunt elves began to arrive in the north and fought fiercely with the locals. But after all, not every elf has the strength as strong as Caranthi, so the battles of the Wild Hunt elves in the past few months have not been easy, and even hundreds of elves have suffered painful casualties. However, all this will change with the arrival of the king after confirming that the level of military power in Westeros seems to be far inferior to that of the Ainel elves. The king of the Wild Hunt finally made up his mind to lead the expedition in person. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, Mantis Catching Cicada. In a cave in the mountains of the north, several Wild Hunt elves wearing skeleton armor were sitting leisurely by the fire, chatting with each other. One of the elf soldiers was hanging a roasted chicken stolen from a fellow villager in the north on a wooden stick, and said while turning the stick boredly, "How long will we stay in this poor and remote place? Is there no magic that can directly find the exact location of the ancient blood?" "Don't complain, Orlando. Everyone here hopes to return to Ternaria, the capital of the Elven Kingdom of Anal, as soon as possible. If the magic is so convenient, it would have been used long ago. I heard that the Red Cavalry went to an island called Bear Island a few weeks ago, but several warriors were killed by the barbarians using Durachi weapons. Eredin was so angry that he was ready to come here in person. As soon as these words came out, the whole cave fell into a dead silence, with only the crackling sound of the fire. The young elf named Orlando looked at the orange flames dancing on the fire in a daze, his heart full of confusion and helplessness about his future life. As a young elf full of vigor and vitality, he actually didn't know why he joined the Wild Hunt Elves, and he didn't even know the purpose of finding the blood of the ancients. In fact, it was not just him. Most of the elves of the Anal didn't know Ciri, and they came to Westeros just because of orders. According to the king of the Wild Hunt, Eredin, the woman named Ciri has the blood that can save the entire Anal, and can even resist the coming of the White Frost. However, Orlando was somewhat non-committal about this statement. That was the White Frost, which once caused the entire Ainwood clan to split into two elf races, and then flee to other worlds, to avoid the terrible disaster. If the blood of the ancients can really be solved only through blood inheritance, then why did this blood created by the elves run to humans? It seems that the former elf king, Oberyn Mishitizi, who was poisoned by Eredin, was really a waste who only knew how to bully ordinary people. As an ordinary elf at the bottom of the elven society of Anal, Orlando naturally didn't know that the outflow of the ancient blood was due to the stupidity of a selfish female elf and a human warlock for the so-called love. Of course, he didn't know that the former elf king was not poisoned by Eredin, but because he couldn't get the return of the ancient blood Ciri, and then was fed an overdose of aphrodisiac by the anxious Eredin and died. Hush! Just as Orlando was unable to extricate himself from his reverie about the future, he suddenly saw a flash of blue light at the entrance of the cave. He was so scared that he quickly drew his weapon and shouted, "There is an attacker." After that, he quickly grabbed the shield and blocked the strange blue light. After all, most of the elves who can join the Wild Hunt are excellent warriors, so the moment Orlando issued a warning, the other elves present were also ready to fight back. Boom. The blue flames instantly engulfed the entire cave, and the strong shock wave hit the shields of the surrounding Wild Hunter elves violently, directly knocking Orlando against the wall. After straightening the crooked skeleton helmet, Orlando set his sights on the white-haired woman who rushed into the cave and the strange tree spirit watching the show outside the cave and shouted, "Ahem, the white-haired woman and the tree spirit who can throw magic bombs are the ancient blood. Damn bastard Eredin, his order was for us to capture the ancient blood alive. Why didn't he come to catch people himself?" The combination of being able to teleport infinitely and the powerful bombs is simply unsolvable. Let's find a way to leave the cave. All kinds of noisy quarrels and curses instantly filled the entire cave. The soldiers who were hit by the magic bombs rushed to the entrance of the cave, trying to escape from this shaky shelter. But how could Ciri let them do what they wanted? "You evil elves who have caused countless killings, I will punish you on behalf of justice." Looking at the Wild Hunt elves rushing towards her, Ciri, who was already in a state of anger, directly drew out the refined steel sword at her waist and rushed forward, instantly beheading a Wild Hunt elf who tried to resist. Because the loyal Stark family had been helping to conceal Ciri's news, the invading Wild Hunt elves never found any news about the ancient blood. And it seemed that, because it was too notorious, except for a few eyewitness reports, almost all the mountain clans in the northern border refused the coercion and inducement of the Wild Hunt elves. Faced with this uncooperative situation, the king of the Wild Hunt, Eredin, was furious. Under his order, the team that was originally responsible for finding the ancient blood began to break up on the spot and carried out the Bloody Three Lights operation in countless tribes and villages to vent their dissatisfaction. In just 1 year, tens of thousands of innocent villagers and clan members in the northern border were taken away as slaves. The cruelty of the means was heard by Ciri, who was hiding in the mountains. Out of conscience, Ciri finally decided to join forces with her recently met companion, the son of the forest, Leaf, to hunt down the plundering Wild Hunt teams. And Orlando's team was the third Wild Hunt team she had been hunting for several weeks. After pulling out the sword from the body of a wild elf expressionlessly, Ciri turned to look at Orlando, the only one left, with murderous intent in her eyes. It was these guys who implicated so many innocent northerners. As a wild hunt elf who was not good at physical skills, Orlando naturally would not be naive to think that he could play against the legendary ancient blood, so he decisively began to cast magic. "Don't come over here." Orlando suddenly squatted on the ground, slapped his left hand hard on the cold rock ground, and began to perform the summoning ceremony in a panic. Since he was just a lowest level civilian, the magic he mastered was only to summon some magical creations to assist in combat. Although he could only summon the wild hounds with his current strength, he could not care about that much for his life. Boom. Accompanied by a dazzling blue light, a small black portal suddenly appeared beside Orlando's legs, and at the same time, the wild hounds with ferocious faces howled and ran out. Orlando looked like he had run out of magic power. He was lying on the snow and gasping for breath, and seemed to have completely lost his ability to fight. Faced with this situation, the young Ciri obviously thought that the advantage was in her, so she couldn't help but start to learn from the villain, and started to talk trash and said, "How do you think that a few wild hounds can defeat me? Too naive." After that, she fought with the wild hounds that rushed up and tried to bite her, and her elegant movements were as graceful as a dancing dancer. Even Yeezy, who had been hiding in the bushes watching the battle, thought that the situation was good now, so she jumped out of the bushes and cheered for Ciri. "Come on, Ciri, don't lose to these hateful bad elves." However, Yeezy didn't notice that when she focused all her attention on the battle between Ciri and the wild hunt hound, Orlando, who was lying on the ground pretending to be fainted, had quietly opened his eyes. "Although my magic power is all exhausted, I should still have enough physical strength to deal with a little girl, right?" Looking at Ciri, who was focusing all her attention on the wild hunt hound, Orlando, who was hiding his eyes with the help of a helmet, quietly reached his left hand hidden behind his back into his belt, and then took out a blood red magic amulet. He is a noble elf after all. How could he not have a trump card to use in the bottom of the box? He is an elf, different from humans, different from humans. At this time, Ciri obviously hadn't noticed Orlando's impatience. After she smashed the fierce hound that tried to jump on her back into pieces of ice, she turned her head and looked at the last wild hound that was wandering around her. Walking leisurely, Ciri looked at the wild hound in front of her that seemed to be slowly retreating because of instinct, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth and said, "Can magical creatures be afraid? It doesn't matter. Anyway, you are the last one. I might as well smash you into pieces quickly." Now, seeing Ciri and Yeezy completely relaxed their guard, Orlando grabbed the scimitar that fell on the ground and climbed up, then rushed towards Yeezy not far away. As long as it can catch this little monster with skin similar to that of a cicadea, it can use it to coerce the ancient blood. What? Ciri obviously didn't expect that Orlando, who should have been unconscious, would suddenly attack. However, when she came to her senses, she found that she had unknowingly followed the wild hound away from Yeezy. Careless. After this period of time together, Ciri knew that the melee ability of a child of the forest was almost zero, so she turned around and prepared to go to support Yeezy. However, how could the wild hunting dog watch Ciri leave? As a magical creation, it loyally executed the order given to it by its master and rushed towards Ciri's back without hesitation. Even if it sacrificed itself, it would stop Ciri from disrupting the master's plan. However, as the top magical creature, how could the construct hound made of ice and rock be the opponent of the ancient blood? Ciri just turned around and swung a sword, and the loyal magic hound was beaten back to its original form, turning into broken ice scattered on the ground. Unfortunately, while Ciri was busy turning around to deal with the wild hunting dog, the agile Orlando had already approached the trembling Yeezy, and the sharp blade in his hand was raised high above his head. His original intention was just to catch Yeezy and force Ciri to surrender. It's a pity that Ciri didn't know all this. Seeing that her partner, who had been with her day and night for more than half a year, was about to be killed, Ciri's green eyes were immediately filled with worry and anxiety. At this moment, Ciri felt that the time and space around her had frozen, and her eyes were full of the sword that was about to fall on Yeezy. It's too late. It seems that this is the only choice. Thinking of this, Ciri closed her eyes secretly and then began to frantically stimulate the blood power in her body while raising the steel sword to prepare for battle. Wow, the blue light symbolizing space magic suddenly flashed from Ciri, and Ciri's figure, who was originally sprinting, suddenly disappeared from the spot, and the next second, he suddenly appeared in front of Orlando with a sword raised. Orlando, who had never seen the power of the ancient blood, obviously did not expect Ciri to suddenly appear in front of him, so he could only watch the sharp blade pierce his chest. Puff! The sharp blade easily penetrated the solid skeleton armor like a hot knife cutting butter, piercing through Orlando's internal organs and his body. Feeling the severe pain from his chest, Orlando's helmet gradually began to twist due to the pain, but before he could say anything, he was kicked away by Ciri. Looking at Orlando lying on the ground and twitching, Ciri shook off the blood on the sword, turned around and asked Yuzi, "Are you okay, Yuzi?" Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, Ciri." Yuzi was obviously a little scared. After all, as a child who was only more than 200 years old, her actual combat experience was limited to using magic bombs to destroy the wights who tried to approach the weirwood. This was the first time she had such a thrilling close-up experience. Watching the two sisters comforting each other, Orlando, who was lying on the ground, silently tore off the blood-colored amulet in his arms, then took off the skull helmet on his head and grinned. Ha 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 ha. What a touching scene. In order to save the location of her good sister, she was willing to expose her ancient blood. Do you think Aradin would not notice this? Hearing this, Yuzi's face immediately showed a trace of guilt, obviously complaining about the reason why she exposed Ciri's location. On the contrary, Ciri showed a nonchalant look. After all, she was a professional escapee, and it was not the first time she encountered such a situation. Humph, we just need to leave here before Aradin and the Wild Hunt come, and you don't need to worry about us. Ha 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 ha, you can't leave. Hearing that Ciri was still thinking about leaving, Orlando's eyes immediately showed a trace of madness, and then he directly crushed the amulet in his hand. The reddish magic wave instantly spread around, but the vigilant Ciri and Yuzi didn't seem to notice anything unusual, as if the magic wave was just a flash in the pan. Seeing this, Ciri couldn't help but raise the sword in his hand again and taunted, "You looked so cherishing just now. That was a treasure that cost you a lot of money. I wonder if you bought a fake one." However, the smile on Orlando's face did not change at all. Instead, he looked at it with interest, sucking the proud expression on your face, and asked back, "Is that really the case? Do you want to try to activate the power of the ancient blood again? You know, that was a magic weapon he spent a lot of money on to target the ancient blood. It was even a genuine product that was repeatedly confirmed by the elf sages. How could it be fake?" Looking at the increasingly crazy smile on Orlando's face, Ciri immediately noticed something wrong, so he hurriedly grabbed Yuzi's hand and prepared to activate the ancient blood and leave. Unexpectedly, the once boiling blood in her body was now still as a pool of dead water, and no matter how Ciri called out, there was no response. Until this moment, Ciri realized what the amulet that the other party had crushed was for, and couldn't help but ask angrily, "Arsehole, what did you do to me?" Ahahaha, that was a magic amulet forged with the corpse of your ancestor. Although it can only suppress your blood for a short time, this period of time is enough for that idiot Aradin to come. Chapter 330 To the Yellow Bad Behind. Blood of the Ancestors? Feeling the boiling blood power in his body gradually calm down, even the usually confident Ciri couldn't help but look grim, staring at Orlando lying on the ground. He was laughing wildly. Hearing this creepy laughter, even Yuzi, who was holding Ciri tightly, looked at the faint red light on the other party with some uneasiness, and asked anxiously, "Why don't we hurry up and leave now? Maybe those hateful bad elves can't get here so quickly?" Hehe, in order to find your trace, that bastard Aradin has spent a lot of money and specially invited 3 navigators to monitor and find your location day and night, just waiting for you to expose yourself. You just use the power of the ancient blood. In order to save this little tree spirit, you now have to face Aradin's personal hunting. Don't think about escaping as easily as before. Seeing that Ciri seemed to still want to escape, the dying Orlando did not hesitate to ridicule him at all, and kept trying to use his words to disrupt the other party's thinking. He knew that he, who had lost the ability to resist, dared to shout in front of the ancient blood, which would undoubtedly speed up his death. But as long as the elf children born in the new era can sleep peacefully, as long as the tribesmen no longer need to become nomads to avoid the white frost, he doesn't mind sacrificing himself. Everything is for Raynell. Have you finished your last words? Then please go to hell and confess to those innocent people who died tragically under your butcher's knife. Puff. Unfortunately, Ciri, who only knew a little about the White Frost, naturally didn't care about the great ideals in Orlando's heart, so she chose to chop off Orlando's head directly. She also knew that the reason why the elves wanted to capture him seemed to be to save their own tribe, but in Ciri's view, this was not a reason for them to plunder the north and enslave the people. Your elf's life is life, but human life is not life. And if the Wild Hunt elves chose to persuade her kindly at the beginning, so that she could use her own blood power to find a way to seal the White Frost, then she actually didn't mind helping the elves. After all, the ancient blood in her body was created by the elves, and her ancestor was a sinner who defected from the elves for love, so he should help her. But the problem was that the elves obviously didn't intend to just let her help. They also planned to tie her up and use her as a breeding machine. Thinking back to how she almost became the plaything of the elf king Aberin, Ciri couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Thinking of the various tragic experiences that might happen to her if she fell into Eredin's hands, Ciri hurriedly pulled Yeezy's hand and ran towards a red horse in the distance, urging her, "Let's go, Yeezy. We must leave this forest as soon as possible before those Wild Hunt elves come over." I think we may be too late. However, not long after running out, Yeezy reluctantly stopped following Ciri's steps and took out a magic bomb from his waist, looking at the forest not far away with some fear. Hundreds of Wild Hunt elves wearing skeleton steel armor were riding skeleton horses, slowly leaving the forest like ghosts walking in the world, and even various strange snowflakes began to float in the air. What was more eye-catching was the Red Knight leading the way, wearing blood red soft armor and skeleton steel armor, with a helmet inlaid with a spiked crown and a skull mask on his head. That was the king of the Wild Hunt, Eredin. Looking at Yeezy, who was the first to perceive his existence, Eredin carefully examined this small creature which was completely different from the tree spirit, then chuckled and said, "Very good perception. I believe my court nobles will definitely like slave girls like you, but I wonder if you are willing to tell me the location of your kind? Don't even think about it." Hearing that Eredin was so arrogant that he wanted to enslave the children of the forest, Yeezy's big eyes, as smart as a deer, immediately flashed with disgust, and then he reached out and touched the silver cross pendant on his chest, wondering what he was thinking. Ciri raised the long sword that still had Orlando's blood on it with a vigilant look, and then sternly rebuked Eredin. "It is because you always have such a condescending attitude that countless innocent people have fallen into grief. So what? As long as the bloodline of the Ainel elves can continue, I'm willing to do anything for it. On the contrary, do you still intend to stop me?" Hearing Ciri's rebuke, Eredin refocused his eyes on the ancient blood that he had been chasing for a long time, and then shook his head and sighed. "Fighting with a shameful woman, what's the point even if you win? It's a pity that this is also meaningless. There is an old saying in a certain destroyed world called absorb matter, Wei Junji. If you don't want your friends to suffer some physical pain, then I advise you to cooperate with us obediently. As long as you can help us reverse the threat that the White Frost brings to our people, we will not treat you unfairly. At least you can enjoy the highest level of wealth and glory for the rest of your life. Isn't that good?" At this point, Eredin waved his hand to signal the Wild Hunt soldiers to put down their weapons, and then looked at Ciri in front of him calmly. Although he didn't know why Ciri didn't choose to activate the power of the ancient blood to escape, he could still tell the reason by observing the dim red light on Ciri's body. It seemed that a soldier who was on a mission nearby used a magic item that could temporarily seal the ancient blood, successfully buying time for his arrival. This is really well done. When Eredin thought that Ciri in front of him was just an ordinary woman who was at his mercy, he immediately became happy. Then he persuaded Ciri with rare patience, "Don't hesitate anymore. Now you have lost the spatial power of the ancient blood. The means of escape you once relied on can no longer work. You might as well surrender." Besides, you don't want your father Geralt, the White Wolf, and your new friend, to be hunted down by us endlessly, right? At this point, Eredin couldn't help but reveal a strange smile on his face, similar to the yellow-haired man who succeeded in coercion. The face of the villain who succeeded in his plan was disgusting. He and Ciri were old acquaintances, so he naturally knew what means to use to coerce the other party. Although most of his useless subordinates could not beat Geralt, and even he himself did not have much confidence when facing the White Wolf, this did not prevent him from using this method to threaten the other party. Sure enough, when hearing Geralt's name, Ciri's originally calm face immediately flashed with worry. After all, she had not seen him for many years, so she did not know the specific situation of Geralt, nor did she know whether her friends in Kaer Morhen would be threatened by the Wild Hunt. Looking at her good friend Yeezy, who had no close combat ability, Ciri could not help biting her lips gently, and then directly put the sword against her neck, threatening under the panicked gaze of the elves. I will leave with you, but you must promise that you will never disturb my friends and Geralt again, otherwise I will immediately commit suicide in front of you. Calm down. I'm afraid this woman is so stubborn. Stop it. Don't you know that your life is related to the future of hundreds of thousands of elves? Seeing that Ciri actually cut a bloody mark on her neck without any scruples, the Wild Hunt elves around, who thought everything was fine, immediately became nervous and even began to beg for mercy without dignity. Even Eredin had to put down his posture and even humbly put the long sword back into the scabbard in his hand, just hoping that he would not die in front of him. There was no other way. After all, Ciri was the only known heir of the ancient blood, and Ainel no longer had the magic to create another ancient blood. This was the closest they had ever gotten to regaining the ancient blood. If anything went wrong, they would become the eternal sinners of the elves. Seeing this, Ciri's nervous heart finally relaxed. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly felt a poke in her waist and finally heard Yeezy's voice. Ciri, I want to go with you. No. This matter only concerns me, and you don't have the ability to travel through the cracks of time and space. If you go with me, you may never come back. How could Ciri, who was kind-hearted by nature, watch her friend and herself step into danger together? So she hurriedly spoke to stop him, hoping to stop his reckless behavior. After all, it was not her first time to go to Ternaria. After all, she was abducted to that place by Eredin a long time ago, and finally escaped successfully with the chaos of the Elf King dying from taking too much aphrodisiac. However, this time she didn't know whether she could escape successfully. She might even be imprisoned in Ternaria forever as a breeding machine and eventually die tragically in a foreign country. She didn't want her friends to have the same unfair fate as herself. However, a glimmer of brightness flashed in Yeezy's eyes, and then she took out the silver cross pendant from her waist and hung it around her neck, and then pretended to be sad and said, since you said I'm your friend, then I naturally can't watch you suffer and be indifferent. At least let me bear this pain with you. Yeezy. Ciri looked at the silver cross pendant on Yeezy's chest in a daze, and then immediately reacted, also pretending to be sad, as if they were good sisters who were about to be separated by life and death. However, Eredin obviously did not see through their tricks. Instead, he sighed with a sense of regret, looked at Ciri's neck, hesitated for a moment, and said, actually, you can also consider bringing your friend over to keep you company. After all, we, the Ainel tribe, don't care about a mouth to eat. We just hope that you can't run away like last time. Well, I'll consider it. In that case, we will put on a magic rune to suppress your bloodline power. Don't worry, this rune will not affect your actions, nor will it affect your suicide. Because of Ciri's escape last time, Eredin chose to use a relatively gentle way to restrain Ciri this time. As long as the conditions are not too excessive, they can try to meet them. But because of this, all the elves present did not notice the eye-catching silver cross pendant on Yeezy's chest. After all, there was no magic fluctuation on it, and it seemed to be just an ordinary decoration. However, the Ainel elves, whose technology tree is completely different from that of the Durachi elves, obviously do not know that there is a power in this world that they have never understood, the power of faith. Seeing that Ciri and Yeezy's hands were all marked with magic marks, Eredin finally relaxed completely and then said to the 3 navigators on standby behind him, "Open the portal and take everyone home." "Yes, sir." Not long after, accompanied by 3 dazzling blue lights, there was no longer any living person in the forest, only horseshoe prints and scattered bloodstains on the ground to mark what had just happened. And all the Wild Hunt elves didn't know that at the moment they left through the portal, in the Black Tower Academy tens of thousands of miles away, a holy figure slowly opened his eyes and said to himself, "Finally you're exposed. Let me see where you are." Ternalia, awakening palace sky, with the sound of portals opening one after another. The elf Archon sitting on the Akagi throne. Gale couldn't help but look up at the 3 portals that suddenly appeared in the palace, and asked with some sarcasm, "How come we are back so soon after we set out? Did we fail again?" "No, we succeeded this time." "Well, as expected, huh?" Hearing Eredin's excited voice, Gale, who was originally handling government affairs, couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then looked up at everyone in surprise. Surrounded by the Wild Hunt elves, a white-haired woman and a little girl who looked like a tree elf slowly walked into the palace. The familiar appearance made Gale unable to help, but slammed the table and shouted, "Ancient blood. You are really back. You are so rude. I have a name. My name is Cirilafana Iron Rayanlan, and you can also call me Ciri." After many years, even the good-tempered Ciri couldn't help but refute sharply when she heard that she was called the Ancient Blood by Gale again. However, Gale didn't care about it at all. He looked excitedly at Eredin, who took off his helmet and the many elves present, and said with some excitement, "I didn't expect that the ancient blood that had fled because of the death of the King of Redwood would actually return to this land one day. This has to be said to be the luck of Anel. Yes, this is indeed something to be thankful for, so go and notify our subjects. Let's have a banquet to celebrate." Chapter 333 Bloody Invasion. Is this the legendary Elven City? It's really spectacular. On the observation deck outside the Awakening Palace, Yeezy was looking at this beautiful city covered by mist and waterfalls with some obsession, and at the same time, she touched the silver cross pendant on her chest with some embarrassment. As early as when she was sent by the 3-eyed raven to approach Ciri, she was very unfortunate to run into Rohan, who happened to be a guest in Winterfell, and was forced to wear this pendant. According to Rohan, as long as she could find a way to send this pendant to the home of the Wild Hunt elves, the other party would assist and support the survival and development of the children of the forest population. At the beginning, Yeezy was actually unwilling to help Rohan carry out this task. After all, in her opinion, these 2 elf races were not good things. However, in her life with Ciri, she witnessed the killing crimes committed by the Wild Hunt elves against the northern people, who were believers of the old gods, and she had secretly agreed to Rohan's plan. Although the Durachi elves are not good things, the Wild Hunt elves are not good things at all. But after seeing Ternalia's admirable, but also longing and unspeakable sorrow, Yeezy, who was kind by nature, couldn't help but hesitate. Should I really destroy this perfect city to punish these evil people? If I really want to let Tarach fight the war against the Anel elves, what's the difference between me and an accomplice if I stand by and watch? Just when Yeezy was wavering about the upcoming attack by Tarach's army, a complicated voice suddenly came from behind her and asked, "Yeezy, are you willing to be my friend just because of the order of the owner of the silver pendant?" Ciri? Hearing this familiar voice, Yeezy hurriedly turned around and looked behind her. Sure enough, she saw Ciri with a pair of silver shackles on her hands looking at her with an indescribable look. Pain, betrayal, deception. Even Leaf, who had spent decades observing the human world, could not tell what kind of emotion was contained in Ciri's bitter eyes, so she hurriedly explained, "It's not like that, Ciri. You are a good person, but I did this for a reason." "What's the reason? Tell me." "It's like this." While Leaf was busy repairing the friendship between the 2 sisters, thousands of elf citizens in the square of Ternalia were working hard for the evening celebration. For them, finding Ciri is no less important than making Ainwood great again, and it is a symbol of the elves' resurgence. Because of this, at this moment, the square of Ternalia is filled with all kinds of tables, chairs, and bonfires. Every elf family is busy preparing delicacies for the dinner. It's funny that they live and work in peace and have not been beaten by society. If it were the city of Durachi, they would want to install a crossbow turret on the top of each building and fill the city walls with guards, for fear that the Ratman or hostile forces would launch a sneak attack. However, among the elves who were playing, there were even many guards wearing heavy armor and holding staffs who were drinking and having fun. Their slightly drunken and ruddy faces showed that they had no fighting power at all. In a corner of the street, a drunken wild hunt soldier was lying on the ground with a wine glass in his hand, causing the passing elves to constantly mock him. Come on, drink more, drink more. Ha ha ha, look at this soldier, he's already drunk after just a few drinks, so lame. This soldier is just lame. They were not surprised at all by the collapsed soldier, but thought that he was just a drunk soldier, nothing big. However, none of the passing elves noticed that in the broken armor, covered by the robe of the fallen wild hunt elf, a trickle of blood was slowly flowing out of his body. Although the sense of smell of the anal elves is indeed more acute than that of humans, the smell of wine and barbecue in the entire city of Ternalia is enough to cover up the faint smell of blood. Besides, every household is now celebrating by slaughtering chickens and sheep, so even if some blood smells like it, the sharp wild hunt elves will just treat it as ordinary animal blood. After all, this world full of redwood has long been explored by Anal, and the local humans and other creatures have long been reduced to slaves, and there is nothing that can threaten their existence. Who would have thought that the enemy would have the same ability to travel through time as them? Just as they were looking forward to the evening banquet, a figure in a black robe quietly mixed into the elves who were reveling, and even got a glass of sweet wine and a skewer of barbecue from the enthusiastic citizens. After all, in this city of wild hunt elves, there are always some elves who have conducted secret experiments and do not want to see people and will wear black robes, so they don't find this kind of dress strange. As long as you have pointed ears and no slave marks on your body, you can participate in this carnival. What a naive race. They don't even have any emergency preparedness. All the soldiers are eating, drinking and having fun. They don't have any response measures to deal with enemy attacks. Looking at the anal elves who were indulging in the revelry around him, Rohan couldn't help but take a bite of the tender and juicy skewer in his hand, and then sighed. What a peaceful elven city. I'm afraid that even in the inner ring of Ulthuan, there is no way to see such a peaceful and tranquil scene, right? In order to resist the looting and harassment of the Durachi and the undead pirates, even the most remote villages in the outer ring of Ulthuan will have armed nobles and a large number of militias stationed. The inner ring of Ulthuan needs to face the possible appearance of Slanesh believers and corrupted beastmen, so it can also be said to be full of martial virtues. In comparison, although the defense level of Ternalia cannot be said to be strict, it can at least be said to be better than nothing. My friend, you have now entered the outer perimeter of the Awakening Palace. Even during the celebration, no outsiders are allowed to enter at will. Please leave here immediately. Just as Rohan was constantly looking at the prosperity of the elven city, two wild hunt warriors holding barbecue and wine glasses noticed Rohan approaching and hurried forward to stop him. However, after seeing Rohan's iconic elven ears, the two soldiers relaxed their guard and said in a relatively gentle tone, if you want to see the appearance of the ancient blood with your own eyes, then you can wait until the wedding of King Eredin and the ancient blood in a few days. At that time, the Awakening Palace will be open to the public. Really? So the reason why Yeezy was able to confirm the coordinates of this place was because he was brought here with Ciri? After hearing the introduction of the wild hunt soldier, Rohan suddenly realized and touched his chin and couldn't help but sigh at Yeezy's wit and Ciri's bad luck. However, just as he was lost in thought, two wild hunt soldiers also reacted quickly, hurriedly dropped the barbecue and wine glasses in their hands, drew their weapons and asked, the real name of the ancient blood is a palace secret. Who are you, and where did you hear this news? You know, even they only learned the name of the ancient blood a few hours ago, and this stranger also knew about it, which meant that there must be something fishy. The other party is either a member of the palace, or a spy who stole the secrets. However, facing the questioning and swords of the two wild hunt warriors, Rohan's hands began to gradually flash dazzling silver light, and then he said to the two wild hunt warriors who looked horrified, I'm sorry, Lady Mist attaches great importance to this unified war against another elf tribe, so in order to reduce casualties, I can only adopt this tactic of capturing the king first. Be careful, this guy may be a traitor. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Although the Wild Hunt soldiers had not seen the expanding dimensional portal behind Rohan, they had followed the navigator in the north and south for many years. They had seen pigs run, even if they had not eaten pork. As strange elf warriors in silver armor rushed out of the portal, the Wild Hunt elves, who were already smart, immediately reacted. This is not a civil strife. This is clearly an intruder from unknown origin. Swish. However, before they could react, sharp crossbow arrows instantly pierced their throats, and severe pain and powerlessness instantly filled their bodies. In their dying moments, they only saw more and more silver-armored elves leaping out of the portal and rushing towards the awakening palace and square not far away. Because they were infiltrating, the invading silver mist warriors did not carry rune muskets and bolt guns that were prone to noise, but instead used crossbows that could quickly cover fire. Looking at the elegant yet luxurious buildings and palaces around, Lysadillan pulled out the crossbow arrows stuck in the bodies of the Wild Hunt elves, and couldn't help but sigh. Is this the hometown of the Wild Hunt elves? It's such a harmonious and peaceful place. It's pretty good. I wonder which one is stronger or weaker than your Nolder elves castle, Erical. Hearing Lysadillan sigh, Rohan was busy expanding the portal to allow more troops to enter Ternalia, while asking him about the situation in his hometown in a teasing tone. Because Erical was protected by the Nolder elves with a powerful rune magic, and there were also various magical weapons that emerged one after another, Rohan could not make up his mind to attack Erical. Because of this, Rohan was full of curiosity about the only elven castle still resisting on Penda, hoping to learn about the knowledge of the Nolder elves. However, in response to Rohan's inquiry, Lysadillan just shook his head helplessly and complained, if it was an older city before the Titan War, I can say without exaggeration that the prosperity of an older city at that time was comparable to this city, and even better in terms of rune barriers. However, the only remaining Erical is the only castle of the Nolder elves. Compared with cultural heritage and comfort, its strategic role is more important. At this point, Lysadillan's face inevitably revealed a touch of sadness, and his eyes looking at the surrounding elven buildings gradually became a little confused. Although he was expelled from his homeland, he still had the blood of the Nolder elves flowing in his body, so naturally he also hoped to see the Nolder elves become great again. Unfortunately, facing a behemoth like the Durachi Empire, this dream is destined to be a naive fantasy that is out of reach for the Nolder elves with only tens of thousands of people left. Well, there is a long way to go. But why are the melee skills of these Wild Hunt elves so poor? I feel that even the rookie recruits of Durachi can beat several of them, right? Just when Lysadillan came to his senses and began to focus on the palace, he found that the awakening palace was already a river of blood, and countless Wild Hunt soldiers in heavy armor had fallen to the ground and died. In the square not far away, a ruthless massacre against the rebels was about to begin. Hey, is that the latest magic armor invented by the elven sage? Why are there so many soldiers wearing silver armor suddenly appearing over there? It doesn't look like it, and isn't there a celebration in the palace today? There shouldn't be such a large-scale military gathering, and I haven't seen the style of their weapons before. Could it be a new type of troops hidden in Eredin? The Ainel elves near the palace were looking at the elven soldiers running towards them outside the palace in a daze, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. Even the Wild Hunt elves who were drinking and having fun didn't know what to do. One of the Red Cavalry members subconsciously took out his weapon and asked, "Which unit are you from? Why haven't I seen you before?" Die. Facing the enemy so close, the Silver Mist Guard holding a halberd didn't waste words with the other party, so he raised the halberd in his hand and chopped it down fiercely. Ding. Facing the sudden attack, the Red Cavalry member subconsciously wanted to raise his sword to resist, but was horrified to find that he was far inferior to the opponent in both strength and skills. These guys are definitely not the relatives of Ainwoodard. Thinking of this, the Red Cavalry member immediately began to raise the scimitar in his hand to meet it, and at the same time, did not forget to shout to the compatriots around him, "Enemy attack! Get ready to meet the enemy." However, it was too late. The Silver Mist Hunters who had arrived at the square showed ferocious faces, raised their crossbows, and aimed at the Wild Hunt warriors who had not yet reacted, and frantically pulled the trigger. Swish, accompanied by bursts of piercing air-breaking sounds. Countless fine steel crossbow arrows quickly covered the defenseless wild hunt elves, and many of them even affected the elven civilians at the banquet. Because life on the continent of Westeros was too boring, the war desire of the Durachi warriors had long been like countless ants crawling in their internal organs, and every cell in their body was eager for blood. Although Rohan had ordered in advance that the killing of civilians was not allowed, it was inevitable that there would be impact in the cruel war. What? You said it was intentional? This is a false accusation. At most, his hands were shaking when facing a strong enemy. Run away. The enemy has broken into Ternalia. Where is the garrison? Where is the garrison? Why don't they come out to meet the enemy? For a moment, screams rang out in the square of Ternalia. Countless wild hunt elves who had not yet reacted, and the helpless elven citizens all fell in the rain of arrows, and the air was filled with a terrible smell of blood. P.S. My mother is still too kind. She thought that she was just a part-time worker and there was no need to embarrass her, so she actually asked my father not to pursue it. Chapter 334. The Cruel Meat Grinder. Damn bastards. Who are you, and why are you invading Ternalia? Looking at the Ainel compatriots falling around him, the red cavalry soldier suddenly felt a surge of anger in his chest, and then he questioned the silver mist warrior in front of him with red eyes. He didn't understand why these strange guys suddenly invaded Ternalia and killed people for no reason when they were all elves. Looking at the tragic scene of corpses everywhere, the wild hunt warrior waved his scimitar more and more frantically and chopped at the silver mist guard holding a halberd in front of him with all his strength and roared with a ferocious face, "You need to pay the price of blood for your killing." The rapid and frequent swings made even the silver mist guard holding a halberd feel a little tricky, and for a while he had to adopt a frustrated defensive posture to deal with it carefully. However, the momentary anger obviously could not make his fighting skills surpass the silver mist warrior in front of him, not to mention that such an explosion of desperately squeezing his own physical strength could not last long. The wild hunt elves on this street had already been killed, so only a few silver mist hunters who were executing seriously injured enemies came over and couldn't help but sarcastically said, "It's been so long, and it hasn't been solved yet. Do you need help? Get away. Damn it, this guy's my prey. You are not allowed to interfere." Hearing the sarcasm of the surrounding silver mist hunters who were watching the fun and not minding the trouble, the face of the silver mist guard couldn't help but blush slightly, and then he began to wave his halberd in anger to fight back. Although he still wanted to save his energy for the next battle, under the ridicule of his colleagues around him, he naturally had to find a way to win this victory elegantly. However, once the silver mist guard began to use all his strength, the wild hunt elf who was still trying to resist instantly began to fall into a disadvantage, and there were dangers everywhere. How is it possible? It was so shaky just now. Looking at the silver mist guard in front of him who could easily resist his attack and even forcibly repel him with his strength, the poor wild hunt warrior didn't know what to do for a while. After all, compared to the Ainel elves, the physical strength of the Durachi elves is naturally much stronger than them, not to mention that the Lady of the Mist has always been generous with her blessings. Looking at the increasingly exhausted wild hunt warrior in front of him, a cold light immediately flashed in the eyes of the silver mist guard. Then he used a fake move to deflect the opponent's sword, and then stabbed the halberd into the opponent's chest. This was not enough. Seeing that the wild hunt elf hanging on the halberd was staring at him with his eyes, the silver mist guard's face was slightly covered with a grim smile, and then he slashed down fiercely. Hiss. In less than 30 seconds, the wild hunt warrior who fought bravely to defend his homeland was disemboweled by the silver mist guard. For a while, the ground was full of gushing blood and internal organs. Seeing this, the surrounding silver mist hunters began to applaud and cheer without hesitation, and then raised the elf heads and various weapons in their hands and shouted, "Blood, glory, victory, Drachi, blood sacrifice to the mist, skull sacrifice to the temple." With the fanatical shouts, the surrounding silver mist hunters immediately dragged the silver mist guards who had not yet had time to repair, and joined the fierce battle not far away. Rest? What rest? Only elves who are useless to Lady Mist and Lord Rohan will rest. How can pillars of the empire like them rest? They are here to serve the Mist Temple. Work, crying voice. With the unexpected sneak attack and the powerful fighting power of the Durachi elves, the battle in Ternalia city soon became one-sided, and the whole city seemed to be painted red. Even though some well-trained wild hunt soldiers and elven sages tried to reorganize their ranks and fight back, they were still defeated by the Silver Mist Warriors' sophisticated rune weapons and melee combat. The Silver Mist Warriors were the first elven legion that Rohan had invested heavily in preparing. Although they might not be as good as the Black Guards and Phoenix Guards of Nagaland, they were still considered to be one of the best elven legions. And since most of the elven sages of the Ainel elves were feasting with the Wild Hunt King Eredin and the Awakening Palace, there was almost no suspense in the battle in the city. But compared to the one-sided battle in the city, the battle in the Awakening Palace was much more intense. It's a large-scale magic. Quickly form a formation. I can't bear it anymore. Their magic is released too frequently. Quickly take out all the treasures in your bottom of the box. TMD, besides the Shield of Safri, don't you have some magic props similar to the rune shield? The once gorgeous Awakening Palace was now filled with all kinds of terrifying magic beams. Various colorful but powerful fireballs and lightning were scattered throughout the palace, posing a great threat to the attacking Silver Mist Warriors. The ground was covered with corpses and fragments of elves. However, unlike the war outside the city, a large part of the corpses on the ground this time were the corpses of Durachi warriors. Rumble, another dazzling lightning, fell from the sky, and the swift light column instantly submerged several Silver Mist warriors who had not yet reacted, turning their once noble bodies into a pile of charred corpses. Although the rune props can indeed significantly improve the Silver Mist warriors' resistance to magic, they are still unable to face such frequent and powerful Iron Elf magic. Of course, the Silver Mist warriors are not vegetarians either, with some Silver Mist hunters carrying rune muskets and bolt guns arriving on the battlefield. They also brought considerable casualties to the elven sages in the palace. However, this terrifying exchange ratio of 1:5 is enough to make any commander feel heartbroken. In an instant, the entire Awakening Palace became a living hell. The tragic wailing and explosions filled the entire palace. The bloody scene was enough to scare those elves who did not join the battle. Looking at the various tragic scenes on the battlefield, Lysadillan swung his sword fiercely to split a fireball that hit him, then bit his back teeth and shouted, "Retreat. Temporarily retreat outside the palace, and wait for the assembly to complete before launching an attack." At the moment, this situation is no longer something they can handle due to their lack of heavy firepower. Instead of continuing to let the precious elf soldiers throw themselves into the bottomless meat grinder, it is better to retreat continuously and find other ways. After hearing Lysadillan's order, the Silver Mist warriors showed a rare look of relief on their faces and then immediately began to take turns to cover and leave the Awakening Palace that was about to become a ruin. As the Silver Mist warriors began to withdraw from the palace, a dozen elven sages with lightning and fire in their hands walked out from the back of the palace with pale faces, looking at the corpses on the ground and communicating. Those invaders seem to have left. What are their origins? I don't know, but Eredin and the members of the Red Cavalry seem to know something, but they have all gone to guard the ancient blood now, and I'm afraid they won't come back for the time being. Humph, Eredin must have provoked the elves from other worlds when he was looking for the ancient blood. I have said long ago that he is not suitable to be our king. Various quarrels came one after another. Obviously, when facing unknown enemies of the same race, these elven sages who already think highly of themselves care more about the contradictions among themselves. After all, Eredin was not upright to begin with, and now that Ternalia was inexplicably attacked, it further intensified their dissatisfaction with the king of the Wild Hunt. Just when they were about to fall into a meaningless and endless quarrel, a majestic voice suddenly came from the back of the palace and scolded, "What's going on? Do we have enough manpower to stop and chat even when facing foreign invasion? Gale, you also know how strange the sudden death of the Redwood King is. Are you really willing to always submit to Eredin? You should know that you were equal before." Seeing the respected Wild Hunt Archon arrive at the front line, the surrounding elven sages immediately stopped arguing, but some unwilling sages set their sights on Gale. After all, compared to Eredin, who was full of muscles and conquests, Gale, who was smart, calm and charming, was more respected and trusted by the Ainel elves, and was also respected by the former leader Oberyn. If the Redwood King Oberyn really died of old age, why didn't he choose to pass the throne to the more popular Gale? But Eredin, who was keen on fighting and conquering, Therefore, even if Eredin is the heir to the throne, most of the Ainel elves still hope that Gale can become their leader. Facing the expectant eyes of the sages, Gale looked at the ruined Awakening Palace with a headache, and then said dissatisfiedly, "There is no need to have such a meaningless quarrel. Now the terrible invaders have entered Ternalia. What we should do now is to unite instead of fighting among ourselves." But the strongest elven sage of Valach is now hunting down his defected apprentice Caranthea. Can we really deal with those invaders with our own strength? Yes, the original force in our bodies is too chaotic now. If those invaders had not retreated in advance, I'm afraid we would have lost control long ago. In the short 10 minutes just now, almost every elven sage cast hundreds of magics, and the unprecedented overload of their bodies had already exhausted them. Facing these exhausted elven sages, Gale also knew how difficult it was to order them to hold on, so he could only plead, "We have to defend even if we can't. This is the last home of Ainel. In order to prevent our people from becoming wanderers in various worlds again, I hope you can hold on. I will dispatch as many soldiers as possible to assist you." At the same time, the navigators are also recalling soldiers in other worlds. I believe that it won't be long before we can regroup. Before that, I implore you to hold on to your respective positions and buy more time for the arrival of reinforcement. Looking at the Archon in front of them, who was very humble and even a little humble, the proud elven sages fell into silence. After a long while, these elven sages who were calming down their magic power stood up with a chuckle, and then returned to their respective posts with some frivolous but firm steps. Seeing this scene, Gale secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was not afraid that these elven sages would flee the battlefield or choose to surrender, but he was more afraid that the backbone of the Ainel would be broken and disappear completely in the long river of history. As long as the elven sages, who were the backbone of the army, had not given up hope, they could better kill the invaders and gain more bargaining chips for the next negotiations. Yes, he was ready to surrender. As a strategist, Gale had long seen that Ternalia, who had lost the initiative and was attacked by surprise, could not win this war at all. He had seen the previous battles through the magic crystal. Although they could gain a temporary advantage with the powerful magic of the elven sages, they could not repel the invading enemy. The muskets that could penetrate the magic shield and the rune armor that could resist magic were all powerful equipment that he had never heard of, and the number of elven sages far exceeded his. In a few days, the entire Ternalia would be conquered by force by the other side, and then the Ainel would become fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Rather than letting his people fall into such a desperate situation, it is better to use the existing strength to strike the invaders as much as possible, and then take the opportunity to propose peace talks to preserve the strength of Ainel. Hey, I just hope that there will be no unexpected situation next. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Gale picked up a hand crossbow of a dead silver mist hunter and looked at it, then sighed and left the front hall. Outside the palace we failed, Lord Rohan. As a commander, I'm willing to accept any punishment. Looking at the dusty comrades around him, Lysadillan couldn't help but kneel on one knee in front of Rohan, who was stabilizing the portal, and asked for punishment with red eyes. Since Grand Town led the army, the Silver Mist warriors have never suffered such a serious blow, and even the Khorne Warband that had once expeditioned in Kiev had never suffered such a serious loss. More than 500 Silver Mist warriors were blown to pieces by the sudden magic attack. The magic of death on contact did not even give them the chance to take the rebirth pill, and they had already become pieces of meat scattered on the ground. Hearing Lysadillan's plea, Rohan still focused all his attention on the portal, and said casually, "Is it because the opponent's physical strength is not high that you are careless? Let Dario take his demon warriors to go there in person, but be careful not to tarnish the honor of the Durachi elves again." Yes. Chapter 335. The demon god is on board. We lack shields that can resist magic and rune weapons that can penetrate magic shields. It seems that, after we conquer the Ainel tribe, we need to put the action of conquering the older elves on the agenda as soon as possible. While waiting for Dario to lead the demon warriors through the portal, Rohan had been listening to the situation of the battle in the palace, and then he couldn't help but sigh. Hearing Rohan sigh, Lysadillan couldn't help but feel guilty again, and then he lowered his head and confessed, "It was because of my recklessness that so many Silver Mist warriors died." Okay, if you really have the time to confess here, you might as well hurry up and go to the city to encircle and suppress the wild hunt elves who are still resisting, rather than wasting time here. Rohan waved his hand impatiently and then began to continue to expand the range of the portal, preparing to summon more troops to help. He didn't feel sorry for the Silver Mist warriors who died in the Awakening Palace. After all, actual combat is the best test. Thanks to their sacrifice, they got the information about the elf magic. However, the defects of rune armor cannot be made up in a short time. After all, although most of the sorceresses who came to the Higgs family have received enchantment training, most of them choose to buy alchemy instead of complicated rune masters. Although Rohan himself can be called a half-baked rune master, by reading the books collected by the Witch King, he still can't devote all his energy to forging runes. As for buying corresponding rune weapons from Gorand, based on his relationship with Morathi, it might be better to buy rune weapons from the dwarf high king who fought side by side with him in Kjolv. But I'm afraid the landlord has no surplus food now. If you want to get a large number of high quality rune blacksmiths in a short period of time, you still need to find a way to bring the older elves who have a lot of Cinderin heritage under your command. But the problem came again. Now they didn't even know the location of Erikel, so how could they find a way to bring them under their command? Just when Rohan was worrying about the next strategic plan, a familiar voice suddenly came from the other side of the portal and said, "Lord Rohan, I heard you were looking for me. It's Dario. Your demon warriors don't seem to have been tested in actual combat. The Sadalin and Silver Mist warriors paid a lot of casualties in this palace, but still failed to take it down. I hope you can do it. By the way, remember not to cause too much killing to the elven mages inside. Their knowledge is a precious asset to us. Do you understand?" "I understand. I'll go and reorganize the demon warriors and let them prepare for the attack." After listening to Rohan's order, Dario's demon eyes under the ebony mask fell into thought for a while, and then decisively flew towards the demon warriors who were rubbing their hands in the air, and sternly ordered, "Put away your lethal weapons. We need to capture this palace later. During this period, you are not allowed to kill any elves you meet. Do you understand? No killing. Does that mean we can't even fight back when facing the hostile elves who try to kill us?" "That's right." Hearing Dario's emotionless order, all the demon warriors couldn't help but look bitter, and then reluctantly took back the demon blades that had just been pulled out from their waists, and began to think about how to deal with the next battle. In fact, Rohan didn't care that some elf sages would die in the battle. After all, there was no such thing as perfection in war. As long as more than half of the elf sages survived, he would be very satisfied. It's a pity that the tasks assigned by the big leaders are usually super doubled by the small leaders to the lower level employees, just like the demon warriors who are distressed at this moment. The big leaders only want rewards, and the small leaders only want to complete the tasks. Only the poor minions at the bottom are suffering from the unprovoked disaster. After a long time, the demon warriors began to fly towards the Awakening Palace under Dario's urging, but the despair and death on their ugly faces were so distressing. Go. Death is a blessing. Swear allegiance to the demon god until death. Even Rohan could feel the pain from the bottom of the hearts of these demons. He couldn't help but twitch his eyes and ask Dario, who was falling, "I always feel that something is wrong. Is this situation really okay? I admire your kindness, but there is no need to worry about the lives of these demon warriors. After they die on the battlefield, their souls will return to hell. As long as there are enough sacrifices, they can be resurrected again." Is that so?" Looking at several demon warriors suddenly flying in the air with high explosive packs on their backs, their faces full of heroic sacrifice and desire for life, Rohan touched his chin and expressed doubt. Why does this sense of deja vu feel like the unlucky cannon fodder dragged onto the battlefield? Facing these useless subordinates, Dario kept his face calm and secretly memorized their features, then explained lightly, "In fact, it is not completely without side effects. After all, with the destruction of the body, although their souls can return to hell, they will always experience the pain they suffered before death." "Oh, that's really pitiful." After hearing Dario's explanation, Rohan finally understood why these demons looked so determined, and he couldn't help but look at the backs of the demons with a trace of respect. While waiting for resurrection, they will have to endure the pain of being blown into powder all over their bodies, which is really not something that ordinary people can bear. Who said that only those who stand in the light are heroes? Don't stay here and watch the show. There is a white-haired girl in this palace who has the ability to travel through different worlds like me. Find a way to bring her back. After sighing at the sacrifice of the demon warriors, Rohan continued to focus on the portal, while not forgetting to arrange tasks for Dario. Although Ciri is unlikely to be willing to join his army, even if a powerful force like the ancient blood cannot be used for one's own benefit, one must try to ensure that the other party will not stand against him. After listening to Rohan's description, Dario, who had never met Ciri, could not help but be slightly stunned, but then immediately reacted and said, "The white-haired human girl, is that the heir of the ancient blood named Ciri? Don't worry, I will bring her here. You'd better be friendly." After all, although Ciri looks like a kind girl, she is actually a very proud little phoenix. "I see, is that Sundir you once said?" Seeing that Rohan did not seem to refute, Dario could not help but look at the demon blade on his waist with some distress, and then flew towards the awakening palace where explosions continued. Since becoming a lesser god, he has become more and more taciturn, but this does not mean that his persuasive ability has decreased. If he really cannot convince Ciri to join Rohan's Linoop, then he will use Hellfire and Demon Blade to let the other party actively apply to join. Inside the awakening palace, boom boom boom, accompanied by the explosions that lit up the sky, almost all the surviving ANL elves in Ternaria stared blankly at the palace, illuminated by the fire, and hid in their homes and trembled. Since Rohan strictly prohibited the open massacre, the Silver Mist warriors did not break into their homes to kill, except for the Wild Hunt warriors and elf sages who rushed out of their homes to try to resist. And with the smooth implementation of the sneak attack, heavy firepower mainly composed of artillery and experimental tanks also began to arrive in Ternaria one after another, giving those rebels the iron fist of justice. What? There are those who try to resist? Just mobilize dozens of artillery pieces on the entire street and bombard that house. It is under such high pressure rule that, although the streets of Ternaria are now littered with corpses, there are no other important reasons for fighting except sporadic resistance. After all, if they could avoid being massacred by hiding at home, why would they bother themselves with attracting the intruder shells to their homes? In this way, the whole of Ternalia fell into a strange calm, and only the Peace Palace, which once symbolized power, was still in the flames of war. However, it was precisely because the Awakening Palace was the only one in the city that was still resisting, that the battle here was the most intense in the entire city. Countless elves' bodies were randomly discarded in various corners of the palace. From the broken ice and collapsed ice element on the ground, it was not difficult to see that the brutality of this battle had exceeded everyone's imagination. In the sky, demon warriors were constantly throwing explosive packs at the elf sages and wild hunt warriors below in a dive-bombing manner. Almost every bombing could easily take away the lives of several wild hunt elves. Whoosh, another sharp whistling sound fell from the sky, and almost every wild hunt soldier subconsciously began to look for cover, trying to avoid the next bombing. Looking at the wild hunt warriors below who were like lambs to be slaughtered, the demon warriors showed a wretched smile like that of their atman on their faces, and were obviously very satisfied with this method that could easily cause a large number of casualties. Since the bombing helicopter was shot down in the battle with the Pendacat god, Dario cancelled this war machine that cost a lot of money, but had little effect, and began to use human bombing instead. Although the number of explosive packs that demon warriors can carry at a time is limited, they are fast and numerous. Even in the Warhammer world, there are few other ways besides magic that can threaten demon warriors at an altitude of thousands of meters. Although Chaos Furies and Harpies can take off to intercept, how can the strength of demon warriors be compared with weak beasts? Those flying invaders throwing explosive magic props are coming again. Get ready to use tornadoes and lightning to meet them. Use combined magic to turn the entire sky into a storm. We must not let them continue to be so presumptuous. However, the elf sages were not vegetarians. After sensing the threat from the sky, several elf sages immediately began to perform magic, turning the entire sky into a purgatory on earth with violent storms and lightning. Faced with this terrifying magic that was no less powerful and wide than the 8 storms, even Rohan and Vorkir did not dare to enter it rashly, let alone ordinary demon warriors. However, even in this situation, some demon warriors chose to use their last chance to be loyal. Wow. AHH. Since they had prepared for the possibility of misfortune in advance, Dario prepared a high explosive far exceeding the specification for each of their demons, and even mixed a lot of blasting runes into it. Obviously, such precious explosives were not for them to use to drop bombs, but to be used to kill each other when they were about to encounter misfortune. Don't come over here. RRR. Faced with such a desperate act, even the bravest elf sage couldn't help but change his face, and then frantically urge the magic power in his body to cast a magic shield. However, with the blessing of explosives with the property of breaking magic, how strong a magic shield can an elf sage like him, who is almost exhausted from fighting for a long time, summon? Under the horrified eyes of the elves, including Dorichi, an orange-red mushroom cloud suddenly exploded from the center of the palace. Boom. A strong shockwave spread throughout the entire Awakening Palace, and even the distant Ternalia city felt this obvious vibration. All the citizens looked at the mushroom cloud rising from the Awakening Palace in panic. Such a terrible explosion had completely surpassed their understanding of magic. Could it be that before the White Frost came, Ternaria would already be destroyed? Exclamation mark. Deep in the Awakening Palace, Ciri and Yeezy, who were also shocked, stood up from the ground with difficulty, and then stared blankly at Eredin and other Wild Hunt elves who were also knocked down around them, and exclaimed, "Are those Druchii elves crazy? Do they really want to kill all of you? Don't act like it's none of your business, ancient blood. Who can guarantee that you are not on their death list?" Hearing Ciri sigh, Eredin sneered, and then asked nervously to the commander of the Wild Hunt Legion, Ilaris, next to him, "What's the situation now? Why haven't your soldiers gotten rid of those damn invaders?" Eredin, "You know, it's because of the enemy." Hearing the furious king's accountability, Ilaris instinctively prepared to make some excuses, but was suddenly interrupted by an indifferent and cold voice. "That's because I'm here." Click. Before the Wild Hunt elves who had just gotten up could react, a blood-red sword light instantly covered the tall figure of Ilarith, splitting it in half in an instant. Blood splashed on the white marble floor. Dario looked expressionlessly at the vigilant Eredin and other Wild Hunt elves, then set his sights on Ciri and greeted stiffly, "I guess you are the respected Lady Ciri. Lord Rohan ordered me to rescue his friends from this sea of suffering. Do you need my help?" Chapter 336 Mission Impossible. "Friend? Rohan?" Looking at the terrifying elf in front of her who exuded an ominous aura, Ciri's eyebrows wrinkled up all of a sudden, and her beautiful eyes kept jumping back and forth between Yeezy and Dario beside her. She was not a naive person. Although she and Rohan had met several times in the north, and the relationship between the two sides was not bad, it was not good enough to send someone to rescue her. There was no doubt that Rohan must have also set his eyes on the ancient blood in her body. So, what was the relationship between Yeezy, who unknowingly led the Imperial army here, and the Dorichi elves? However, compared to Ciri's doubts and vigilance, the other Wild Hunt elves present were not so good-tempered. Eredin drew out the two-handed sword from his waist and sneered, "Intruder, although I don't know where you came from, you dare to break into this heavily guarded palace alone, so be prepared to die. How shameless." Looking at the Wild Hunt elves who surrounded him with spears and scimitars, Dario raised the demon blade in his hand to his chest with an expressionless face, and the dark hell flames continued to boil from the sword. Along the way, countless Wild Hunt soldiers who tried to stop him were burned to ashes by his hellfire, so that no Wild Hunt elf noticed that the palace had been breached. At present, the entire Awakening Palace was covered with ashes, and only Eredin and his guards could stop him from taking Ciri away. Looking at the imposing Dario in front of him, a Wild Hunt guard wearing skeleton steel armor couldn't help but swallow nervously, and then shouted to his companions around him, "There is no need to have a so-called honor duel with such an evil invader. Let's go together." After shouting at his companions, the soldier quietly retreated a step without leaving a trace, obviously preparing to fish in troubled waters in the following melee. Charge. For Ternalia. For Ainel. To restore the glory of Ainwooded. As if inspired by this soldier, the surrounding Wild Hunt soldiers also let out exciting roars, as if they were ready to die with Dario. Hearing the roars of the wild hunt elves around him, Dario raised his sword alertly to prepare for parrying, but after waiting for a moment, he lowered the sword and asked in confusion, "So, are you still going to fight?" The wild hunt elves, who were still shouting excitedly, stood still and kept looking at their companions around them. Obviously, none of them wanted to be the first to stand out. The reason was simple. Dario's 2-meter tall body and the demon wings emitting candlelight behind him all showed his powerful and terrifying strength. In addition, they were already dizzy from the previous explosion, so they dared not attack Dario rashly. A bunch of useless guys. Seeing that his personal guards were so poor, Eredin angrily came behind a palace guard who had not yet reacted, raised his foot, and kicked him in the ass. Because Dario's strength was too strong, he did not dare to go down to the battlefield in person before he knew the opponent's strength. Therefore, for the safety of the king of the wild hunt, some great sacrifices were necessary. As for whether the guard who was kicked by him volunteered, sorry, although most of the Ainel elves advocate equality due to the number problem, Eredin, as the ruler, is more equal than other wild hunt elves. Why? The poor guard obviously didn't expect that he would be attacked from behind, but the elf's reflexes still made him instinctively rush forward while raising his scimitar and swinging it at Dario's figure. Faced with this honorless sneak attack, Dario couldn't help but flash a flash of disdain in his eyes and then decisively attach the hellfire to the blade, sliding a dark arc in front of him. Wow. Several hell flames that were enough to corrode magic and souls instantly turned into a ring of death and flew out from the sword edge, immediately covering the shields and armor of the surrounding wild hunt elves. As Dario's most relied on large-scale killing magic, hellfire can always rely on its strong adhesion and terrifying corrosiveness to carry out terrible and efficient strangulation of those enemies who do not have enough means to deal with it. Especially for those races that lack magic countermeasures, such as the capital of Selian, which was once the most powerful cavalry country in the continent of Pendor, and Rohan's hellfire burned more than half of the city. Because of this, Dario now gives priority to using hellfire in almost every battle, so that he can find out the opponent's magic level while killing the enemy. Unfortunately, compared with Pendor, where magic is almost extinct, the magic mastered by the wild hunt elves, who are already sensitive to magic, is not just for show, it's corrosive flames. Everyone use sealing magic to absorb these flames and never let them spread on the body. Does anyone know how to use magic? The guard who was kicked towards the enemy by Eredin just now is our only remaining elven sage. A bunch of idiots. Just take off the armor stained by the flames. There is no need to waste precious magic scrolls. After looking at the armor and shields wrapped in black flames, the experienced wild hunt elves immediately identified the dangers and weaknesses of this magic flame and sealed the hellfire lightly. After all, as an elf race that has fought in countless other worlds, almost every member of Ainel can flexibly use various magic scrolls and simple magic. This level of hellfire cannot pose too much threat to them. Good magic props. It seems that you still have some merits. Dario leisurely watched the originally chaotic encirclement around him return to stability. Not only did his face not show the panic after being surrounded, but he raised the sword again very easily. Although hellfire is his favorite range magic, has anyone said that he only knows this kind of magic? Seeing that hellfire was easily solved by the palace guards, the nervous Eredin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then raised the sword and shouted to Dario, "The enemy has no magic level and cannot be compared with the noble Ainel. Kill him, and victory belongs to us. Charge." For Ainel. After hearing Eredin's encouragement, the wild hunt elves immediately began to raise their weapons and rush towards Dario frantically, as if they would leave dozens of holes in the opponent's body in the next second. Even Eredin's sword flashed a dazzling white light, and at the same time, an ice ball emitting bursts of destructive aura condensed in his hand, ready to give Dario a painful blow at any time. Although the wild hunt elves may be a little weak in melee combat, Eredin is a genuine elf sage and a navigator. For other elves under Rohan, such as Lysadilin and Mars, who have not received magic training, Eredin is indeed a terrible opponent. Unfortunately, his opponent is not an ordinary person, but a demigod who transcends the mundane world. Go to hell. Countless sharp swords pointed at Dario's vital points and stabbed over The Wild Hunt elves pounced on Dario with ferocious faces, like several hungry wolves pounced on their prey. However, at this time, they did not realize that the one in front of them was not a delicate sheep, but a dragon with a playful look in his eyes. Dario suddenly began to swing the giant sword in front of him, accompanied by the flapping of the demon wings behind him, and then slashed at the nearest wild hunt. No. The unlucky elf soldier obviously didn't expect that he would be used as a breakthrough point, but he subconsciously raised his weapon to block. After all, although the Ainel elves may not be as strong as Durachi in terms of physical strength, their reflexes and combat awareness are still similar. If it were in the past, this soldier would definitely be proud of his sharp reaction speed and insight. After all, this innate ability is the capital of racism. However, now, after seeing the blood-red demon blade shattering his scimitar with his own eyes, and watching the other party cruelly split his body in half, his heart was full of regret. Before he died, he seemed to see the evil red giant sword sliding blood arcs in the Wild Hunt elves, cutting several compatriots in half. But he no longer needs to worry about these, because he is dead. How is this possible? Seeing several Wild Hunt warriors killed by Dario in an instant, Eredin's face immediately turned gloomy, and then he decisively chopped down Dario with his long sword full of magic. Dario is now troubled by the attacks of the remaining Wild Hunt elves, and now is the best opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Swish, the sword energy emitting cold light instantly flew out of Eredin's long sword, and even the walls and floors along the way were covered with a layer of frost. However, this is not over yet. Eredin's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot with a white light, and then flashed behind the wall pillar not far from Dario, raised the ice ball in his hand, and threw it at the opponent. It was a magic bomb containing the power of white frost, and its power was enough to freeze the space. Seeing the sword energy and the white frost bomb approaching Dario, Eredin couldn't help showing a filthy smile of success on his face, and then muttered, "Even your master can't withstand this move, just die obediently." Although the plan was perfect, unfortunately, there were two small mistakes in his words. First, Rohan's current divine body allowed him to completely withstand this kind of space freezing bomb, and he could even open a portal and leave immediately without worrying about being frozen. Second, Dario would not die. A sneak attack. After realizing Eredin's ill intentions in the dark, Dario decisively reached out and grabbed a corpse on the ground and threw it towards the flying sword energy, and then his left hand began to gather blood-red light, darkness and death. As Dario roared, a beam of destruction exuding the breath of death flew out of Dario's hand, and then directly engulfed the magic bomb flying in the air. If there were any high-level Asur mages watching nearby, they would be horrified to find that the magic used by Dario was very similar to the secret technique of high-level spells, arcane cracking. In fact, almost every kind of magic that Dario is using now can be found in the corresponding prototypes of the mages under Rohan. Since it was the first time for Dario to become a god, and the former demon goddess was exiled by the Mist Lady, Dario had almost no foundation in the application and manipulation of divine power. Faced with this situation, Rohan gave a feasible plan, which was to let Dario copy or imitate other magic moves, and then release them through his own divine power. In this case, Dario almost successfully copied most of the fire and death magic, and even the most complex high-level magic could barely achieve similar effects. With a flash of dazzling red light, Eredin looked at his white frost bomb in a daze, and finally turned into a star, and disappeared in the air. He couldn't help but said angrily, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." After all, in the traditional image of the elf sage, the attributes of magic are roughly divided into 4 types: fire, water, air, and earth. In the eyes of the Ainel elves, magic is similar to a science, and its essence lies in control. The destruction and even the energy contained in it that Dario showed was completely beyond his cognition. This is no longer an ordinary enemy, and we must find a way to figure out the secret of their magic. Looking at Dario, who was slowly walking towards him with a giant sword not far away, Eredin tried to activate the space force in his body, pretending to be afraid and retreating slightly and begging, "There is no need to continue fighting. I'm willing to lead the Ainel tribe to surrender to you. I only ask you to teach us about magic related knowledge. I don't need your surrender. We already have a guy named Kiranthi, and we don't need another one." However, Dario rejected Aradin's surrender request without hesitation, and finally said a piece of news that shocked all the fierce elves present. As Kiranthi's immediate superior, Aradin stood there again in a daze, and it took a long time for him to recover from this shocking news. Kiranthi betrayed them? Yes. If it wasn't for the betrayal, how could these invaders find Turnalia's location accurately? If it wasn't for the betrayal, why did he flee his home with the books in the library? Even Suri was shocked by the news, and the look she gave Yuzi was full of surprise and confusion. Could it be Yuzi didn't actually betray her? Chapter 337. From now on, stop drinking. While Dario was still engaging in an overwhelming battle with Aradin deep inside the palace, the battle outside the palace had already come to an end. Fire. Bomb him hard. An elven officer was directing the elven artillerymen to push the cannon to the square outside the awakening palace, with a ferocious smile on his face that did not hide his excitement. However, before the artillerymen pushed the iron shells into the barrel, a demon warrior rushed to them and shouted, "Stop, the order of the demon god is to ensure that all the elven sages inside survive. Do you want to disobey the order of the demon god? Who told you that you must keep those elven sages alive?" Lord Rohan said that he is tired of waiting and has now allowed the use of heavy firepower to bombard the palace. Didn't you receive the notice? Yeah? Didn't they say that those elven sages are precious treasures, so they can only be left alive? Point 6. Hearing the question of this cute demon, the elven officer couldn't help rolling his eyes, and then began to lead the artillerymen to prepare for the bombing. As a frontline officer, after witnessing the powerful magic of the elven sages, that was no less powerful than that of the sorceresses, he knew that this battle could no longer be resolved by traditional means. Apart from anything else, the magic covering the entire palace and the magic shield that could resist crossbows and ordinary muskets alone had already caused many Durachi warriors to lose their precious lives in vain. Even as a dreadlord with a rich family background, Rohan could not afford such a losing deal. In less than half a day, nearly 1,000 elven warriors had fallen in Turnaria, and even their bodies were directly blasted into meat paste by magic, leaving only the silver armor well preserved in the sea of flesh and blood all over the palace to tell of their former glory. It has come to this point. How can we still have time to care about the lives of those elven sages? If the magic knowledge of the elven sages is gone, then Rohan can still find a way to create new magic or seek help from other magic worlds. But if the elite troops are all gone, under the guidance of such thoughts, the elf officers naturally would not conserve their strength, but began to frantically gather heavy artillery and incendiary bombs, preparing to directly turn the entire awakening palace into ruins. Looking through the telescope at the awakening palace not far away, which had been evacuated by all personnel, the artillery officer slowly raised his saber and shouted, "Ballistic test, iron shells are loaded, and fire." Boom. After receiving the order, a cannon located in the square immediately began to spray out terrifying fire snakes, and the round shells immediately turned into black shadows and flew in the air, smashing hard towards the collapsed awakening palace. Since the Silver Mist warriors had already evacuated the battlefield, most of the elf sages had already removed their magic shields and hid behind the wall to rest, and they had never thought that there would be such a terrifying weapon in the world. Hearing the sound of cannons and whistles from afar, a tired elven sage couldn't help but stand up from the floor, looked up at the wall next to him, and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Boom. Before he could react, an iron cannonball that was a circle larger than his head instantly pierced through the wall that he thought was solid and went straight through his body. This was not over yet. After passing through the body of the unfortunate sage, the iron ball with a piece of intestine hanging on it obviously did not mean to stop. Instead, it bounced on the ground and flew towards the wild hunt elf who was sitting on the ground to rest. "Get out of the way." The elves along the way subconsciously dodged, but the speed of the cannonball was obviously not something the flesh could react to, so many elves had their hands and feet smashed off and fell into a coma on the spot. They don't even have the speed to react. Could such a terrifying iron ball be an attack launched by a trebuchet? Impossible. They didn't have enough time to assemble it. If it was teleported, even the portal opened by the ancient blood himself couldn't transport such a huge siege machine. Such a powerful speed and power must not be as simple as a trebuchet. The iron ball must have used some kind of rune weapon or a strange iron rod similar to the one they used to launch steel balls. Faced with this situation, even Archangel, who always prided himself on being calm, began to waver. For a moment, he couldn't tell what was going on. The air was filled with a faint smell of gunpowder and blood, and the unique smell of gunpowder weapons made him vaguely familiar with the smell of gunpowder smoke. He first swallowed his saliva as he looked at the broken bodies on the ground, then squatted down and carefully examined the cannonballs with intestines hanging on them, then pulled out a captured musket from his waist and muttered, "Is it a giant iron rod similar to this iron rod that shoots steel balls, but with a larger scale?" As the most respected Archon of Ternalia for 2 consecutive terms, Gale not only has a keen political mind, but is also an elf sage who is good at analysis and reasoning. Although he has almost no contact and knowledge of gunpowder weapons, he still feels that there must be some connection between these two seemingly unrelated weapons. However, now is not the time to think about these. Looking at the lonely hole on the wall, Gale immediately had an ominous premonition in his heart, and then his face changed drastically, and shouted to the people around him, "Hide quickly." Boom boom boom. As soon as the voice fell, dozens of continuous cannon shots came from a distance, followed by the same terrible whistling sound as before, which immediately made the Wild Hunt elves present start to quickly look for cover. On the contrary, several fearless elf sages suddenly began to mobilize the magic power in their bodies, and then an orange-red magic shield appeared in front of them, shouting, "I'm not afraid of bullets." However, even the Chaos Demon and the Dragon did not dare to resist the cannonballs with their bodies, let alone try to resist with magic that was weakened by the lack of magic power. These elf sages were like the boxers who tried to use traditional kung fu to resist foreign guns and cannons. Although the spirit they showed was touching, it was ultimately useless. Seeing that the powerful elven sages had turned into a pile of meat, the remaining Wild Hunt elves who had not mastered large-scale magic could only hide behind the bunkers, and asked Gale nervously, "Gale, can't we surrender? If this goes on, we will all die here." "I don't want to die yet. I'm only 110 years old. If we surrender Ashley now, we will really become fish on the chopping board. Only by showing that we, Anel, still have the confidence to continue fighting, can we win better surrender conditions." Hearing the desperate pleas of his compatriots, Gale couldn't help but hesitate in his heart, then gritted his teeth and continued, "Don't worry, I have already ordered people to notify the remaining warriors to launch a sneak attack from the enemy's rear. As long as Eredin can launch an attack, everything will be fine." At this point, Gale's face couldn't help but show a touch of confidence, and he was obviously quite satisfied with his plan. So at this moment, where is the Eredin who is about to launch an attack? Outside the palace, Rohan had already closed the portal on the Black Ark. After all, his administrative department had already entered the city to take over the city defense, so he didn't need to worry too much. After all, as a dreadlord who controlled several worlds, Rohan had already built his own administrative department, and he could still ensure the operation of a city. At this moment, he was sitting in front of the bonfire of the citizens of Ternalia, eating local specialties, while watching the show of bombarding the palace. He looked very uncomfortable in his leisurely manner. Not far away from him, Dario was walking towards him slowly with Ciri and Yeezy, and at the same time he was holding an ugly head in his hand, which looked very disgusting. "My lord, Ciri, whom you asked me to find, has been brought here for you. This is also the head of the elf known as the King of the Wild Hunt. Please have a look. Hey, can't you see I'm eating? Take it away." Seeing Dario bring the head in his hand to him, Rohan couldn't help but pick up a plate of roast chicken and walked away from him with some disgust, then smiled and waved to Ciri, "Little girl with white hair, I have said that we will meet again soon, but I didn't expect it to be in this kind of occasion. Do you want to eat together? You are now standing on someone else's land, sitting on someone else's pile of corpses, eating food that originally belonged to someone else, and now you are posing as a host to invite me?" Looking at Rohan in front of him with a kind face, Ciri turned her head and looked at the corpses of the Wild Hunt elves that had not been cleaned up around her, with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Although the Anel elves are a nomadic people who feed themselves by plundering other worlds, Utarachi are also not good people. Facing Ciri's ridicule, Rohan narrowed his eyes and took back the plate he handed to her, then asked Yeezy, who was filling the transparent bowl next to him, "You originally planned to push Ciri into my service according to your master's plan, but now it seems that it has not succeeded. Could it be that the old god has become greedy for the blood of the ancients?" What? Hearing Rohan's words, the originally calm Ciri's eyes immediately flashed with pain and surprise, and her eyes looking at Yeezy became complicated again. Because Rohan had secretly informed her before, she had already known that Yeezy's identity was a believer and follower of the three-eyed raven, so Ciri actually knew Yeezy's identity and purpose a long time ago. However, she did not expect that Yeezy would actually sell herself out for the so-called old god. Facing Ciri's complicated gaze, Yeezy's green face, which was originally kind-hearted, immediately turned pale. When she was about to explain her behavior, she was interrupted by Rohan. Okay, I'm not interested in the messy emotional issues between you. After all, although I'm not hostile to you, I can't let you go so easily for the time being. I thought you were a good person. It seems that you are no different from Eredin." Hearing that Rohan actually planned to imprison her like the Wild Hunt, Ciri's face immediately became a little gloomy, and the faces of the surrounding Druchii elves also became a little unfriendly. In order to prevent her from escaping, Eredin specially asked the elf sage to make her a collar that can suppress the power of the ancient blood, so that she can no longer travel through space recklessly. Recalling the terrible rumors she heard in the tavern in the north about the Druchii elves attacking the widow village at night and even kidnapping noble ladies as slaves, Ciri couldn't help but feel a chill. Will the rest of her life become a hot weapon lying in bed and being slaughtered by others? Noticing Ciri's pale face and trembling lips, Rohan couldn't help but roll his eyes, then gnawed on a chicken leg and retorted, "Although I don't know what you are thinking, I always feel that you seem to have a deep misunderstanding of me. Would I really do such a thing as forcing a good woman into prostitution? Although he would use sweet words to coax innocent princesses, let the daughters of other family leaders serve as his maids, and even train a simple-minded queen into a hot weapon. But he is actually a good silver. What's more, for a heroine like Ciri who is straightforward and kind-hearted, as a great slave owner in the Warhammer world, it is not suitable for him to deal with her, but more suitable to be friends. Of course, if he can help his brother when he is in trouble, or even push him on the bed, it would be great. Wait, why do I have such a lustful idea in my mind?" After shaking his head to clear the distracting thoughts in his mind, Rohan took out 2 plates again and handed them to Ciri and Yeezy in front of him, and then comforted them. "Don't worry about your next situation. I will provide you with good food and drink, and I will return your freedom when there is a suitable opportunity in the future." This time Ciri did not refuse Rohan's invitation, but angrily took the plate and sat on the table, and then grabbed the chicken leg on the table and started to eat it without any image. It is not difficult to see from the ruthlessness of gritting teeth that Ciri is obviously ready to vent her resentment towards Rohan on the food. Rohan secretly picked up a wine glass and looked at his increasingly enchanting face through the reflection of the unknown red wine in the wine glass, and then couldn't help but secretly exclaimed, "I was hurt by wine and sex, and I became so haggard." Because Isabel had been wanting to have a child during this period, Rohan, who stayed in the Black Ark to prepare for the war, almost never left the room, and had a variety of nights every night. In addition, Isabel often dragged Undine to perform double acts together, so the body of the chosen one was inevitably a little decadent. Thinking of this, Rohan, who never drank, gently put down the wine glass in his hand, and then looked at the awakening palace in the distance, where the white flag was raised. Looking at Gale, who was walking out of it with his hands raised, he murmured, "From now on, stop drinking. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 338, The Injured Goddess. I'm Archangel. Tell your soldiers to stop. We are willing to negotiate with you. In the square of the Awakening Palace, Gale led 2 elven sages who had laid down their weapons and were walking towards Rohan with their hands raised, while nervously looking at the silver mist warriors around them who were pointing their own muskets at them. As an Archon who loved his people, Gale saw at a glance that the flames in Ternaria were gradually disappearing, as well as the familiar head and ancient blood on the ground not far from Rohan. According to the original plan, Eredin would take the ancient blood to a hidden place through the back door, and then find a way to sneak attack the invaders from behind, to gain bargaining chips for the next negotiations. But now Eredin's corpse and the ancient blood all appeared in the other party's tent, which undoubtedly meant that his plan had been aborted before it officially began. It's okay to fail, at least he died on the battlefield as a great hero, and can be used as a hero of the resistance struggle, which can also be regarded as clearing his suspicion of poisoning the King of Redwood. Gale secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed that the two elven sages around him were looking at Eredin's head with angry regret. It was not because Eredin could die early so that he could inherit the rights, but because the loss of the Ainel tribe today was too great. Not to mention the city of Ternalia, which has now been fully taken over by the Durachi elves. The collapse of the Awakening Palace alone has made his heart bleed. After half an hour of continuous bombing, there was no longer any building higher than 3 floors in the once magnificent Awakening Palace, and the entire palace was almost completely turned into ruins. More importantly, the Awakening Palace was not a castle built for strategic significance, so there was not much food and medicine placed in it, which eventually led to many wounded people starting to fester. It is completely unnecessary to continue to let his compatriots sacrifice for some temporary benefits. This respected yet unfamiliar elven sage, are you willing to accept our surrender? Gale held the elven scimitar at his waist horizontally in front of his chest, then solemnly knelt on one knee on the floor, stained with the blood of his compatriots, and asked the majestic Dario. In his opinion, the elven warriors of Durachi are all cruel and cold-blooded powerful warriors, so as their ruler, he must also be a strong man with a hideous face, otherwise he will not be able to control the situation at all. What's more, the pair of flesh wings emitting candlelight behind the opponent are simply the same as those wild and fearless demons, and they are not good people. As for Rohan, who was sitting next to him and eating with the ancient blood, although his appearance and body shape are much more handsome and powerful than Dario, he can't be called a qualified leader, right? Facing Gale kneeling in front of him, Dario finally came back to his senses from the initial confusion, then quietly moved away, nodded to Rohan and said, "You recognize the wrong person. That is our leader. Is it him?" Hearing that, Dario actually pointed his eyes at Rohan, who was eating greasy food next to him, and the well-behaved ancient blood next to him. Gale couldn't help but reveal a puzzled look in his eyes. Even the elf sages looked at the elf leader in front of them, who seemed very young at first glance, and obviously didn't know why a young elf who looked only 100 years old could become a leader. Facing Gale's puzzled look, Rohan casually cast a cleansing magic on himself, and then looked at the handsome elf Archon in front of him and said, "It's really interesting. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to bring your men to surrender to me. Are you going to ask me to accept your unconditional surrender like Eredin? What?" Hearing Rohan's shocking information, the doubts in Gale and the elven sage's eyes instantly disappeared, and they turned to look at Eredin's twisted and painful head on the ground in disbelief. Since Eredin was already dead, Gale and the others did not know that the unconditional surrender proposed by the other party was just a trade-off, which could just be used as a stain for Rohan to identify the other party. Although unconditional surrender and conditional surrender seem to be only one word different, they are actually worlds apart. In the case of conditional surrender, the defeated party only needs to pay the various compensation methods and requirements signed in the treaty, and does not need to worry about having to pay outside the treaty. However, unconditional surrender is truly at the mercy of others. Gale took the initiative to come and request to sign a peace agreement this time, in order to sign a surrender agreement with the invading Durachi elves, at least to ensure that Ternaria would not be completely occupied. Of course, it would be even better if the ancient blood could be taken back. However, Eredin actually proposed unconditional surrender, although they didn't know whether it was true or not. Because the other party was dead, it was enough to make them lower their tolerance for surrender again. As a shrewd Archon, Gale obviously knew what kind of disaster unconditional surrender would bring to Ainel, so he did not hesitate to distance himself from the matter and said, Eredin is just a king who assassinated the former king of Redwood and ascended to the throne improperly, so I think we should re-examine the issue of the surrender treaty. In a word, he would never admit unconditional surrender. The dead Eredin could become a national sinner, but in order to be able to live and serve his people better, Gale could only take over this mess reluctantly. Faced with this situation, Rohan, who had never taken Eredin's last words to heart, naturally would not deny it, but said seriously, that's right, a despicable and shameless person who poisoned his own king has no persuasive power at all, not to mention that you are still the losers, so I'm prepared to become your new king of Redwood with difficulty. That's right, Eredin, you want to be the king of Redwood? Gale did not notice the ambition revealed in Rohan's words at first, but after a few seconds, he immediately reacted, and then shook his head decisively and said, impossible. Although it is a bit offensive, not to mention your identity as an invader, the elf sages will never agree to let the guy who was slaughtering our people the last second become the supreme king. Although Ainel and the Durachi elves belong to the same slave society, there is a big gap between the social systems and folk customs of the two sides, which cannot be made up by changing leaders. More importantly, Ternaria has never been a precedent for foreign leaders, so even Gale would not agree to this opinion. However, Gale's stern denial was completely within Rohan's expectations. Rohan took out a silver cross pendant from his chest and wiped it in his hand. Then he smiled and asked, don't be so anxious to refuse, because I will give you a condition that you can't refuse. Young Archon, you don't want your people to live under the threat of white frost in the future, right? After saying that, Rohan's face showed an intriguing smile. Even Gale, who was always calm, was a little irritated after seeing this smile. After a moment of silence, he said, what do you want to say? Do you have a way to solve the threat that white frost has given us? White frost is a fine dust in the vacuum zone between countless dimensional universes. Even the smartest human scholars and elf sages cannot tell whether it is a natural disaster or magic. Because the inward elves, who have not yet split, frequently use the power of unicorns to open portals to other worlds. This originally static dust has become more active and finally turned into a blizzard that swept the entire world. However, there is one thing that everyone agrees on. That is, no matter what the white frost is, he has destroyed countless rich worlds. Even the glorious era that once belonged to Ainwood is gone forever, and he had to split into two races to ensure that his race would not be wiped out by the white frost. The reason why the blood of the ancients is so valued by the wild hunt elves is that this space magic that can freely shuttle between different worlds can lead the elves to continue to avoid the threat of the white frost. Does this guy intend to use his ability to open portals as well as a condition for me to support him to become the new king of Redwood? Recalling the rumors he had heard before, Gale's eyes flashed with a strange color, but he did not choose to speak up, to take over the conversation. Although the conditions are very tempting, if you want them to let go of their hatred, or even let the citizens of Ternaria forget their hatred, then the price is too low. But if Rohan really naively thought that he could use this to threaten Ainel to become his slave, then Gale wouldn't mind letting him see what a hero is. No, you seem to have misunderstood something. Although I really can't change this large-scale natural disaster with my ability, I can still prevent the white frost from entering Ternaria forever. Seeing the sudden death on Gale's face, Rohan, who was originally planning to continue the negotiation, hurriedly waved his hand, and then moved a small stool to explain patiently. He was still optimistic about this sensible Archon, not to mention that there were not many people under his command who knew how to handle government affairs, so he only planned to conquer the other party by peaceful means. Moreover, Ternaria was not a very big world. In terms of size, it was just an ordinary continent that was not much different from the kingdom of Plo. In terms of resources, it was not as good as the Earthen Pender. Instead of wasting time and effort to set up a set of your own makeshift team, it would be better to just use the original local team to make do with life. He only cared about the magical knowledge and background of the Ainel elves. As long as he could train enough wizards to serve in his army every year, he would be satisfied. As for the local administrative policy, as long as there was no large-scale rebellion, and he could pay enough taxes and resources every year, he didn't care. Gale knew nothing about Rohan's little plan, but he was still a little excited when he looked at the kind Lord of Dread in front of him, and even his eyes towards him became a lot kinder. You mean, you know someone who can end the threat of white frost forever? Ahem. To be precise, it's a god. Now please allow me to introduce her to you, the Lady of the Mist from the Kingdom of Iris, the vanguard against the evil chaos, the guide of the lost, the #1 princess in the world. 200 words of praise omitted, the gentle and kind perfect goddess, Goddess Rajlia, Lady of the Mist. It's the Lady of the Mist who is coming in person. Mysterious and charming Lady of the Mist, you are my god. As Rohan finally ended his endless words of praise, the surrounding silver mist warriors all waved their weapons and screamed enthusiastically, just like those fans who had seen their male god in their previous lives. After all, most of the silver mist warriors are young people from the bottom of the society of Durachi. If nothing unexpected happens, they will most likely die tragically as cannon fodder in meaningless factional struggles. But now, they are not only endowed with strong physiques and armed with their inner beliefs, but also become pillars of society that were once out of reach, sacrificing their young lives to fight against chaos. Not only that, even their souls after death can be free from the pollution of chaos. Is there any better ending than this in the Warhammer world full of despair? You are really as good at boasting as before. Your little mouth is like honey. Under the cheers of many elves and the delights of the elf sages, a thick layer of fog instantly covered the entire Ternalia, making the city built on the waterfall as beautiful as a fairyland. In a trance, Gale stared blankly at the graceful figure in silver gauze walking out of the fog, and even didn't care that he had opened his mouth wide. As a once firm materialist, he was shaken at this moment. The sweet voice, as gentle as water, moistened his anxious heart like the spring rain that symbolizes hope, and made Gale, who was originally a little decadent, immediately become energetic. It was not until the clone of Lady Mist slowly floated down beside Rohan, and gently held the other's handsome face with his hands, that Gale came back to his senses. Looking at the silver mist warriors who had already knelt on one knee and the two elf sages who had also knelt, he sighed. Is this a miracle? But now Rohan no longer had time to listen to his mumbling, because at this moment, his heart was stirring up an unprecedented rage. Since he has been focusing on opening up new worlds and forming an expeditionary force in recent years, most of the time he communicated with Lady Mist through spiritual consciousness, which is commonly known as online chatting. However, when he personally experienced the somewhat unstable spiritual consciousness of Lady Mist, he realized an extremely serious problem. Lady Mist, who hurt you? Chapter 339. It's better not to have this Asuyan. Feeling the slightly erratic consciousness of Lady Mist, Rohan felt that his back teeth were about to break in anger, so he took a deep breath and slowly asked, "What a blasphemy. Please tell me who is the culprit." As a god of faith with tens of millions of loyal believers, Lady Mist's strength is enough to rival the secondary chaos gods like the Horned Rat, and can even compete with Lilith. In this situation, someone can make Lady Mist's consciousness unstable. There are undoubtedly only two possibilities for the enemy. Either it is a sneak attack similar to the Horned Rat, causing serious trauma to Lady Mist through despicable means, or it is a god whose strength far exceeds that of Lady Mist who has pulled down his face to bully the younger generation. No matter which possibility it is, this shameless act of undeclared war is a despicable provocation, and it must be fought back with a heavy punch. My lady, please tell me who the enemy is. Blood and glory are for new victories. We will impose sanctions on any evil creature that tries to challenge the order. Yes, Cain flows in our bodies, and we should repay blood with blood. No matter who the enemy is, we can bring them to justice. Seeing that Lady Mist did not seem to want to dwell on this matter too much, Rohan no longer cared about the silver mist warriors around him, and then began to ask questions decisively. The surrounding silver mist warriors also became excited, and were obviously full of anger and murderous intent when Lady Mist suffered trauma. For them, Lady Mist is the mentor who led them back to the right path from the lost road, and she is simply a reborn mother to them. Moreover, after all these years of development, the military strength under Rohan's command has long been different from the past. Even if we look at the entire elf population, it is a powerful force that cannot be ignored. If the enemy is the Horned Rat, He will personally lead the Black Ark to attack the Skaven wasteland from the sea, and personally turn the capital of the Skaven into a wasteland. If the enemy is the 4 Chaos Gods, he will once again launch a large-scale support against Kyiv and an expeditionary force that specifically enters the Chaos Wasteland to hunt chaos, turning Kyiv into the endpoint of the Chaos invasion. Thinking of this, Rohan couldn't help but secretly rub his hands and look at the Lady of the Mist, looking forward to launching a bloody massacre against all enemies again. The blood of Cain also flows in his body, and he can't wait to fight. However, when the Lady of the Mist told the elves the culprit with a complicated expression, not only Rohan, who was looking forward to blood and war, but also other Silver Mist warriors were confused. It's useless. All the injuries I suffered were the punishment of the God King of the Pantheon, Azuran, for my long-term interference in the mortal world over the years. It has nothing to do with you. The Lady of the Mist's soft face was full of sadness, and her star-like eyes were full of heartbreaking crystals, as if they contained unspeakable grievances and pain. Just a few days ago, she was busy providing support to the Anger expeditionary force that was preaching in Tyrell and the border princes, and secretly spreading her beliefs in the areas of Britannia that opposed the Lady of the Lake. Because the Lady of the Mist always gives back to her loyal believers, even the most humble and ignorant old farmers and hedge knights living in tree holes will receive encouragement and gifts from the Lady of the Mist. Although in most cases, the Lady of the Mist specifically recruits beautiful and sweet elf maids to answer the prayers of believers, this is enough to make the boring hearts of the old farmers feel like spring breeze. After all, compared with the unattainable Lady of the Lake and the Fairy of the Lake who is not worldly, who can refuse the goddess who will answer him in his most desperate moment? For a while, several pagan knights who believed in the Lady of the Mist suddenly appeared in Britannia, making those noble grandfathers who only knew how to exploit the old farmers miserable. It's really speechless for the family members. The chivalrous knights sent out to suppress the pagans actually rebelled and joined the pagan camp. It's really a ghost. Although this act of stealing the house secretly made the Lady of the Mist feel a little embarrassed, who let the locals in the Warhammer world provide the highest quality of faith power. As for Lilith, haha, the incident of her molesting her chosen one in front of her a few years ago has not been turned over yet, and it's good that she didn't take the initiative to go to the door to cause trouble. Besides, the believers she recruited were all peasants who had completely despaired of life and knights who had nowhere else to turn. They did not pose any danger to the rule of the Lady of the Lake. Compared with the humiliation she suffered that year, it should not be too much for her to get a little reward from them. However, the Lady of the Mist obviously underestimated the narrow-mindedness of the Lady of the Lake. For a fairy like Lilith who grew up with a golden spoon in her mouth, she could not tolerate a grain of sand in her eyes. Not long after, the Lady of the Mist, who was far away in Iris, learned 2 pieces of news that made her angry. First, according to the order of the Lake Fairy of Carcassonne to all Britannian nobles, all knights could unconditionally execute pagans in the country. The scalp of an old farmer could be exchanged for 50 silver coins, and the scalp of a pagan knight was worth 50 gold coins. Overnight, the streets and alleys of Britannia were filled with the blood of the slaughtered old farmers, and countless self-proclaimed noble knights began to carry out large-scale legal massacres, taking the opportunity to clean up those untouchables who were usually disliked. Second, a phoenix guard from the Temple of Azuran rode a frost phoenix to the Temple of Misty in the Iris Mountains, and arrogantly issued an ultimatum to the Maid of Lady Misty. According to the decree issued by the Pantheon, since Lady Misty has been expanding barbarically against the will of the Pantheon, Lady Misty must go to the temple to accept punishment. Before the Maid of Lady Misty could react, the arrogant Phoenix Guard rode the Phoenix away from the Temple of Misty, not taking it seriously at all. And the temple he mentioned was undoubtedly the Temple of Azuran. End of memories. After listening to Lady Misty's story, all the Silver Mist warriors present fell into a dead silence, obviously not knowing what to do for a while. Azuran. This old man is a real emperor of heaven and lord of the gods, and he is also the first true god in the world. Moreover, although most of the Durachi elves put Bloody Hand Cain in the chief position of the Pantheon, it does not mean that they deny the power of Azuran. After all, as the brother of Bloody Cain and the god of craftsmanship, how could he be a weakling? Through the thick fog around them, the Silver Mist warriors looked at the elegant and graceful figure of the Lady of the Mist, and couldn't help but bow their heads. Although they did believe in the Lady of the Mist and were willing to sacrifice their lives for her, Azurian was also their belief. Faced with this situation of choosing between the two, even the most tenacious warriors could not help but fall into entanglement and confusion. However, Rohan didn't care what kind of person Azurian was. To him, a god who watched his believers die without any reaction, and was even unwilling to move his butt on the throne, was not worthy of being the main god. So, you were punished by the god of that bastard Azurian, and finally became so unstable? Rohan didn't care about the surprised eyes of the elves around him, and spoke blasphemous and slanderous words about Azurian without hesitation, as if the enemy was just a chaos demon. In his opinion, the reason why Azurian attacked the Lady of the Mist at this time was probably because Lilith, the little swordsman, had slandered him, which eventually led to this result. After all, the Lady of the Mist had begun to expand the number and scope of her followers a few years ago, and this matter had long been a well-known secret in Althon. As the saying goes, Azurian does not move, Lilith moves around. Azurian was able to personally impose sanctions, which obviously involved the instigation of the people around him. But is it important? As the most favored chosen one of the Lady of the Mist, the glory that Rohan has achieved now is completely from the gift of the Lady of the Mist, so that Rohan sometimes worries whether his demands are too greedy. Although as a Durachi elf he should not have any gratitude, his instinct as a human being in his previous life still tells him that he should not be greedy. Because of this, Rohan chooses to bring the name of the Lady of the Mist in every speech on important occasions, not only to support himself, but also to spread the faith of the Lady of the Mist. If I choose to watch Lady Mist being bullied and do nothing at this time, then what qualifications do I have to be a chosen one? What? Are you all afraid? Are you willing to submit to the oppression brought to us by the so-called creator and the gods? Looking at the silent silver mist warriors around him, and Ario who was leaning against the wall in thought, Rohan stood up and looked at the elves around him who dared not look directly at him, and then whispered, "Look at the gorgeous embroidered robes on you, and the silver crosses on your chests, and ask yourself in your heart, are you really worthy of them?" Hearing Rohan's sharp and even somewhat harsh sarcasm, a trembling silver mist warrior immediately stood up from the ground and said excitedly, I'm willing to sacrifice my life for the Lady of the Mist, and even my soul can be taken away if necessary, but Azurian is also our belief, we can't. Azurian is your belief, what kind of bullshit is this? However, before he could finish speaking, Rohan interrupted his subordinate's conversation more directly than ever before, and then questioned with disdain and an attitude that violated traditional values. I'm curious about how you came to this conclusion. Did Azurian grant you a divine blessing similar to the Phoenix Guard in times of distress, or do you often worship his statue? Neither. As far as I know, when you were tortured by pain, and could not get any help from heaven or earth, and you almost prayed to the Chaos God, it was the Lady of the Mist who guided you in the direction of progress. On the other hand, what about Azurian? Even though you placed him in the second place in the Pantheon's shrine, and prayed to him day and night, he never responded to you, and you have never even seen his messenger. In the invasion of chaos, the looting of the greenskins, and even the absurd wars between the elves, has the shadow of his king of the gods ever appeared? Azurian is indeed the lord of the gods. You love God with all your heart, but does God love you? As soon as these words came out, both the Silver Mist warrior who was kneeling on the ground and Syrian Gale who were watching the show beside them were a little confused, staring blankly at this two-winged elf who was completely different from the secular concept. In their impression, worshipping gods is something that should not be rewarded, because that will only make the gods think you are not pious, and eventually you will even be punished by the gods. However, Rohan does not think so. For him, pragmatism is the most important thing. In his opinion, Durachi should not worship useless gods. Since Azurian has never used his power to bless those believers who believe in and seek his protection, why should Durachi lick his face and come forward to stick to the cold butt? In comparison, even bloody Cain has become so cute. After all, as long as war and conspiracy can please the other party, Cain will never be stingy with his blessings. There have been countless Cain incarnations in history, but only a few have been fortunate enough to become the incarnation of Azurian, the king of the gods. What does this mean? This means that Azurian is a fart. Now that hypocritical king of the gods has bullied us, He has humiliated Our Lady of the Mist and tarnished our faith, and you still want to speak for him? Looking at the silver mist warriors around him whose eyes were filled with light again, Rohan suddenly raised the great sword in his hand, which symbolized the glory of the Cinder in the past, and pointed it at the sky, and then shouted, "The peak welcomes hypocritical support, and the dusk will witness loyal believers. If you are really willing to fight for the benevolent Lady of the Mist, then please follow me on the expedition to Ulthuan. From today on, we no longer recognize Ashuran or other gods as our main gods. The Lady of the Mist is our only faith in this world. My brothers and sisters, let us fight for a bluer world. Let us fight for more helpless people, and even fight for peace and glory. Drachi. For the Lady. Blood, glory, victory." Under the cheers of the Silver Mist warriors that resounded throughout Ternalia and the anxious gazes of the Ainel elves, the Lady of the Mist and Rohan gradually began to emit a dazzling light, and then illuminated the entire city like the sun. Even the sun in the sky became particularly dim at this moment, and it seemed that only these two holy figures were left in the world to echo each other. The cheering Dirachi elves did not realize that their actions at this moment had quietly changed the future that was destined to end, and brought a glimmer of hope for life to the world. Chapter 340 Rice Basin. Half a year later, Ternalia. I'll leave this place to you. When I finish dealing with the unification of Pendor and the diplomatic relations of Westeros, I will go to Ulthuan to settle this account in person. My lord, the faith of the Lady of the Mist has spread throughout this world. I wonder if you are willing to hold the ceremony of the coronation of the King of the Redwood now? No need. When Pendor and the older elves are completely unified by us, I will personally hold the coronation ceremony across time and space. Half a year passed quickly. With the first marble-built mist temple built in the center of Ternalia, Rohan was also ready to lead his troops back to Westeros. Since neither Rohan nor Dario was a qualified wizard, the surrendered Okan, Gale, was still responsible for ruling this city belonging to the Ainel elves. At the same time, in order to prevent the resistance of the people from threatening the spread of faith, a permanent army consisting of 4,000 silver mist warriors and 500 ash dragon riders also entered the mist temple. In addition, the members of the Inquisition who were scattered among the people began to strangle the rebellious forces who tried to resist, and the public security in Ternalia was greatly improved for a time. Under such circumstances, Rohan was finally able to return to Westeros, where he built the Magic Academy, with the magic manuscripts and precious inheritances that originally belonged to the elven sages that were looted from the people. In the square of the Mist Temple, Rohan silently looked at the elf warriors who were lining up to pass through the portal in front of him, and said to a silver mist guard beside him, "Mars, the security of this city is handed over to you. Remember to do a good job of preaching and management. Do you understand? Don't worry, your majesty, I will take good care of this city for you, as long as I'm alive." Stop, stop, stop. If you really encounter any irresistible special situation, then the primary goal is to preserve your own strength. There is no need to sacrifice too many lives of your own people to protect this place. And it's still early before the king's ceremony. I have to write to the Witch King to explain the current situation. Therefore, you are not allowed to make trouble for me before that, understand? Rohan directly stretched out his hand to interrupt Mars's emotional speech that seemed to be heroic, and then decisively ordered them to forbid them to call themselves His Majesty the King in public. He didn't have any doubts about becoming the King of Redwood, but simply didn't want to arouse the jealousy and dissatisfaction of the Witch King of Nagarand. After all, although Malekith was honored as the Orthodox Phoenix King by the Druchii elves, this title was just empty talk before retaking Ulthuan, and it could even be said to be full of irony. Although the current relationship between the two sides can be regarded as friendly neighbors, who knows whether his rash claim to the throne will cause hostility from the other side? Moreover, according to Rohan's understanding of the Witch King, when he served as the captain of the Black Guard for 100 years, as long as he did not touch the other side's bottom line and still supported him to become the Phoenix King, he would not mind, no matter how much fun he had. Don't worry, sir, I will ask those soldiers who participated in the garrison to be in a state of combat readiness, and I will never let them cause you any trouble. Seeing Mars use his fingers to zip up his mouth, Rohan walked towards the portal with satisfaction, ready to return to the Westeros continent he had been away from for a long time. Half a year is just a blink of an eye for the elves, but it is so long for humans. It is said that King Robert was seriously injured by a stray wildhound while hunting. Before he died, he publicly appointed Joffrey as the future heir to the kingdom. The situation is very good for the elves. What's more interesting is that Robert's will specifically emphasized that the future king's hand would be held by Rohan, a foreigner. This is really great news. With years of getting along and taking care of him, although Joffrey is still the unruly and brutal blonde young man, he has long been obedient to Rohan as his master. Moreover, Rohan has almost never taught Joffrey what is the way to govern the country, so political problems can only be handled by the king's hand. As candidate heirs, Myrcella and Tommen have also entered the Black Tower Academy to study. The ministers in the royal meeting are all those who sold the country to the elves for their own interests. It can be said that they are his family. As for Queen Cersei, who thinks she is a little smart and can use her beautiful body to reversely control Rohan for her own use, Rohan was reluctant to harm this maidservant of the Inquisition who was surrounded by people who sold her information, but didn't realize it, and even because Rohan treated her like a rice bowl, but thought that Rohan couldn't live without her, he was smug and naive. These days, it's not easy to find a woman as big and brainless as Cersei. Maybe keeping her will be useful. Thinking of this, Rohan flapped his wings and crossed the cracks in time and space and brought his army to the deck of the Black Ark floating on the Iron Islands. However, Rohan didn't know at this time that Cersei, the canary who was spared by him because of his momentary kindness, had already begun to prepare to repay him in the distant King's Landing. King's Landing, Red Castle. My little Joff has finally grown up, and now he has even been anointed with holy oil and can become the most noble king of this country. In the empty Iron Throne Hall, Queen Mother Cersei, who has become more beautiful due to long-term use of potions, is looking at her handsome eldest son in front of her with satisfaction, with a deep sense of pride in her eyes. Now that Robert is dead, all the suspects who knew the identities of the three Golden brothers and sisters were secretly executed with the help of the elves, all thanks to her. If she hadn't put aside her sense of shame and tried her best to please Rohan and allowed her promised land blessed by the gods to be intruded at will, how could Joffrey have achieved what he has today? In addition, her good father, the noble Duke Tywin, had his head cut off in public in the battle with the Iron Islands, and the entire Lannister family had lost its former glory. However, at this time, Cersei was able to push her son, who had the blood of the Lannister family, to inherit the Iron Throne and help the Lannister building to collapse, which can be said to have made an unprecedented contribution. In the eyes of Cersei, who has a simple brain, all the glory now should be thanks to her. Of course, the elves also made a lot of contributions in running around for her, and they are also objects that must be won over. Thinking of this, Cersei, who was watching Joffrey being dressed up, subconsciously retracted her legs. Her charming blonde face gradually turned red and her eyes began to become blurred. Half a year has passed, and she is so thirsty. Just when Cersei was about to daydream, Joffrey's complaining voice suddenly came from the Iron Throne, interrupting the warm current that was about to flow out. Anointed with the holy oil of the seven gods? In fact, I would rather be baptized by the devout monks in the Temple of the Mists. At least they are much kinder than that fat archbishop. On the Iron Throne, Joffrey looked at the maid in front of him who was tidying up his appearance with some boredom. Then he couldn't help but wipe the sharp spikes on the Iron Throne beside him and asked the ministers, "My master, hasn't your honorable hand of the king returned to King's Landing yet? I can't wait to hold a banquet in the Red Castle to welcome the master. Your Majesty, don't be too anxious. His Royal Highness the Hand of the King has already said that he will come to attend your coronation ceremony. I believe he will soon be over King's Landing by now." Finance Minister Petty responded to Joffrey's question with a flattering attitude. After all, he had officially married the widow of the Duke of the Vale not long ago and became a new nobleman with real power. In addition, the elven assassin of the Inquisition had secretly placed an ebony dagger on his bedside some time ago, which made him suppress his desire for power and temporarily follow Joffrey loyally. After hearing Littlefinger's answer, Joffrey couldn't help but touch his handsome face and then said to Cersei in a shocking way, in this case, let's just clean up the environment of King's Landing so that the master won't smell the stench of those untouchables every time he flies over King's Landing. How about this plan? As soon as these words came out, the ministers in front of the king were shocked by this plan, and they were obviously hesitant about the sudden suggestion made by His Majesty the King. After all, the stench of the slums in King's Landing has been around for a long time. The reason why no Targaryen king has been willing to clean up this mess for hundreds of years is mainly because this stench has not affected the nobles. And now this young king actually wants to waste money and labor to clean up the slums in King's Landing in order to please the elf leader. It always feels like it will damage the national prestige. However, most of the ministers in the royal court knew about the master-disciple relationship between King Joffrey and Rohan, and the current treasury did have spare money for the king to mess around with, so they simply turned a blind eye. Unfortunately, not everyone has eyes. Your Majesty, I hope you can take back this suggestion and reconsider your relationship with the elves. A middle-aged fat man could not help but squeeze out of the crowd. He first wiped the cold sweat on his face with a gorgeous gold and silk satin, and then said uneasily, now the war between the Westerland and the Reach is ongoing. The Iron Islands are constantly plundering innocent people and livestock in the area, causing great trouble to the nobles. This behavior of provoking the royal power must be punished. I implore your Majesty to form an expeditionary force against the Iron Islands and finally conquer those barbarians like your father and bring glory to the Westeros continent again. At this point, the newly appointed Minister of Justice began to persuade the young king on the Iron Throne with some excitement, without noticing the dissatisfaction in the king's eyes. As the ruler of the Reach, the Duke of the Reach, Mace Tyrell, who was sent by the Tyrell family to seek support for the family, obviously did not know that he had just rejected the first order issued by the young king. This incompetent duke, who was dubbed the inflatable fish by the world, obviously didn't know that there is a saying in this world that the first bird to stick its head out will be shot. Looking at this duke who dared to deny his first order, Joffrey's obedience in front of Rohan disappeared instantly, replaced by the ferocity of a lion. To him, this guy not only dared to obstruct the king's order, but also tried to stop him from being filial to his master who educated him like a father. He was simply courting death. However, before Joffrey could open his mouth to reprimand him, he saw his mother standing in a strange posture, looking at the inflatable fish with disgust and mocking. So you are the Duke of Mace of the Reach. I heard that you abandoned your army and fled alone on the battlefield. Now you dare to ask the royal family for support. Your Majesty, I just hope that the Westeros continent can return to stability. I hope you can agree to this request. At this point, Mace's face was full of nervous sweat. This determination to go against the royal family made many ministers reveal a trace of imperceptible disdain and mockery. This newly arrived inflatable fish obviously didn't know how much influence the elves had on the royal family. He even wanted to get a share of the treasury of the Iron Throne, which belonged to the elves. It was simply wishful thinking. However, Mace was already desperate. After all, the army of the Iron Islands was getting closer and closer to Highgarden, and he had no time to understand the situation in King's Landing. After all, with the guidance of the Druchii elves, the Ironborn made full use of the looting of the Westerlands and the Reach, and they only left the land. In addition, the tragedy of the Lannister family is right in front of them, and the king and queen mother with Lannister blood should not refuse, right? However, in Cersei's eyes, the Lannister family, which is on the verge of collapse, is no longer important. Maintaining the relationship with the strongest ally, the elves, is the most important thing. As for the Westerlands and the Reach, which have become wastelands, she doesn't care. Guarding the Reach was originally the responsibility entrusted to you, the Tyrell family, by my father. Now that you have lost the battle with the Iron Islands, you should fight back even harder. What does it have to do with our royal family? There is no need to mention this matter in the royal court meeting. There is no need to trouble me and my master with such a small matter. Now let's focus on rectifying King's Landing. I can't wait to see the surprised expression on Master's face when he sees the changes in King's Landing. After Joffrey issued a straightforward death notice for the Reach, Cersei looked at the desperate inflatable fish below with a mocking smile like a victorious peacock. The reason why she strongly supports the improvement of King's Landing is not only to improve the current chaos in the slums, but also to prepare for Rohan to fly into the Red Castle, to pick flowers in the future. When she thought of this, Cersei couldn't help but show a charming ripple on her face, which made many peeping knights and nobles a little stunned. The light of the West is indeed well deserved. However, Cersei and everyone present at the moment did not notice that in the slums not far from the Red Castle, a blonde man in a black robe was looking at the Red Castle fanatically. Some poor people passing by looked greedily at the person sword on the man's waist, but when they saw the 7-pointed star on the man's forehead, they all stayed away from him. He is a fanatic who is ready to be martyred. Don't mess with him. However, except for a dirty little beggar on the street, who was kneeling on the ground begging for money from the passers-by around him, no one heard the martyrs muttering, "Cersei, Cersei, hang in there, I'll come to save you soon." Chapter 341 Red Fort Riot. He in the Queen Mother's ballroom in the Red Castle. Cersei was lying on the soft bearskin couch with a leisurely look on her face, and she kept fiddling with the blood-red gem that Rohan gave her. In the mouths of the maids, this red gem made by the elf craftsman is the only rare treasure in the world, which contains the reverence of the elf lord Rohan for him. As human maids who have received rigorous training in the tribunal, their sweet words easily cater to Cersei's proud heart, so that Cersei's attitude towards the elves is more satisfied. Of course, the deceived Cersei will probably never know that this so-called rare treasure is actually just an ordinary magic crystal. Looking at the ruby in her hand, that exudes dazzling light under the sun, Cersei couldn't help but slightly lift her legs, and a barely perceptible sneer appeared on her face. Maybe this leisurely and comfortable harem life is also suitable for her? "Cersei, my queen, my love, I finally see you again." Who is that? However, at this moment, a panting and deep voice suddenly came from near the windowsill, and Cersei, who was lying on the couch, got up quickly and looked at the windowsill while reaching for the knife on the table. Since the Red Castle was built on the Gobi Mountains near the coast, Cersei immediately thought of the assassins in history who tried to sneak into the Red Castle by climbing the Gobi. Could it be that some assassins have set their sights on her? Exclamation mark. Where are the guards? And where are the dead gold robes? Thinking of this, Cersei couldn't help but come to the door of the Queen Mother's ballroom in panic, and then she was horrified to find that there was no living person in the entire corridor, and even her maids were gone. When she recovered from the fear of losing her guard, the ugly man with dirty blonde hair climbed into the Queen Mother's ballroom from the windowsill, and then looked at Cersei, who was as tempting as a frightened deer, and said excitedly, "Don't be afraid, Cersei, I'm your beloved brother Jaime. Have you forgotten that our child has just inherited the Iron Throne?" "I don't know what you are talking about. You are really Jaime. How did you become like this?" After hearing that the other party claimed that he was his brother Jaime who had not seen him for many years, Cersei could not help but carefully look at the blonde man in front of him who looked like a beggar, and then slowly came to her senses. The other party was actually her brother who had disappeared for nearly 2 years, Jaime Lannister. Seeing that Cersei had recognized him, Jaime opened his arms and walked towards Cersei. A smile appeared on his dry face covered with dust, and he said, "7 gods, because the gods don't want to see those evil elves wreak havoc on the world. They have given me a powerful force that can rival the elven lords, allowing me to successfully assassinate Rohan. In addition, my allies in the Royal Council are willing to fund my plan. At that time, we only need to set a trap at the banquet, arranged by Joffrey to completely eradicate the elf forces. At that time, we can be together openly, Cersei." After saying that, Jaime, who was already moved to the point of red eyes, couldn't help but walk forward, ready to force Cersei, who was full of disgust in front of him, into his arms. In his opinion, the reason why Cersei, who once had a mutual affection with him, expelled her from the ranks of the King's Guard was only because of the intimidation and coercion of the Elven Lords, and it was not Cersei's original intention. As long as he can find a way to eradicate the elves' power in the Iron Throne, he can continue to be with Cersei. However, Jaime, who was full of naive fantasies, didn't know that Cersei was not happy about his sudden appearance at all, and only left a face full of disgust. "Enough, stay away from me." Just when Jaime was about to hug Cersei, Cersei suddenly slashed Jaime's chest with both hands holding a table knife, but the sharp table knife only left a bloody mark on Jaime's chest. However, this pain successfully brought Jaime, who was in a frenzy, back to his senses. He looked at the bloody mark on his chest in disbelief, and then stared and questioned, "Why, Cersei, why do you reject me again and again? Are you really in love with the elf lord who has been playing with you? Of course it's because you are too dirty and ugly." Hearing Jaime's question, Cersei couldn't help but secretly curse the other party's stupidity, but she did not further stimulate Jaime's proud heart, but retorted hysterically, "Enough. Jaime Lannister. How long are you going to mess around? Do you have to let the Lannister family fall into the bottomless abyss with you? When our father, the respected Duke Tywin, died on the battlefield, I wanted you, as the legitimate heir, to return to the Westerly to restore the family glory. Where did you go? When I was alone in the isolated King's Landing, when I had to flatter Rohan to save my 3 children, and finally allowed myself to be ravaged and trampled, where were you?" After that, Cersei's eyes gradually began to become a little red, as if the reason why she had fallen to this state was inseparable from Jaime. Of course, the arrogant Cersei didn't even mention her initial reluctance and subsequent active flattery, or even her current unsatisfied look. Cersei, who knew Jaime's character very well, knew that she only needed to act like an innocent victim and there would be no problem. After all, they were siblings who had grown up together, so Cersei could easily grasp Jaime's weakness. "I'm sorry." As expected, when he saw Cersei crying with her face in front of him, Jaime, who was soft-hearted, immediately calmed down, and then stood aside at a loss, not knowing how to comfort him. After thinking for a long time, Jaime, who was born with a love brain, simply shook his back teeth and went for it, and then laid out his plan. "Don't worry, my allies and I have made a perfect plan. At that time, I will lead hundreds of warrior sons who have also been blessed by the 7 gods to enter the Red Castle through the secret passage, and the Archbishop of the Great Sept of Bela will take the opportunity to set off a riot against the elves. In order to kill Rohan, my allies and I have made perfect preparations. In addition, with the protection of the power of the 7 gods, we can definitely drive all the evil elves out of Westeros." At this point, Jaime couldn't help but gently stroke the 7-pointed star mark on his forehead, and his mind was instantly filled with the glory of becoming a national hero after killing the Elven Lord. Because the Durachi elves have been constantly building temples to believe in the Lady of the Mist on the continent of Westeros, the believers of the 7 gods have long been extremely dissatisfied with the arrogance of the elves. Therefore, when he and the warrior sons were responsible for holding back Rohan, as long as the poor people in the city were willing to respond to the call of the 7 gods to oppose the elves, everything would be fine. However, Jaime, who was imagining the future at the moment, did not notice the strange color in Cersei's eyes. Then he heard Cersei ask, "Do you trust your ally so much? Aren't you worried that he will betray you and eventually cut off all male heirs of the Lannister family?" Hearing that Cersei was finally willing to talk to him, Jaime immediately greeted him like a pug who pleased his master, wagging his tail, and then said with a smile, "Although I can't tell you who my ally is for the sake of confidentiality, but, damn, he actually came back early." However, before Jaime could show off his achievements in the past 2 years, his face suddenly turned pale, and then he hid in Cersei's closet regardless of Cersei's screams. "Stranger, bless me." With a strange murmur, the 7-pointed star on Jaime's forehead suddenly emitted a strange light, and a thin black spot instantly covered his body, and finally merged with the surrounding environment. This is the power of the stranger, one of the 7 gods in the 7 gods faith, which symbolizes death and position. Before Cersei could react, a familiar sound of breaking air suddenly came from the windowsill, which made her legs tremble. Then she heard a familiar voice coming from behind her. "It's been a long time since we last met. What on earth made my canary so haggard? Lord Rohan, I." Hearing this, Cersei subconsciously glanced in the direction of the closet. Just as she was about to say something, she was suddenly carried to the bed by Rohan. In the chaos with a face that would make anyone blush, only a pair of scalded eyes that would make Corn cry were hidden in the closet, watching all this intently. Maybe I should really consider making a sequel. 3 days later, the Throne Hall grand banquet was being held in the Throne Hall. except for Queen Mother Cersei, who was unable to attend the banquet due to a cold. All the royal family members and important ministers attended the banquet. Many nobles from other regions also tried to enter the banquet. After all, this banquet was to celebrate the succession of the King's Hand, and everyone hoped to have a relationship with the elves. Unfortunately, Rohan did not have much good feelings for these uninvited nobles, so except for those noble companions invited by his subordinates to the banquet, there were not many human nobles present. In the corner of the banquet, the isolated inflatable fish master was looking at the only dozen human nobles who had interests with the elves and hundreds of elven officers in the hall with an embarrassed face, and secretly said, "If this continues, the rulers of Westeros will probably become elves." Thinking of this, he licked his face and picked up the wine glass and began to look for an elven officer to talk to, hoping to take the opportunity to build a relationship. Unfortunately, because he did not have the same beauty as his daughter Marguerite Tyrell, and he was a fat middle-aged uncle, the elven officers were not very interested in him. On the Iron Throne, the young king of Westeros, Joffrey Baratheon was excitedly holding a glass of juice and raising it to Rohan beside the throne, saying, "Today is a succession ceremony of my master and your future Hand of the King. Therefore, my master is going to give all the leftovers from today's banquet to the poor in the city. At the same time, the royal family and the elves will jointly invest in improving the infrastructure of King's Landing." As soon as these words came out, the nobles in the hall who had long known about this immediately began to flatter and cheer, and began to praise with all kinds of corny words. "This is really great. Such a great thing that benefits the country and the people. His Majesty the King and the Hand of the King are really contemporary role models. Even the former conqueror Egan never thought of improving the situation in King's Landing. Our benevolent king is willing to invest in building infrastructure for the people. He is really an emperor of the ages. That's right, King Joffrey can become such a wise monarch at such a young age. He is indeed an emperor of the ages. An emperor of the ages." All kinds of disgusting flattery made Joffrey on the Iron Throne feel a little flattered, and Rohan's satisfied look from time to time made him feel more comfortable than ever before. However, Joffrey's years of combat experience still made him feel something was wrong. Looking at the elven officers in the hall who never let go of their weapons and the master who was carrying a huge sword next to him, he felt something was wrong. Did something go wrong? Thinking of this, Joffrey couldn't help but gently put the wine glass on the throne and then touch the two short blades hidden in his clothes. He never left his weapons unless necessary, which was a good habit given to him by Rohan. As expected, after a fat figure quietly left the throne hall, the entire Red Castle suddenly heard a burst of fierce fighting. Kill the King's Hand and other elves. Expel all pagans who dare to violate traditions, and the glory belongs to the 7 gods. There are intruders in the Red Castle. Everyone go to protect His Majesty the King and the King's Hand. At the moment the shouts and killings sounded, the elven officers who were originally singing and dancing in the hall immediately pushed their female companions aside, and then looked at the warrior sons who poured into the hall with fierce eyes. The so-called warrior sons are actually a group of hedge knights who were exiled to the wilderness because their wives, daughters and property were swallowed up by the elves. After being equipped with weapons and equipment, they were sent to fight the elves. Because they have all received a complete knight education, coupled with the hatred between the elves and the armed faith, they are enough to make them a group of extraordinary dead soldiers. And I don't know if it is because the elves have been too evil in recent years. The number of warrior sons who sneaked into the Red Castle through the secret passage this time is as many as thousands, and the number is even far more than the golden robes defending the Red Castle. Although the gold cloaks had long become a powerful force that would bite anyone they saw under the continuous training and support of Ramsay Snow, Rohan's loyal hound, they were still far behind the warrior sons, who were all knights. For a time, the Red Keep was covered by countless knights wearing rainbow cloaks and silver-plated armor, and the entire Red Keep was shrouded in the shadow of war. Chapter 342 Suppressing the Riot. King's Landing, Beela's September. At this moment, the pedestrians did not notice the riot of the sect in the Red Castle. The people were still completing their work in an orderly manner. It seemed that there was a harmonious and peaceful scene. Thanks to the changes brought by the elves, merchant ships from all over the world gathered in this city, hoping to have the opportunity to share a share of the elven trade. In addition, Rohan, who served as the hand of the king, issued many orders for the construction of infrastructure. Therefore, now anyone with hands and feet can beg for a meal in the city. As for why Rohan suddenly began to order the construction of various infrastructures, this involves another strategy of Rohan. Throughout the war history between Dyrachie and Asur for tens of thousands of years, most of the time, the military strength and quality of the High Elves far exceeded the Dark Elves, and eventually relied on the advantages of local operations to drag down Dyrachie. Why did this happen? In Rohan's view, this is nothing more than because Asur can sit on the rich Ulthuan, while Dyrachie can only rely on the slave economy. Although Grand City was able to prosper rapidly with the materials Rohan brought back from various other worlds, and even had the potential to become a large city comparable to Karandkar, that was not the result of slavery, but the feedback from the normal societies that were completely controlled by Rohan. In other words, Rohan and his Grand City were more like a normal social system like Ulthuan, rather than a slave society. For this reason, Rohan would spare no expense to use all the wealth that originally belonged to his treasury to build infrastructure in various worlds, because this was for greater interests, defeat Asur, and then unify the power of the elves to fight against chaos. Under this premise, the entire King's Landing was full of newly built shops and sewers, and the citizens began to be full of hope for life, and at the same time, began to thank the elves for their help to King's Landing. Under the love of the house and the people, some farmers and merchants who had made a lot of money from the elves' investment began to believe in the Lady of the Mist, and even visited the silver cross ornaments at home to pray for blessings. After several devout believers really received the blessing of Lady of the Mist, the belief in the mist began to spread among the people at a crazy speed, and it was out of control. As for the original belief in the 7 gods, compared with the 7 gods who have never appeared, an elf goddess who has really appeared and will help believers is more worthy of their admiration and belief. Of course, this situation naturally caused dissatisfaction among some 7 gods believers who benefited from their faith, such as the Archbishop of the Bela Cathedral, the Fat Bishop. I didn't find the name, and the wiki only said it was the Fat Bishop. Ding 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 ding. A series of rapid bells suddenly came from the Bela Cathedral, and many citizens all looked up curiously at the Archbishop, who was walking out of the cathedral, wondering what happened. However, it didn't take long for them to realize that something was wrong, because behind the Archbishop was a group of armed priests holding weapons. The Fat Bishop was holding the golden 7 god scepter, and walked to the stage, followed by hundreds of priests holding various swords, spears, and halberds who came to the square and piled their weapons on the ground at random. Seeing more and more citizens coming to the square to check the situation, the Fat Bishop nodded with satisfaction, and then shouted loudly, "Brothers and sisters who believe in the 7 gods, I have something to tell you now, so I hope you can stop and listen to me. Our country is being corrupted by those hateful elves. The faith of the 7 gods is being trampled upon, and even the royal meeting is full of traitors and heartless people." At this point, the Fat Bishop couldn't help but wave his short and fat hands excitedly and shouted at the citizens with infectious words, "Those heretics and scum should be tied to the cross and receive the most severe burning. When the holy fire of the 7 gods ignites their souls, they will never be able to turn over. The warrior god is watching you, and the most devout knights of the 7 gods have led their troops into King's Landing to fight the elves. We can't let them fight alone, we must help them. For Westeros, for mankind, and for the glory of the 7 gods." The dazzling sun was now high above King's Landing. The scepter of the 7 gods, inlaid with a 7-pointed star, shone brightly as the Archbishop waved it, as if the Archbishop had really performed a miracle. However, only the Archbishop knew that all this was just the reflection of the sun, a trick performed by the priests hiding in the dark around him using mirrors. For the common people who had no chance to access this knowledge, the Archbishop was bathed in the holy light of the 7 gods at this moment, which was no less than a miracle of the elves. However, many citizens had just received the grace of the elves, and they had finally lived a peaceful life, so they stood there and hesitated. Should they follow their faith or enjoy the bread? However, before they could come to their senses from these two choices, Several believers who had disguised themselves as citizens took the initiative to walk out of the crowd. They picked up the weapons provided by the church from the ground and shouted, "For the glory of the seven gods, rescue King Joffrey who is under house arrest by the elves. Drive those evil elves out of Westeros, which has been our human home since ancient times. Long live mankind, long live Westeros." These disguised believers shouted fanatically to the people around them, and some people who were not satisfied with their lives also began to hesitate, and then joined the team heading to the Red Castle. Although they did not understand any great truths, they still did not want to see the Prime Minister's position, which symbolized the glory of the country, occupied by the elves. After all, in their view, Westeros was their home since ancient times. The children of the forest who were forced into a desperate situation by humans? Soon, more and more rioters began to rush towards the Red Castle with weapons, including some who fished in troubled waters, hoping to enter the Red Castle and plunder after the city was broken. Just like that, thousands of thugs began to pour out towards the Red Castle, with frightening enthusiasm in their eyes. However, they didn't know at this time that thugs like them who lacked armor and shields could not beat the Golden Road equipped with elven weapons and full body armor. "Stop, otherwise we will shoot you as rebels." Before the thugs arrived at the Red Castle, they ran head-on into a heavy shield wall of people wearing golden robes and sharp spears, as well as golden robes holding crossbows on the surrounding buildings. The leader was the commander of the Golden Robes, Ramsay Snow, who had been prepared for a long time, and was leading the troops to wait solemnly. At this moment, Ramsay was wearing a set of bright silver full body plate armor, with various silver cross pendants and parchment hymns for prayers on his body, like a pious mist monk. As the most loyal hound of the elves, Ramsay deliberately dressed himself up as a devout believer of the Lady of Mist, and even really constrained himself with the principles of the Mist Codex. It can be said that he had good intentions. However, for him, all this was just a means to win the favor of the Elven Lord. "Stop it all, you ungrateful lowly things, who allowed you to approach the Red Castle Palace with weapons without permission? Don't you know that this is a capital crime?" Looking at this group of wavering mobs, Ramsay, who was riding on a tall horse, couldn't help but reveal a ferocious look on his face, and then raised his mace with some difficulty and shouted loudly. He enjoyed everything he had now, and at the same time, he also knew that the lives of the upper class today were obtained by relying on the elves, so he was so loyal to act as a vanguard. Who? As Ramsay shouted, the surrounding golden robes also cooperated with each other by beating their shields and spears, and issued a series of neat and loud war cries, which made many rioters retreat. After all, they were self-aware and knew that their mediocre skills were far behind those of the golden robes, so the rioters just crowded together and did not rush forward recklessly. Unfortunately, the church sent them to die, so how could they just watch them leave? That Ramsay is the elves' lackey, let's kill him together. And those golden robes who act as thugs for the elves are also social scum and racial scum that bring disaster to the village. None of them can be spared. Listen to the shouting and killing in the Red Castle. The elves must have imprisoned King Joffrey and Queen Cersei and would not let us in. We must rush in and rescue them. Waves of fanatical shouts came from the back of the crowd. When everyone heard the news, they saw dozens of fanatical believers covered in sackcloth waving their weapons and rushing towards the golden robe shield wall. However, the fatal thing was that these fanatics actually began to push the crowded mob and finally forced the crowd to slowly move towards the golden robe shield wall. A crossbow arrow suddenly shot on the ground in front of the mob, and then they saw Ramsay throwing down the crossbow he had taken from the soldier next to him, and said lightly, "Everyone, listen carefully. Anyone who steps over this crossbow arrow will die. FKYM. Stop pushing behind. Quickly retreat, retreat. Who is pushing me?" Hearing Ramsay shout, all the mobs present were scared and began to flee backwards, but the fanatical believers hidden in the crowd would never let them do as they wished, and instead rushed towards the golden robes even more frantically. For a moment, the rioting crowd was filled with all kinds of creepy cries and pleas for mercy, and even those citizens who were hiding at home watching the show couldn't help but shudder. As expected of the illegitimate son of the flayed family, he is as cold and ruthless as ever. Inside the Red Castle, the throne room at this moment. Everyone in the hall had no idea about the massacre that was about to happen in the outside world, or even if they knew, they didn't care. Because at this moment, apart from the golden robes and elven officers who were cleaning up the battlefield, the rest of the hall were basically human nobles who were fawning on the elves. Master, these damn church traitors actually dared to invade the Red Castle. This is really a great shame for the royal family. We must teach these traitors a lesson. On the Iron Throne, Joffrey was angrily waving two short blades emitting blue light in his hands. The trickle of blood on the blades showed that the king had obviously joined the previous battle. The ministers in front of the audience were all trembling with fear. After all, they had just seen with their own eyes that the young king used double blades to split several knights in heavy armor in half like cutting butter. The fighting method was extremely brutal. If I accidentally offend the young king, who knows if the other party will rush down and cut me in half. Next to the Iron Throne, Rohan was sitting on a chair, silently wiping the blade of Gwendarian in his hand. After hearing Joffrey's question, he smiled and asked, "This is indeed a good idea, but I wonder what means our king intends to use to punish those traitors?" Based on his understanding of this apprentice who has no brains for governing a country, he estimated that the other party would definitely say something shocking that would shock everyone, right? Sure enough, Joffrey subconsciously touched his golden hair, then clapped his hands excitedly, and answered Rohan like a child who found a toy. "According to my idea, we should kill all the believers of the 7 gods on the continent of Westeros. Only in this way can the world know the authority of the royal family." Puff. As soon as such a shocking statement came out, the human nobles present were immediately frightened and trembled all over. Among them, Grand Maester Pycelle collapsed to the ground like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind, and he was unable to recover for a long time. Except for the north, almost the entire Westeros continent is a devout believer of the 7 gods. Joffrey's words are almost a death sentence for most of the kingdom. Looking at this somewhat whimsical apprentice, Rohan couldn't help but reveal a rare happy smile on his face, and then couldn't help but tease, "Haha, this is really an unexpected idea, but I have a better idea, such as demolishing the Great Sept of Baelor as a punishment. After all, that is also the core location of the 7 gods' faith. As long as the Great Sept is lost, the 7 gods' faith will surely be severely hit, right?" Hearing Rohan's suggestion, Joffrey couldn't help but frown and began to think. It's not that he has any opinions on Rohan, but he still thinks it's safer to kill all the 7 gods believers. Since there is no way to solve the problem of faith, then can't we just solve the carrier of faith? Seeing that Joffrey seemed to have fallen into a state of overheated pig brain, Rohan slowly stood up from the seat of the Prime Minister and said, "Please forgive me for having to leave first. Because the previous scene was too chaotic, the traitor named Jaime Lannister accidentally escaped. I will catch him back myself." "Great, Master. You must chop off the head of the Kingslayer and bring it to me. I will put it on a spear and put it on the top of the city to warn all criminals who try to do something wrong to the king." Hearing Joffrey's shouting, Rohan looked at this poor little golden-haired man who didn't know his own life experience with a smile, and then sighed secretly and left the throne room. Hey, after sleeping with Cersei, he wants to kill Jaime again. He is really a complete scumbag. Hey, I'm Drutch. That's okay. Chapter 343, The End of a Doglicker. Ahem. I didn't expect to be so embarrassed. Ahem. Deep in the corridor of the Red Castle, Jaime, who had failed in the assassination, was walking through the corpses on the ground with blood all over his body, and walked towards the Queen Mother's ballroom with difficulty. Looking at the golden robe and the corpse of the warrior's son thrown on the ground, Jaime's face showed a trace of pain, and he was obviously very unwilling to suffer the defeat. Not long ago, he and Rohan had a duel in the throne room that he thought was fierce. With the blessing of the 7 gods, he almost cut off the head of the elf lord with his sword. If it weren't for his son Joffrey suddenly blocking in front of him, wielding the double blades, and cutting visible scars on his body, he wouldn't have become so embarrassed. Looking at the horrific scar on his chest that was about to pierce through his heart, Jaime couldn't help but close his eyes with red eyes and began to recall the scene of fatherly love and filial piety in his mind. "Stop it, Joffrey, I'm your real father. How dare you, a lowly regicide, insult the king and queen mother of a country like this? I think you are tired of living. Die." Recalling the hideousness and hatred revealed on Joffrey's handsome face at that time, James' heart was filled with unstoppable bitterness. Is there any tragedy in the world that is more painful than the son he has never recognized wanting to kill him? Although his heart was full of pain, James still walked towards the depths of the Red Castle with a firm gaze, and at the same time, relied on the power of one of the 7 gods, the stranger, to avoid the patrolling gold cloaks. The Queen Mother's ballroom. We must hurry to get Cersei out of this terrible cage, and never let the elves suffer, like they do now. Looking at the Queen Mother's ballroom getting closer and closer, Jaime couldn't help but reveal a warm smile on his face, but then a hint of bitterness flashed across his face. Since Rohan's return 3 days ago was too sudden, Jaime could only use the power of the stranger to hide his whereabouts, and then hid in the closet, and dared not make a sound. He thought Rohan just happened to land in the Queen Mother's ballroom, but he didn't expect that the Elven Lord would stay there for 3 days. 3 whole days, gods above. Do you know how he spent these 3 days? In this way, Jaime, who was hiding in the closet, watched his lover take Rohan to fight from day to night, and then fought for 2 days and 2 nights with alternating offense and defense. It was not until the morning of the 3rd day that Rohan left the Queen Mother's ballroom refreshed after enjoying breakfast, leaving only Cersei who had lost consciousness on the bed and Jaime who had long been numb in the closet. Recalling that terrible nightmare, Jaime couldn't help but shook his head in grief and anger, and then looked at the Queen Mother's ballroom with a firm gaze. He wanted to take Cersei away from the clutches of the evil elf, and then take her to the continent of Essos, and live a happy life of men farming, and women weaving without caring about the world. Unfortunately, the protagonist of the story has never been the tragic Kingslayer, but the elf lord who suffered from his resentment. Good afternoon, Your Excellency the Kingslayer. I'm afraid that what comes next will not be as you wish. After all, our beautiful Queen Mother has just woken up, and it's impossible for her to follow you on another long journey, you guy. Why can you sense my existence? It's really pitiful. Don't you think that you can be immune to my perception with just a simple invisibility magic? It's too naive. Rohan was standing leisurely at the door of the Queen Mother's ballroom, with the silver sword in his right hand, inserted straight into the ground. He was chewing an apple, and looking at the angry Jaime in front of him with a playful look. As early as 3 days ago, when he just landed in the Queen Mother's ballroom, he had already noticed that something was wrong around him. In addition, Cersei almost always used her eyes to remind him of the wardrobe scene, which directly exposed Jaime's existence. After all, although the stranger's divine power can hide Jaime's breath, Rohan, who also has divine power, can also sense this strange breath, but it is difficult to lock it for a while. Rohan was naturally very satisfied with Cersei, who chose to take the initiative to inform, so he directly rewarded her for 3 days and 3 nights in front of Jaime. As for Jaime's life or death, Rohan knew very well that as early as Jaime took the initiative to tell Joffrey's life experience in public in the throne room, Cersei, who was greedy for power, would never allow Jaime to live in this world. Even as early as last night, when Cersei was not in a coma, she had already hugged Rohan's shoulders and told him all about Jaime's betrayal and the possibility that the other party might come back and take her away after failure. This so-called rebellion was actually doomed to fail as early as when Jaime revealed the news to Cersei, who had volunteered to become a canary. What a straightforward yet foolish human being. It's a pity that you fell in love with the wrong person. You thought you were a warrior among the 7 gods, and Cersei was the daughter of the 7 gods, but you didn't know that she was actually the real stranger. Cersei is indeed a good woman. Even among the elves, there are few women as beautiful as her. It's a pity that she doesn't love you. What she loves is power. If you had chosen to go home and inherit the title of Duke of Casterly Rock, you might have been able to win back Cersei's worthless favor, but unfortunately you didn't. Instead, you chose the most difficult path. Rohan looked at the poor man in front of him who had failed in both career and love with some emotion, and then solemnly raised the sword in his hand and pointed it at Jaime and said, "I'll give you a chance to challenge me, respected Don Quixote. I won't use any magic in the next battle. As long as you can defeat me, you can take Cersei away." He actually admired Jaime's courage to risk his life for love. If it weren't for the 7 gods fanning the flames behind this matter, Rohan might really have spared his life. Watching the blue sword energy on Gwyndarian gradually dissipate, James silently drew out the long sword with a faint yellow light from his waist, and then couldn't help asking, "I have a question. Is there true love between you and Cersei?" He hoped that Rohan could give him a positive answer. After all, he knew that there was a big gap between his combat experience and that of the other party, so he still hoped that Rohan could treat Cersei well. However, Jaime was still overthinking. How could Rohan be sincere to a beautiful woman like Cersei who was neither pure nor smart? Why do you think I would fall in love with a vase? Is it just because she is beautiful? The best way to cultivate a canary is to be imprisoned in a beautiful cage and comforted by the owner from time to time. You bastard, I won't allow you to insult Cersei like this. Facing the strange look Rohan gave him, James' suppressed anger finally began to erupt, and then he began to attack Rohan irrationally. He wanted to make this hateful elf who looked down on him and Cersei pay the price with blood. 3 seconds later, pathetic clicker. I was looking forward to this battle, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Looking at James slowly falling in front of him, Rohan shook off the blood on the sword blade in silence, then closed his eyes and began to feel the power of the 7 gods floating in the air. Different from any god Rohan had ever come into contact with, the 7 gods, who had been believed in for tens of thousands of years, seemed to be a kind of ethereal god without a physical existence. In other words, this so-called 7 gods is actually like a secondary chaos god who has not yet developed self-awareness. He instinctively absorbs the power of faith passed to him by believers, but does not know how to use it. As for why James was chosen by the 7 gods and became the other party's chosen one, maybe the liquor soul accidentally received the response of one of the 7 gods, or maybe James's naive and foolish love moved the 7 gods. Who knows? Even Slaanesh was once moved by the pure and sincere love between a Slaanesh demon and a human duelist. Who knows what a god with 7 forms would look like? After using corpse powder to turn James' body on the ground into a pool of foul-smelling blood, Rohan leisurely left the Queen Mother's ballroom and walked towards the throne room that was still cleaning the battlefield. The faith problem in Westeros has finally been solved. Now it's time to set our sights on the other side of the strait. Essos, and the remnants of the Targaryen family. What should I do with you? Recalling that in the original book, various red-robed witches and wizards seemed to appear on the other side, plus the 3 young dragons in Daenerys' hands, Rohan couldn't help but touch his chin. Although the ash dragon reproduces quickly, the dragon flames it sprays do not contain magic at all. It is just simply ignited napalm, which is difficult to cause enough damage to magical creatures. Moreover, the ash dragons, their combat level and physical strength are also very worrying. Only the most common crossbow can shoot these thin-scaled adult dragons, and may not even be able to beat the green-skinned wyvern. Because of this, Rohan almost never deployed the Cinder Dragon Riders to Nagaroth, fearing that they would cause a large-scale massacre under the attack of magic. However, now, an opportunity to improve the bloodline of the Cinder Dragon is in front of him. Unlike the Cinder Dragons without magic breath, the dragons of the ice and fire world contain powerful magic in their bodies, and their scales become harder with age, which can be said to be far superior to ordinary Cinder Dragons. And unlike the full-legged dragons of Ulthuan, these 2 populations of 2-legged dragons should not have the so-called reproductive isolation. Maybe they can really hatch magic dragons that can be mass-produced. With the magic dragon, can the storm dragon egg that he has almost forgotten be hatched? Thinking of this, Rohan's heart couldn't help but ripple, and then he turned around and walked towards the Queen Mother's ballroom again, obviously ready to take advantage of the good mood to do a big job. However, Rohan, who had relaxed his vigilance at the moment, did not notice that just as he turned and disappeared in the corridor, a slender blonde figure suddenly flashed in the air around him, and then looked at the blood on the ground in silence. After a long time, the blonde figure disappeared in the corridor again, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Half a year later, Black Tower Academy chaos energy is a kind of magical energy that is difficult to control. This power is also called the Force. Only the elf sages who are proficient in this way and those who are naturally sensitive to this power are qualified to control it. Magic is a combination of art, chaos, and science. It is both a skill and a curse, or threat and progress. All this depends on who controls it, and for what purpose. In my opinion, the divine power of Lord Rohan and Lady Misty is also a kind of magic. They are mutually. Tommen, you are not allowed to sleep in class. Stand up and listen. Located in a magnificent step church, an elf sage wearing a silver white robe was looking at Prince Tommen, who was sleepy, with some anger, and the chalk in his hand directly hit the other's forehead. Hearing the elven sage's reprimand, Tommen couldn't help but touch his golden curly hair, and then couldn't help but whispered back, "I didn't sleep, I was just recalling the sword skills that my master taught me yesterday, as well as the knowledge about animal taming." Heresy. The crude and barbaric swordsmanship and the ugly war beasts are all heresies without any aesthetic sense. Only the supreme magic is the root of everything. I know I was wrong. Principal Kiranthi, magic is the most supreme existence in this world. Hearing that Principal Kiranthi was about to start a long speech, Tommen hurriedly stopped him and then pretended to be well behaved. He knew very well that the principal was fanatical and valued about magic. He even planned to fight with Lord Rohan several times because he included animal taming in the teaching of Black Tower Academy, which scared many people. Therefore, the elves and human students in the academy soon reached a rare consensus. That is, never provoke this hot-tempered principal unless necessary. Just as Kiranthi was about to continue his outburst, a somewhat impatient female voice suddenly came from outside the church, attracting the attention of all the students present. "Kiranthi, your shrill scream can be heard even across a building. Can't you keep it down a little?" Wow. It's Teacher Siri who is in charge of training the use of portals. "Teacher Siri, I want to give birth to your baby. Teacher Siri, I summon you." Seeing the heroic white-haired figure, the originally quiet school immediately exploded. The young elves and human students surrounded him excitedly, leaving Kiranthi aside. Looking at the innocent and lovely students around her, Siri, who chose to wear a pair of plain glasses, even though she was not nearsighted, couldn't help but look at Kiranthi not far away with some provocation, and then said in a Versailles way, "Oh my, I didn't expect that I would be so popular with the students. It seems that I accidentally stole the limelight from a certain principal ancient blood. You should now go and instruct those students with spatial abilities on how to use the portal, instead of wagging your tail in front of me." Looking at Siri, who was making faces over there, Kiranthi, who was already irritable, was so angry that his nose was crooked, and then he couldn't help but angrily rebuked, "If you really have nothing to do, then you can go to the backyard to help take care of those newly hatched griffins and dragons. I think they should be very happy to see food delivered to their door. Don't be so impatient, remnant of the wild hunt. Do you think I want to come to your classroom? It was that guy Rohan who asked me to inform you to go to the square for a meeting. It seems that his Witch King is coming to visit the Black Tower Academy." Chapter 344, a private visit, but the Witch King. "Sorry, we are late in the square of the Black Tower Academy." Siri led Kiranthi to a slightly dim garden, and then greeted the surrounding academy teachers and Rohan without apology. Although it sounds like a lot, there are actually no more than 20 teachers present, and most of them are elf sages from the Ainel tribe. Fortunately, the sorceresses headed by Mekasha can barely become teachers of the Black Tower Academy, otherwise Rohan would be too embarrassed. Ahem. Since everyone is here, I'll just say a few words. Seeing that all the teachers were here, Rohan stood out from the crowd with a light cough. The wings behind him couldn't help but shake nervously. After a long silence, he slowly said, "I believe that after these few months of getting along, everyone should be more clear about the social system of our Druki elves, and the second Phoenix King I'm loyal to, His Majesty Malekith. Since he learned that I opened a magic academy in this world, he wrote me 3 magic letters in a row to ask what was going on, and decided to come and visit in person." Rohan was not worried that these teachers would not understand what he was saying, because he had already popularized the history of the elves on campus. Since the students of the Black Tower Academy are likely to go to the Warhammer world to fight in the future, the complex history and human geography of the Warhammer world has become a compulsory course for the Black Tower Academy, even more important than magic. After all, he doesn't want his students to spend a lot of time and energy studying the language of greenskins and ratmen like the Tau diplomats in a parallel world. His hearing that the Witch King respected by Lord Rohan would come to visit in person, all the teachers present took a deep breath. among them. Ciri was a little surprised and said, "Wow, is it the Iron Sun deer, spicy chicken strips, who you often say is the most miserable elf in Althen, the mama's boy, the representative of the losers counterattack, and the legitimate heir to the Phoenix throne? Although you didn't say anything wrong, it's better not to call him like that to his face. After all, His Majesty the Witch King is not a broad-minded person." Rohan looked at Ciri with a headache, who had no respect on his face, and then set his sights on Kiranthi, the principal, and said, "According to the letter sent by Lord Witch King, I will go to Nagaland in a month to meet His Majesty the Witch King. At that time, I will take His Majesty the Witch King to visit the Black Ark and the Iron Islands, and then fly over the Westeros continent to visit the Black Tower Academy. After the visit, he will have a friendly exchange with you. You must not show mercy then." Hearing this, the elven sages present could not help but stand there in a daze. They obviously did not expect that the Wizard King, whom they had never met before, would choose to compete with the strongest person in the Black Tower Academy. You must know that Kiranthi is not only an elven sage with a strong attainment in ice magic, but also an excellent navigator and magic construct master, and his strength can be said to be the best in the academy. Is the so-called Wizard King really a match for Kiranthi? Even Kiranthi was slightly surprised, but he quickly reacted. He misunderstood the meaning and couldn't help but put his hand on his neck and quickly slashed it, then said viciously, "Don't worry, I will chop off his head and bring it to you. If you need an army to help you seize the throne of the Phoenix, I can call Ternalia." Stop. You may have made a mistake. The reason why I asked you not to show mercy is because I'm worried that you will be beaten to death. Rohan looked at the confident Kiranthi in front of him with a strange expression. You know, even with his current strength, he dare not say that he can hold on for a few times in the hands of His Majesty the Witch King, and Kiranthi can only be killed instantly. The ability of ice magic and teleportation is indeed powerful, but the black magic that His Majesty has studied for nearly 10,000 years is no joke. If the Lord Witch King is really angry, an overload, soul withering, will be enough to kill everyone present except Rohan. Seeing that Kiranthi seemed a little dissatisfied, Rohan waved his hand casually to interrupt the other party's speech, and then looked at everyone present with a serious face and said, Okay, I'm just giving you a shot of prevention in advance. Don't embarrass me in front of His Majesty the Witch King when the time comes. Do you understand? Okay, sir. Don't worry, we will give you a surprise in a month. The faces of the teachers showed confident smiles. After all, they are all university scholars with hundreds of years of research experience in their respective fields, and they all have their own pride in their hearts. Only Kiranthi, who was interrupted, stood in the crowd a little depressed. As the youngest genius in the history of Ternalia, he also has his own pride at the age of only 200. There is still a month left. Maybe it's time to give Lord Rohan a little anal shock. 1 month later, Naga, and you should immediately shut down his magic school and hand him over to me for trial, son. My words and actions will force him to confess all his secrets. On the eerie rooftop of the Black Castle, a seductive and almost naked elven woman was leaning on the shoulder of His Majesty the Witch King, trying to persuade her son to change his mind. She was Morathi, the first of the 4 beauties in the medieval world, a fellow elf and the wife of the first Phoenix King. As the actual controller of the Tower of Witchcraft, Gorand, Morathi learned about the Black Tower Academy that Rohan was about to open through her spies in the Black Castle, so she hurried to Nagaland to try to persuade the Witch King. In her opinion, Rohan and the Lady of the Misty believed in were all unstable factors on her son's path to becoming king, and only by uprooting them could she solve her worries. Not to mention the Chaos Crusade that has caused a lot of uproar among the people. Now they have even built a magic academy without authorization. Isn't this openly competing with Gorand for his job? And what's wrong with Chaos? Why must they be targeted? In Moratha's opinion, Rohan not only did not use his troops to assist his son's expedition to Althen, but even went to Kiev on the other side of the world to fight against Chaos. It was simply unreasonable. Humph. Facing his crazy mother, Malekith just stared at her with his dark green eyes for a moment, sneered, and then looked up into the air, waiting for Rohan's arrival. Just as his mother said, Rohan's various behaviors did make him feel a little dissatisfied, and the establishment of the Black Tower Academy was even more likely to be an act of usurpation. The reason why he suddenly asked to visit the Black Tower Academy was not only to knock on the guard captain who had followed him for 100 years, but also to check the degree of threat Rohan posed to him. However, Morathi obviously got one thing wrong. Although Rohan had some presumptuous actions, they usually wrote letters in advance to inform them, and basically never concealed anything. In contrast, Morathi, as a mother, was too dishonest. The reason why Malekith expelled Morathi to the ancient city of Quintex was to keep her away from her traditional power, Gorand, and reduce her influence on the cult of pleasure. However, the ancient city of Quintex has been destroyed because of the strength of the last battle, so Morathi returned to her loyal Gorand again and vigorously developed the cult of pleasure. In the past few years, the number of large-scale in-parties seized by the Black Guards alone has reached an astonishing thousands, and there have even been several times that almost caused the portal of Slaanesh to appear in Nagaland. If things were just like this, it would be fine, and it would not be shameful. But the problem is that Morathi actually started to engage in various power for sex transactions and expand the army, and now she has even developed her spies into her own Black Castle, which has already touched the reverse scale of His Majesty the Witch King. After all, the Cersei, Slaanesh, and Cersei are all superior people. If it weren't for the fact that Druk's army was still in an important stage of rapid expansion, he would have sent Morathi to Ulthuan to die. Just as His Majesty the Witch King began to struggle with how to let Morathi find a place to die, a familiar yet unfamiliar silver figure suddenly flashed in the Black Castle, attracting His Majesty the Witch King's attention. He recognized it as Rohan's figure, but the sudden flash of the blue portal made him more concerned. The silver-white flash. I remember it should have been a purple portal. It seems that my information is outdated. Looking at Rohan who flashed in the castle again, Malekith's face under the brass mask couldn't help but be a little surprised. After all, even he couldn't control this kind of advanced magic of space very skillfully. He was very sure that there was nothing wrong with the information about Rohan in the past few years, so this teleportation magic was obviously an unknown magic that the other party had just mastered in the other world. Thinking of this, Malekith's dissatisfaction with Rohan's usurpation gradually faded, and he began to look forward to the Black Tower Academy that he was about to visit. Your Majesty, the Dreadlord Rohan is now waiting for your summons in the reception room. Do you need to let him in? Not long after, a dull voice came from outside the door. It was his loyal new captain of the Black Guard of Nagaland, Curan Blackhand. After hearing Curan's question, Malekith turned away from Morathi, who was pretending to look at him pitifully, and then took the initiative to walk towards the reception room under Curan's shocked gaze. Your Majesty, are you going to meet him in person? Well, I will leave Nagaland with Rohan for a few days. You will be in charge of everything that happens during this period. If anything serious happens, wait until I come back. Do you understand? Yes, I will guard the gate of the Black Castle for you. Watching the figure of His Majesty the Witch King disappear in the reception room, Curan withdrew his respectful gaze, and then a faint jealousy and worship emerged in his heart. The senior named Rohan was actually able to be personally received by His Majesty the Witch King, and he seemed to be a young lord who was good at fighting. No matter how you look at it, he is already a winner in life in the Darachi society. It's really envious. In the reception room, Rohan didn't know that he had already gained the envy and admiration of a junior. At this moment, he was looking at the Witch King in front of him awkwardly, laughing and saying, "Oh, I didn't expect that the Witch King would come to me in person. If I tell others about this, it will definitely be a matter of honor for the family. It's really, I'm not here to listen to your flattery, Rohan. If you can't explain your behavior this time, then I will have to go over the old accounts with you." The Witch King was obviously immune to this kind of worthless flattery. After all, no matter how many different kinds of praises he received, he would get tired of it after listening to it for tens of thousands of years. Rohan had already anticipated the Witch King's ruthlessness, so he decisively put his hand on the other's barbed shoulder, and then decisively opened the portal to Westeros. "Let's go, Your Majesty. I will be your guide to visit the new world." Before His Majesty the Witch King could react, He felt that his body was covered by a dazzling blue light, and then he felt dizzy and his body seemed to be suspended in the void. The concept of time and space was completely deprived at this moment. Facing this sudden situation, a trace of unnoticeable panic flashed in his green eyes. As a master of black magic, he naturally knew what kind of situation he was in, a time crack. In that short moment, His Majesty the Witch King could even feel that the eternally burning azure unholy fire in his body seemed to be madly devouring his body, as if it was about to take away his body and soul. However, the strange thing was that the deep pain that once burned his soul did not come, but instead brought him a long lost and even a little strange warmth. The last time I felt this feeling seemed to be the last time, right? The last time was when Alythera, His Majesty the Witch King couldn't help but let out a low murmur, but then the warmth faded like the tide, followed by the familiar burning sensation and the pain that seemed to accompany him for the rest of his life. Sure enough, all this was fake. Azuraion's holy fire continued to torture him, and she would never come back. However, before he could roar angrily, Rohan's worried and panicked figure suddenly came from his ears, making him subconsciously calm down his anger. Your Majesty, Your Majesty? Damn it, if anything happens to you, all your plans will be over. What should I do? Do I need artificial respiration? Or a few slaps? Then His Majesty the Witch King felt the mask on his face being slowly moved, and he felt that his midnight armor was also shaking. He was so scared that he quickly opened his eyes and shouted, "If you dare to take off my armor, I swear to Cain that I will remove both your hands and eyeballs and chop them into meat paste." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345. Jealousy makes the Witch King twisted. Facing the vigorous and low rebuke of His Majesty the Witch King, Rohan was secretly relieved. He was really worried that the ruler of the Durachi Empire would suddenly die on the spot and leave him a mess. At that time, let alone fighting against chaos, Khan was afraid that he would be skinned by the Fear Lords who came for revenge. I seem to have seen some illusions just now. What is going on? His Majesty the Witch King, who had returned to normal, carefully checked the complete midnight armor he was wearing. After confirming that everything was normal, he looked at Rohan hesitantly, and then couldn't help asking. There was no way. As the only beloved of His Majesty the Witch King, Alythera could be said to be an indelible shadow in his heart, even more painful than when Belshazzar robbed the Phoenix throne. And since he put on this midnight armor, he hadn't experienced the warm touch of Alythera's hug just now for thousands of years. He seems to have taken the bait. Hearing the question from His Majesty the Witch King, Rohan couldn't help but feel secretly happy, but on the surface he pretended to respond casually. I just saw a strange illusion. Maybe it's because of the shielding magic. After all, in order to prevent the world under my command from being discovered by the Chaos Demon, the Lady of the Mist has cast several layers of protection on this world. The power of the Lady of the Mist. Forget it, let's show you your black arc first. Hearing that this power was actually the power of the Lady of the Mist, His Majesty the Witch King couldn't help but flash a touch of exploration in his heart, but after hesitating for a moment, he still suppressed his inner desire. Although he really hopes to see Alythera again, that is not in a dream. As the Witch King of Nagarand, the future Phoenix King, and ruler of Ulthuan, he doesn't need to use such a weak illusion to hypnotize himself. Seeing that his plan to win over His Majesty the Witch King to become a believer of the mist did not succeed, Rohan secretly said it was a pity in his heart, but then he led His Majesty the Witch King out of the room, as if nothing had happened, and came to the rooftop on the other side. Everyone line up and wait for Lord Rohan to come and be inspected. First Legion, turn left. Empty empty empty. Waves of salty sea breeze blew in his face, and the looming sound of waves and the sonorous sound of footsteps spread throughout the black arc, making His Majesty the Witch King couldn't help but walk quickly to the rooftop, and then look down. Tens of thousands of Penda soldiers were standing on the deck of the black arc in neat square formations. They were covered with steel plate armor from the Forge world, and were also equipped with the Pender people's favorite maces and heavy kite-shaped shields, looking extraordinary. As the absolute main force under Rohan, the Pender auxiliary army could not be as neat as the Dread Spearmen, and at the same time, it was inferior to the Dark Swordsmen in combat effectiveness. But with the heavy armor and tough physical strength, it was still able to make the Sigma Empire next door, which could only rely on the provincial army to hold the front line, drop its jaw. Although the spearmen and halberd soldiers of the Sigma Empire were able to defeat the attacks of the beastmen and greenskins time and time again with their standard equipment and well-trained training, they were ultimately unable to popularize full-body plate armor on a large scale. Rohan, who controlled the resources of 4 worlds, could pile up materials for his soldiers regardless of cost, and even make all of them hunt heavy plate armor. If these Pender soldiers were converted to the system soldier card, they would have 80 heavy armor and silver shields, 36 melee attacks and 50 melee defenses, which can be said to be quite powerful. Coupled with the armor-piercing damage brought by the mace, perhaps only the Zenda Nuiang from the other side of the world could compete with such powerful heavy infantry. I suddenly remembered the old farmer with 80 armor of Zaoming's brother-in-law, who was really born with TMD. Looking at the two figures, one black and one white, appearing on the black tower, the originally messy footsteps and heralds in the square immediately quieted down, and the entire black arc was instantly filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. The war between the Westerlands and the Reach has been going on for nearly 2 years. The Lannisters and Tyrells have used their own lives to train a group of veterans for Rohan who have experienced actual combat. This is really spectacular, but in order to build such a large and fully armed army, you must have spent a lot of effort, right? Even His Majesty the Witch King was shocked by the Pender army in front of him, who was armed to the teeth. He held the railing on the rooftop tightly with both hands, and did not let go. Since Rohan rarely reveals information about the other world, even he only knows that Rohan controls a lot of colonies that have been completely conquered, as well as an astonishing amount of various resources. But how could he not have thought that in just less than 20 years, Rohan has grown from a new rookie who had to rely on his own support at the beginning to a dreadlord with hundreds of thousands of troops? Facing the question from His Majesty the Witch King, Rohan had no intention of hiding anything. In addition, the interests of both parties were always the same, so he said honestly, as you can see, in order to assist you in retaking the Phoenix throne and to prevent the threat of chaos to everything, I have long been ready to fight at any time. At the same time, Brother Roland, the living saint of the Inquisition who had been promoted by Rohan to the Commander-in-Chief of the 1st Legion, raised his hands and shouted enthusiastically, Commander-in-Chief, please give the order. Please give the order. As Roland's roar with magic resounded throughout the square, all the soldiers of Pend raised their weapons enthusiastically, staring at Rohan on the high platform. For the people of Pend, Rohan, as the chosen one of the Mist Gods, not only filled their spiritual vacancies, but also satisfied their material life. He can be said to be a true leader. Under Rohan's unconditional support, the continent of Pend is no longer the backward and ignorant feudal kingdom it once was, but has grown into a prosperous area of renaissance like the Kingdom of Tyrell. Artillery Academy, Officer Academy, Chariot Academy, and various naval academies and air force academies. The entire Pender continent has transformed into a militarized capital. Coupled with the initial use of fuel tractors from the Forge world and steam-powered locomotives from the distant Barclay Empire, the living standards and lives of the people have been significantly improved. And the Rohan and Lady of the Mist who caused all this are undoubtedly their eternal beliefs. With such terrible cohesion and organization, it is no wonder that the letter this kid wrote some time ago was so arrogant, and he even wanted to contract the entire Nagaroth processing supply. Looking at the fanatical Pender soldiers under the stage and the neatly arranged silver dragon knights on the deck in the distance, Malekith muttered in his heart, but did not take it to heart. What a joke, a mere army of hundreds of thousands of humans. No matter how sophisticated their weapons and equipment are, can they still compete with the Durachi army, which is full of soldiers, and the Asur with hundreds of thousands of militiamen? Apart from other things, there are nearly 10 families of dreadlords with more than 100,000 elven troops in Nagaroth alone, not to mention that their ambitions are far greater than Rohan's. In this cruel environment, where his subordinates are all armed with their own troops, has he ever panicked? Strength is the root of everything. It seems that you have developed quite well in the past few years. At least in care and care, there is no dreadlord whose military strength and size can be compared with yours. His Majesty the Witch King's emotionless voice came from under his brass mask, which made Rohan, who knew the other party's character well, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that his frankness has indeed paid off. After all, as a ruler who has always been confident and even a little arrogant, His Majesty the Witch King has never worried that the strength of his lords will threaten him. It can be said that his mind is much stronger than that of the false King of Ulthuan. However, before Rohan could completely relax, His Majesty the Witch King made his second request, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. But you should also know that what I care most about are not these human servants with low combat effectiveness. You can recruit as many of these guys as you want. I don't care about that. But now you should take me to visit the Black Tower Academy, and as for the plan for Rohan you mentioned in your letter, I think you won't let me down, right? Please rest assured, whether it is about the construction of the Black Tower Academy or the big plan for Rohan, you will never be disappointed. Hearing the threat in His Majesty the Witch King's words, Rohan had already thought of a response plan, so he ordered the Silver Mist Guard who was on duty next to the rooftop, go and prepare the largest silver dragon as a mount for His Majesty the Witch King, and prepare some dry food for us for the next few days. Yes, sir. Before long, a sturdy silver dragon with a body length of more than 100 meters was ready on the deck. The faint silver light and hot breath around it were enough to scare the timid. However, this was just a piece of cake for His Majesty the Witch King. After all, his exclusive mount, the legendary Black Dragon Seraphon, had a body length of a terrifying 300 meters. Compared with the silver dragon in front of him, it was really just a small witch meeting a big witch. Roar. Looking at the Witch King who was walking towards him, the silver dragon, who was originally lying on the deck to bask in the sun, couldn't help but let out a vigilant dragon roar, trying to stop this person who exuded evil spirits from approaching him. Unexpectedly, His Majesty the Witch King not only ignored it, but also rushed forward and forcibly pressed down the silver dragon's head with his own hands. You evil beast, how dare you act wild in front of the noble Phoenix King? His Majesty looked at the silver dragon's eyes with his cold yet majestic dark green eyes, and then a purple light gradually emanated from the dark midnight armor, pressing directly towards the silver dragon. Faced with this sudden magic attack, even the silver dragon, whose magic resistance was strengthened by the Mist Lady, seemed unable to resist, so it could only prop up its hind legs in anger and fear, trying to lift the opponent away. However, His Majesty the Witch King is not an ordinary person. The black magic he has painstakingly studied for tens of thousands of years has already given him an extraordinary body. What's more, the opponent is just a poor silver dragon whose strength is not as good as the sun dragon. The sharp gauntlet was deeply embedded in the scales on the silver dragon's head. The severe pain and the corrosion of magic forced the silver dragon to let out a shrill wail, and then slowly lowered his proud head. Woohoo HMPH, you are quite sensible, aren't you? Seeing that the silver dragon was easily subdued, the face of the Witch King under the mask could not help but flash a hint of pride. After all, this kind of surrender of the dragon can really arouse his desire to conquer. After skillfully jumping onto the dragon saddle on the back of the silver dragon, the Witch King set his sights on Rohan, who was also riding on the back of a small silver dragon on the other side. He looked at the other's wings and sneered. You have been blessed by the Lady of the Mist, and have the ability to fly that even I have never mastered. Shouldn't you fly ahead alone to lead the way? Please spare me, Your Majesty. We will have a long journey. If I really have to flap my wings alone in front, I will be very bored. Now at least we can chat. Hearing the ridicule of His Majesty the Witch King, Rohan shrugged his shoulders in a helpless manner. Although the strong body of the Chosen One made him no longer feel tired, he always felt mentally deprived. Facing Rohan's cheesing, His Majesty the Witch King just silently pulled the reins in his hand, then rode the silver dragon he had just subdued and jumped up, flying towards the distant horizon. Facing His Majesty the Witch King who left alone, Rohan just shook his head helplessly, then patted the silver dragon under his crotch, pulled the reins in his hand amid the other's well-behaved and coquettish voice, and chased towards the black spot in the distance. He knew that Malekith was actually a proud elf. Although his personality was often distorted because of his greed for the Phoenix Throne and his unwillingness to lose the war, he was actually a good friend. After all, as an elf who can be friends with dwarves, he must have the heroic spirit that ordinary elves do not have, as well as the sincerity to treat friends. Even if he is a cold-blooded elf, his heart must be warm. Physics, of course. The premise is that you are useful to him and will not do anything to betray him. Westeros, Riverland's 3 days passed quickly, but this long journey was only halfway through. As he was used to riding his dragon alone to travel around the worlds, Rohan had no complaints about this sightseeing trip, and even rescued some innocent people who were robbed by bandits. The beautiful sunset, the fertile orchards, and the golden waves of wheat swaying in the autumn wind, all of which were scenery that the cold and ruthless Nagaroth had never had. For Rohan, who ruled several worlds, he had long been accustomed to such rich and harmonious countryside and warm sunshine, so he was not surprised by the richness of the Riverlands. Without the noise of chaos and the labor of power and intrigue, isn't this the dream life that all elves have been pursuing? What's more, there is the Lady of the Mist to improve the climate and environment for them. If they still can't develop, then hell. But Rohan had obviously forgotten that for His Majesty the Witch King, who had lived in Nagaroth for thousands of years, this scene of prosperity was enough to distort his face under the mask. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was still jealous. Although the indigenous humans in this world had long been accustomed to the warm climate and unpolluted land of Westeros, they didn't know that all this was a luxury that Druki could never achieve in his lifetime. Looking at Rohan, who seemed to have gotten used to all this, His Majesty the Witch King followed behind him silently like a cold male god, but in fact he had already cursed in his heart, TNND, as a Witch King, he couldn't enjoy this kind of treatment. I didn't expect that this kid actually had such a summary sort out side. What's more, this was only part of this kid's background. When he thought that the other party might have hidden several similar livable worlds, his face couldn't help but distort again. It was decided that, even if the matter of the Black Tower Academy could not be perfectly resolved this time, he must find a way to get a summary sort from Rohan. Chapter 346 Provoking the Witch King. Black Tower Academy, claims under the leadership of Rohan, the Witch King, with mixed feelings, finally crossed the Riverlands and the Riverbend, which were grain-producing areas, and finally arrived at the Black Tower Academy he had been waiting for a long time. Is this your magic academy? It looks so simple and crude. Can it really train qualified wizards? Facing the black castle built on the plains below, the Witch King finally regained some confidence from Rohan, and then expressed his evaluation in a low voice. Indeed, since the Black Tower Academy was only completed about a year ago, it is far inferior to the Tower of Hex, Gorand, in terms of both the scale of the academy and the quality of teaching. What's more, the teaching of magic has never been completed by simply spending money. It also requires excellent magic teachers and sufficient educational resources. Only in this way can excellent wizards be cultivated. The reason why Gorand was able to cultivate so many powerful female sorcerers was that he took out a lot of magic books from the kingdom of Safri and dragon eggs from the kingdom of Kalada when he escaped. But what about here? Although the continent of Westeros made him feel particularly jealous, he could still see that this world was a low magic world where the wind of magic did not exist. If you want to cultivate a good enough wizard, the foundation is the foundation of everything. Facing the sarcasm of His Majesty the Witch King, Rohan did not show any decadence, but raised his head with some pride, and said to His Majesty the Witch King, I heard that there is an old saying in Zendon called Changyuan was not built in a day. Although this academy is still in its infancy, I believe that it will become better in the future. If there is not enough time, then I will strive for it. If the strength is not enough, then I will improve myself. If the foundation is not enough, then I will rob others of their foundation. Perhaps this process will be very long, but in order to help you take back Oshan and resist the threat from chaos, I'm willing to wait. At this point, Rohan couldn't help but show a sincere light in his eyes. After all, he has already done this step now. How can he give up easily? Seeing Rohan's heartfelt eagerness, His Majesty the Witch King silently began to control the silver dragon to land towards the square of the academy below, and then could not help muttering, Naive, when did you become a Zendon tongue? Rohan did not hear His Majesty the Witch King's mumbling, so before long both parties landed on the square under the guidance of the academy teachers, and then saw the fully armed Kiranthi walking towards them. Looking at the frost staff blessed by the Lady of Mist and the skeleton armor on the other party, Rohan felt his eyes twitch slightly, and then hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "Hey, we have just finished our tour of Westeros. Even if you want to challenge His Majesty the Witch King, you should at least wait until we have a rest, right?" His original intention was to hope that Kiranthi would not rashly go to seek abuse, but the other party had no intention of appreciating it, and instead retorted arrogantly, "Don't worry, I will show mercy, so you'd better pray that Your Majesty the Witch King is not too weak, otherwise it will be bad if he is accidentally injured." As the youngest elf sage in the history of the Ainel, Kiranthi also has his own pride in his heart. The reason why he is willing to join Rohan's command is not only because the other party can provide him with enough experimental materials and magical knowledge from another world, but also because the other party's strength and magnanimity are also above his own. Now that he knows that his boss actually has another boss, Kiranthi, who has been demoted to levels, immediately becomes a little dissatisfied with his pride. Who on earth is this guy who suddenly appeared? How dare he suppress me? Exclamation mark. Seeing that Kiranthi was fearless, even the usually daring Rohan couldn't help but get a little nervous. Then he hurriedly pulled the other party and whispered, "Calm down, Your Majesty the Witch King. It's not a question of strength, there is a curse. So, it is this male elf wizard who wants to challenge me." However, before Rohan finished speaking, the perceptive His Majesty the Witch King had already understood that Kiranthi was ready to challenge him, so he interrupted Rohan's conversation and looked at Kiranthi with the look of looking at a dead person. As we all know, there was once a witch who prophesied to His Majesty the Witch King, claiming that he would eventually die at the hands of a male elf wizard. Although it sounds a bit nonsense, His Majesty the Witch King, who believed it, still cursed all the male wizards in Durachi with black magic, and at the same time, wrote the law prohibiting male elves from learning magic. And now there is a male elf wizard who dares to run in front of him and show off his power. Isn't this courting death? Yes, I heard that you are a powerful magician. It happens that I have some experience in my own magic, so I hope to come to you to learn a thing or two. I wonder if you are willing to go to the training ground with me? No, there is enough space here for me. Looking at the somewhat arrogant young elf in front of him, His Majesty the Witch King, who originally had a hint of murderous intent in his heart, immediately became interested and decided to take a good look at the magic from another world. As for the so-called prophecy, even if he can't use magic and sharp blades, Malekith is confident that he can crush this young man to death with his bare hands. Looking at the two murderous mages on the field, Rohan couldn't help but sigh secretly that he needed to find a new principal, and then said to Kiranthi with sympathy, "I wish you a good death." "Don't worry, Rohan, I'm immortal." Kiranthi's face under the mask was full of a confident smile. He prepared for a month for targeted training, just to be able to show his skills today. Today, he has become an existence that even his teacher Avalach cannot reach. Don't destroy any flowers or plants, otherwise it will cost a lot of money to repair them. Seeing this, Rohan had no choice but to hide far away with the two trembling silver dragons, and at the same time, used the advanced magic shield of Safri to protect all the surrounding libraries. He didn't care about Kiranthi's life or death, but he was mainly worried that the full-powered Witch King would destroy all the magic books he had collected with great difficulty. You know, the black magic of Durachi is widely known for its powerful power and bloody cruelty, not to mention that the magic performed by the Witch King himself is even more deadly. Even Rohan, the chosen one of the Mist God, did not have the confidence that he could remain intact under the magic of the Witch King, let alone Kiranthi, who is immortal. However, Kiranthi's proud character will indeed hinder future development, so he really needs to be beaten by the cruel reality. As for if he is beaten to death by accident, that can only be said to be what he deserves. Just when Rohan was hesitating about how to save his academy, Kiranthi continued to act like a fool. "Since you are a guest from afar, and you have just finished your journey, I will not take advantage of you. I will let you have 3 moves first. Looking at the Witch King, who did not choose to draw his sword, Kiranthi's face was full of mysterious confidence, as if he regarded the other party's careless attitude as due to fatigue. However, he did not seem to understand one thing, that is, he who had not even studied long life and long vision, did not seem to be qualified to know that there was something called physical strength in this world. Moreover, even if you look at the entire Warhammer world, there are probably very few people who are qualified to tell His Majesty the Witch King to let him have free moves. Are all the teachers in your magic academy like him? Do you need me to arrange some sorceresses to join your academy? Faced with this clear stupidity, even the Witch King, who thought he was knowledgeable, could not help but start to complain about Rohan, and then began to gather purple magic winds in his hands. Although there are not many active winds of magic in Westeros, and even casting magic is a little difficult, this is not a problem for His Majesty the Witch King. By forcibly extracting the magic activity in the air to replenish your magic power, this is the most basic low-level magic in the dark magic, power of darkness. Accompanied by a series of hoarse voices like the roar of the soul, the midnight armor on His Majesty the Witch King immediately began to emit a strange purple light, and even his body couldn't stop trembling slightly. Feeling that the skin under his armor has cracked, and the warm blood is slowly covering his ugly body like charcoal, His Majesty the Witch King couldn't help but sigh secretly. Compared with the holy fire of Azurian, such a weak side effect is simply a trick of a baby. After all, this method of forcibly extracting the wind of magic can be said to be against the will of heaven, so even His Majesty the Witch King has to bear the side effects of this blasphemy against the wind of magic. However, the wind of magic is fair. As the saying goes, the greater the effort, the greater the reward. Even the powerful His Majesty the Witch King has made such efforts, so what is the reward? Boom boom, the clear sky suddenly heard a burst of lightning and thunder, and then a strange purple vortex was seen slowly tearing the sky apart, revealing the endless void. Looking at the mighty dark clouds above his head, the pride in Kirantha's eyes was immediately covered by caution, as if he was no longer the proud young man in the battle state, but an experienced warrior. Because he was not sure about the strength of His Majesty the Witch King, he did not rashly choose to use his body to bear the enemy's damage, but chose to test the power of dark magic first, psychic ice element. As the frost staff was fiercely inserted into the ground, the land on the square was instantly covered with ice and snow, and then His Majesty the Witch King saw an ice construct comparable to the size of a manticore slowly crawling up from the ground. Faced with this kind of magic from another world that he had never seen before, His Majesty the Witch King did not launch an attack. Instead, he patiently waited until the ice elemental got up from the ground before asking, "Is this a construct creature similar to Nehekara? Although I don't know what role it can play on the battlefield, I'm curious about how many such constructs you can summon at a time." The reason why the Witch King felt so familiar with constructs was mainly because of the Black Ark pirates of Druki. They had brought back countless spoils from the distant Nehekara, including fragments of constructs. For this kind of magical creation with strange shapes and powerful power, many alchemists tried to use their skills to crack this wonderful creation. Unfortunately, since most of the Tomb King's constructs carry human souls, even if Druki's alchemists racked their brains, they could not afford similar works. I didn't expect to see similar creations in the Black Tower Academy now. It seems that this place still has some advantages. Facing the question from His Majesty the Witch King, Kiranthi did not answer him immediately, but said in a roundabout way, "Sorry, I'm afraid I can only tell you this question after the battle between us is over." The implication was that, if he was killed by His Majesty the Witch King in the battle, then His Majesty the Witch King would never know the secrets of the construct. Facing such a clever trick, His Majesty the Witch King did not show any dissatisfaction, but gathered a ball of evil black mist with his hands again and whispered, "Then wait until you survive and tell me." Boom. As soon as the voice fell, a burning black chaos lightning suddenly shot out from the vortex in the sky, like a sharp arrow from a string, smashing towards the direction of the ice element. Before the fearless Kiranthi could react, Rohan, who was standing in the distance watching the battle, had already changed his face, and then hurriedly gathered all the divine power in his body into the magic shield. Damn, it's the highest level, overload destruction arrow. Before Rohan's curse could reach Caranthi's ears, a violent purple explosion instantly submerged Caranthi, who was hiding under the ice element, and then turned into a mushroom cloud rising from the square. A faint blue shield also appeared in front of Rohan, but his eyes were fixed on the purple smoke that was spreading around the square, expecting a miracle to happen. You know, as the most powerful single magic in the dark magic, the destruction arrow is powerful enough to penetrate the scales of the star dragon and even directly destroy the body of the chaos demon. The reason why Rohan knew this magic was because he had personally seen His Majesty the Witch King use this magic to blow an elven wizard riding a silver moon dragon into pieces, and then scattered them on the battlefield. 100% armor-piercing magic attack. So terrifying. However, this magic is not without its shortcomings, because both the preparation time and the noise are too great, and it can be easily avoided, as long as you prepare in advance. And for Calanxi, who has the ability to teleport over short distances, it should be easy to avoid this directional attack, right? Chapter 347 Fierce Battle. Ahem. I didn't expect that. I was still careless. Under Rohan's expectant gaze, Caranthi finally emerged from the purple smoke, but he looked particularly embarrassed. The originally gorgeous skeleton steel armor on his body was covered with various tiny cracks, and even the crystal on the frost staff in his hand became dim, as if it would break in the next second. However, if you observe from now on, you will find that Caranthi's momentum has not weakened at all. Instead, some fine snowflakes began to fall in the air around him, covering the ground around him. Looking at his injuries, Caranthi did not show any cowardice or fear, but instead he held up the staff in his hand more excitedly, looked at the Witch King in the distance with a torch-like gaze and said, "You can actually hurt me to this extent. You are really strong. You are so shameless." Hearing Caranthi's offensive remarks, the Witch King, who was originally interested in his ability to withstand the destructive magic arrow without suffering a serious injury, immediately turned black, and then angrily raised his hand again to gather magic. Who is he? He is the Supreme Wizard King. In his opinion, Caranthi was just a lucky guy who happened to escape the magic attack. However, he dared to mock him like this. It was just like a little mouse drinking cat's milk, jumping around. His Majesty the Wizard King's hands once again gathered a strong and strange purple light, and the wind of death spread like tar in the surrounding square, even savagely sucking the vitality of the surrounding soil. It must be said that dark magic is indeed a powerful magic that can rival high-level magic in power. The only problem is that it is too difficult to control. Looking at the land around His Majesty the Wizard King, that was full of cracks and wounds like a chaotic wasteland, Rohan couldn't help but twitch a little, obviously feeling distressed about the cost of the aftermath. Just when Rohan was hesitating whether to intervene in the battle, a soft and pleasant voice suddenly sounded from Rohan's heart, and his nervous heart gradually began to relax. The wind of death has always been known for its unruly and twisted violence. Only the most arrogant, ruthless thoughts and the strongest will like Malekith can completely control it. Lady Mist, have your injuries healed? Azure Iron didn't kill me after all. Although my body and strength have not yet recovered to their peak state, I can still purify the erosion of the chaos demon. Hearing that the voice of Lady Mist was no longer full of fatigue and sadness like before, Rohan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the wasteland on the ground with some uneasiness and asked, "Lady Mist, the magic cast by the Witch King seems to be obtained by draining the vitality of the surrounding. Could such behavior cause a demon invasion? After all, Westeros has a magic school that he strongly supports, and the soil here is suitable for developing into a high-quality food and grass world. It would be a pity if it was invaded by chaos." Fortunately, the Lady of the Mist has never let her believers down. A warm and holy light descended from the sky, and then the voice of the Lady of the Mist came again in Rohan's heart. "Don't worry, I came here for this matter. After all, the wind of magic is as important to chaos demons as the air they need to survive. I can't just watch this place being tainted by chaos." As the holy light shone on the nearby wasteland, the green leaves and pink petals full of vitality instantly covered the surrounding land, and even the originally scarred dead grass regained its vitality. His Majesty the Witch King, who was also illuminated by the holy light, was also favored. The wounds caused by the dark power under the midnight armor were also recovering, and the originally scorched flesh had regrown pink buds. Bathed in the holy light of Lady Mist, the heart of His Majesty the Witch King could not help but flash back to the warm embrace of Elysra, so he put away his palm and murmured, "Such a terrible resurrection of life. Humph, the power of the gods, I don't need it." His Majesty the Witch King silently felt the numbness coming from his body, and then looked at Rohan standing in the distance with pride, and began to condense the terrifying magic wind with his hands again. The violent dark wind was constantly tearing the air around him. Kiranthi, who didn't know much about the magic wind, was immediately shocked by the amazing momentum of His Majesty the Witch King, and then nervously prepared to meet the enemy. But Rohan, who was familiar with the Witch King, still noticed one thing, that is, compared with the almost violent and terrifying light in the hands of the Witch King before, the dark wind that was condensed again was much calmer. Obviously, because of the favor he had just received from Lady Mist, the Witch King, who never liked to owe others, finally stopped and was not prepared to take Kirantha's life. Hehe, it seems that our Witch King is still a very asshole boy after all. He even showed mercy looking at the rather dim purple light in the hands of His Majesty the Witch King. Rohan, who was eager to watch the fun, couldn't help but cover his mouth and smirk. Then he began to share little secrets about His Majesty the Witch King with Lady Mist. "I once saw with my own eyes a teenage girl give a small yellow flower to His Majesty the Witch King. Although His Majesty didn't seem to care, I saw the flower in a vase when I was cleaning the room. His Majesty the Witch King is really kind. As there is no sunlight in the Black Castle, he can only choose to water the flower with the blood of 10 slaves every day. As a result, decades have passed, and the little flower is still thriving. This is really an interesting story. Maybe it's like you said before, Malekith is an elf with a conscience, but not much conscience." After listening to Rohan's description, even Lady Misty couldn't help but sigh at the arrogance of His Majesty the Witch King, and then she couldn't help but look at the Witch King in the distance with surprise. This behavior, which was similar to deceiving herself, really made her not know what to say, so she could only choose to watch. After all, although His Majesty's behavior was to feed the little flower given to him by the girl, this warmth required the blood of tens of thousands of slaves to water it. Perhaps this was a kindness that belonged to Durachi. Just as the spirits were talking to each other at leisure, the battle in the square had already entered a white-hot stage, at least in the eyes of Kiranthi. Swish, accompanied by bursts of whistling sounds, the death wind around His Majesty the Witch King instantly condensed into sharp magic blades, and then rushed towards Kiranthi in the distance like a roaring tornado. Through just one round of confrontation just now, he already understood that the reason why Kiranthi was able to avoid his destructive magic arrow must be due to the space magic that Rohan mentioned. If it were any other Druki sorcerer, she would be shocked by Kiranthi's tricky spatial ability and would not know where to start. But who is he? He is the son of the first Phoenix King Inarion, the second-ranked master of black magic in the entire Nagaroth and even the Druki clan. Since you want to hide like a rat, let the blade spread all over the battlefield and see where you can hide. It's Blade Storm. I have seen His Majesty the Witch King use this move on the battlefield to eliminate the Radman. TSK. I still remember the horrible and bloody scene at that time. Looking at the magic blades that were overwhelming and pressing towards Kiranthi, Rohan couldn't help but fall into a memory. His mind was full of the terrible scene of tens of thousands of clan rats being torn into pieces of meat. Because Rohan was just a new recruit of the Black Guard at that time, he was unfortunately splashed with the sea of blood when he was on the front line, and his armor covered with spikes was covered with meat foam. On the contrary, those naked witch sisters did not mind the blood on their bodies. Some of them, who claimed to be Cain's brides, knelt on the ground and began to indulge themselves, which made him sick. However, the stinking blood of those ratmen could enter the bodies of the beautiful witch sisters through their fingers, which could be said to be a worthy death. Ah, that plain and boring life is gone after all. Now I'm well dressed, right? Just as Rohan was still recalling the various crazy scenes that had appeared on the battlefield, Kiranthi finally stopped caring about the so-called 3 moves of courtesy and began to prepare for a counter-attack. Ice wall, raise it. Since the square was already covered with snow, Kiranthi's ice magic easily erected a 3-meter thick ice wall, completely wrapping Kiranthi's body. More importantly, this ice wall not only successfully blocked the advance of the Blade Storm, but also made our king, the Witch King, lose his vision, and could not see what Kiranthi was doing. Faced with this situation, His Majesty the Witch King silently pulled out his black long blade called Destroyer from his waist, and attached the power of darkness to the blade. Then he said regretfully, "Looking at your appearance, I thought you might be a hero with a straightforward temperament, but I didn't expect that you are just a despicable person who does things in a sneaky way." As a thoughtful ruler, His Majesty the Witch King is not just a warrior who can only chop and chop, but also a tactician with great strategy. Although he didn't want to admit it, due to the lack of information about Kiranthi, even he didn't dare to guarantee that he had a 100% chance of winning, not to mention the damn prophecy. As long as he could find a way to force Kiranthi to take the initiative to attack, the battle situation would immediately improve. Go to hell. As expected, the young and vigorous Kiranthi could not bear any ridicule from His Majesty the Witch King. After all, in his opinion, without a god's perspective, he was still evenly matched with His Majesty the Witch King in the current battle. And according to his past experience, the Witch King, who had cast 2 large-scale magics in a row, should have been exhausted. Now was a good time to collect heads. As long as he could launch an attack, everything would be fine. I saw Kiranthi's figure suddenly flash behind His Majesty the Witch King, and then immediately waved his magic wand and shot several sharp ice cones at the opponent, while his other hand slammed the floor. Psychic Wild Hunt Hound. Hello, I saw a large portal that could accommodate ice elements suddenly appear behind Kiranthi, accompanied by waves of wolf-like roars coming from it. It was the hundreds of Wild Hunt Hounds that Kiranthi built this month. These loyal construct hounds were seen rushing out of the portal of Kiranthi at a rapid speed, their eyes without any light staring at the Witch King in the distance, intending to tear him into pieces. At the same time, the ice wall originally covered by the Blade Storm collapsed instantly, and dozens of wild hunting hounds that had been waiting for a long time began to chop at the back of His Majesty the Witch King, forming 2 breads and cheeses. It's outrageous that the input method of his cat can't find the original version of this sentence. If it were other mages with low physical strength, they would probably have been frightened by the overwhelming wild hounds, and turned around and ran away, or tried to go to a place where they couldn't touch. But how could Malekith be scared by a group of hounds that were only half his height? Naive. With Malekith's angry roar, the destroyer in his hand, which contained terrible magic power, immediately inserted into the snow under his feet, and a steady stream of magic power began to be input into it. He wanted to tell this arrogant young elf that it was not only Anel who could manipulate ice and snow. Experience the bone-chilling wind. Kerala, a steady stream of purple light circles began to appear at the feet of His Majesty the Witch King, and then spread out to the surroundings at a rapid speed, constantly stirring up the loose snow on the ground. At the same time, sharp ice cones with purple and white began to rise from the ground, and then stabbed at the wild hunt hounds that were rushing towards them like moving horses. Exclamation mark. Come back quickly. Kiranthi keenly sensed that there might be a trick, so he hurriedly gave orders to the wild hunt hounds that rushed towards His Majesty the Witch King, but it was still a step too late. The constructs began to show their weaknesses. Although they could indeed be fearless and fearless, which flesh and blood warriors could not match, they also had a huge flaw, that is, lack of intelligence. Although Kiranthi's orders were successfully passed on to some wild hunt hounds that came later, there were still many wild hunt hounds that suddenly rushed towards the Witch King fearlessly. Crack! The sound of ice breaking was endless. The wild hound's body made of ice just touched the ice spikes on the ground, and it instantly turned into a pool of debris and fell to the ground. After all, although these ice armors are hard, they can only be driven by magic cores. They can't be compared with the low temperature of -100 degrees Celsius that contains magic power. Looking at the ice debris scattered on the ground and Kiranthi standing there in a daze, Malekith's face under the mask rarely showed a smile, and then he picked up a core from the ground and asked in a joking tone, "I seem to have broken your toy. Although I don't know how much it cost, I think it shouldn't be worth much money. Why don't I buy it all? Arsehole." Chapter 348, Friendship of Dwarves. Arsehole, don't think you've won, our battle isn't over yet. Watching the Witch King casually turning all the wild hounds he had sent out into a pile of fragments, Kiranthi, realizing the gap, couldn't help but grit his teeth secretly, then drew his sword angrily and rushed towards the other side. Although he knew that there was a big gap between the physical strength of the Durachi elves and the Ainel elves, he was not a sage who was willing to accept his fate. The gap between the worlds shouldn't be that big. This was originally the violent potion I used to deal with Rohan, but I didn't expect it to be used in advance. Let me show you the ultimate crystallization of the Ainel alchemy. Not long after, Kiranthi's slightly embarrassed figure appeared in the square again, and at the same time he was holding a bottle of strange red potion in his hand, which seemed to be some kind of trump card of his. But, why does it always sound so weird? What do you mean by a berserk potion to deal with me? Isn't that the experimental drawing I put in the laboratory? This guy Kiranthi actually made it? Rohan was a little surprised to see Kiranthi raise his head and drink all the potions in his hand. Then, the blood and slightly swollen muscles on his body made him look like a frenzied beast. Originally planned to be used as a trump card for the survival of the living saints, Rohan continued to experiment in his dreams, combining the poison of the manticore with the demon hunter's herbal potion, and finally made this potion that can temporarily strengthen the body. The berserk potion, as the name suggests, is a powerful potion that can temporarily increase the user's melee attack and weapon power, and can even gain the madness and bloodthirstiness of a Norse berserker. However, due to the short development time, this berserk potion also has a strong side effect, which is that it will overdraw the user's physical and mental strength, and even fail to distinguish between friend and foe. How can this be an elf? It is clearly a Khorne believer blessed by the blood god. So how did Kiranthia stay sane? Hey, Kiranthia has been in your lab almost every day recently. It is said that he even eats and sleeps in your lab. He is like a madman. Just when Rohan was still wondering, when Kiranthia invented the potion, Ciri, who heard the news, came to Rohan and said in an admiring tone, "It is said that, because a month is too short, he uses himself as the experimental subject in every test. He will force himself to use the rebirth pill to solve the side effects. He is really not afraid of death. He is even crazier than me. Is he so eager to drink the Witch King to show his superiority?" After listening to Ciri's explanation, Rohan couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise, and then he couldn't help but ask again. After all, this is just an ordinary competition. Even if it is for the so-called glory, there is no need to fight so hard, right? Unexpectedly, Ciri looked at Rohan with a strange look, then pretended to be knowledgeable, and adjusted her plain glasses, and then explained with some ill intentions, "That's true, but you don't seem to realize how glorious it is for the Ainel elves to be the ruler of Ternavia. Although your army committed a brutal invasion in Ternavia, it also helped solve the White Frost crisis that had plagued them for thousands of years, allowing them to continue to develop peacefully. In this case, many elf sages regard you as the future king of Redwood, and the one who is fighting for you now is the biggest fan leader. This unexpectedly makes sense. I didn't expect that one day he would have his own fans like those idols in his previous life, and his family was in tears." After listening to Ciri's explanation, Rohan realized why Kiranthi would fight to the death with the Witch King at the cost of his life. It turned out that it was to win glory for himself. Thinking of this, Rohan could not help but look at Kiranthi, who was being pressed to the ground and rubbed wantonly by His Majesty the Witch King in the square. Then he reached out and touched his chin with emotion and said, "In that case, I can't just watch my number one fan being beaten to death by His Majesty the Witch King." After that, he walked towards the square that had been unrecognizable, then flapped his wings, stood up, and helped Kiranthi, who was knocked into the air by His Majesty the Witch King, and advised, "It's almost over. With your current strength, it's great that you can fight to this point without having the advantage. After all, the Ainel elves are not good at close combat, and Kiranthi can rely on the rage potion to fight wits and courage with His Majesty the Witch King to this point, which can be regarded as an outstanding military achievement." However, Kiranthi seemed to be dissatisfied with his performance. He then used his spatial ability to break free from Rohan's hands, and then continued to attack the Witch King, shouting madly, "Not enough, I can do better. King of Redwood, witness me." The side effects of the violent potion made him lose some resistance. Although every time he swung his sword skills, the Witch King's wrist felt slightly heavy, that was all. Seeing this, Rohan could only shrug helplessly at the Witch King, who was looking at him from a distance, so that the other party didn't have to care about him anymore. The child's current state was like a greenskin who suddenly gained powerful strength. He had swelled up and couldn't tell the difference between the big and small kings. He had to punch hard. The knowledgeable Witch King obviously knew this truth, so he directly grasped Carantha's throat with his sharp gauntlet and then smashed it hard to the ground. Boom. With a burst of flying sand and rocks spreading from the square to the surroundings, Carantha's throat and spine were instantly crushed by the Witch King. The severe pain made him struggle constantly, and even the mania in his eyes was immediately replaced by a trace of panic. Seeing that the other party had regained consciousness, His Majesty the Witch King withdrew his hand from pinching the other party's neck, and then said in a strange tone, "Compared with your master, your combat experience is just like that of a child who is still learning in the Blackguard Fortress, and your use of magic is also a mess. It's really embarrassing. Go kill me." Carantha, whose throat had been crushed, felt that all the bones in his body were wailing. The side effects of the violent potion made him unable to resist, and he could only stare at the other party with unwilling eyes. The pride and frivolity he showed just now were like a nightmare tormenting him. He wanted to defeat the other party in a relatively handsome way, but he didn't expect that the clown was himself. This is really embarrassing. Seeing Carantha closing his eyes and letting him do whatever he wants, His Majesty the Witch King couldn't help but reveal an imperceptible satisfaction in his eyes, then stood up and looked at Rohan and said, "You have a good subordinate, don't let him down." "Excuse me, Your Majesty, Carantha is still too young after all. He just made many offensive behaviors. I have to thank you for not killing him." Seeing that His Majesty the Witch King did not intend to take Carantha's life, Rohan stepped forward and stuffed 2 rebirth pills into the mouth of the sage who was on the ground with a dead face, and then used divine praise to heal him. This kid is really not afraid of death. He dared to use this semi-finished potion that hurts the origin at will. If His Majesty the Witch King hadn't shown mercy, I'm afraid that even the goddess of life, Aisha, could not save him. After a long time, Carantha, who was resurrected with full blood, finally climbed up from the ground with difficulty, and then followed Rohan with a guilty look on his face. His well-behaved appearance made Ciri beside him laugh out loud. Hearing the laughter, His Majesty the Witch King also set his sights on Ciri, until the green eyes made Ciri feel uneasy. Then he continued, "When did you start to like women with scars on their faces? Do you like slaves like this? Maybe I should really consider arranging a political marriage between families for you, you spicy chicken shreds." Hearing that the Witch King dared to look down on her like this, Ciri subconsciously wanted to refute with the dirty words that Rohan had taught her, but unexpectedly, Rohan covered her mouth and smiled. "Ahahaha, this is Miss Cirilla, who is responsible for teaching space-time magic. Although she looks a little unreliable, she is actually quite knowledgeable. What is spicy chicken shreds? Forget it. Now that this meaningless battle is over, take me to visit this academy." "Okay, madam, please follow me." Hearing this, Rohan quickly gave the dissatisfied Ciri a look, and then hurriedly took His Majesty the Witch King away from the square that was almost reduced to ruins. Black Tower Academy Library. Although it was established less than a year ago, Black Tower Academy is small but complete. The facilities for Gor and to raise a cup are basically available here. Bemekasa can be regarded as the chief female sorceress of the fire system. She is relatively familiar with Gorand, who has lived there for nearly 1,000 years. This is a library. What is arranged here is the knowledge and magic we have searched from various alien worlds. It is also the foundation for building this magic academy. On the bottom floor of Black Tower Academy, Rohan took His Majesty the Witch King through the portal composed of dozens of construct colossi and various magic traps, and then finally arrived at the library. After going through untold hardships, Rohan was somewhat excited to take Malekith to browse this treasure house that even Singe could hardly set foot in, and from time to time he took out a book full of obscure texts and handed it to the other party. At this moment, he seemed to no longer be the shrewd Lord of Fear and the chosen one of the mist, but just a simple scholar. This is hard for His Majesty the Witch King, who can't read the text of the alien world. Listening to Rohan's introduction, the Witch King frowned as he looked at the hundreds of neatly arranged bookshelves in the library, as well as the various elven words and human symbols written on them that he could not understand. As an elf who has lived for tens of thousands of years, Malekith has read hundreds of thousands of books, and he can even be said to be proficient in the obscure dwarven and human languages. But to expect him to be able to understand the words of the other world all at once, that would be too much of a compliment to him. However, in order to prevent himself from being embarrassed in front of Rohan, His Majesty the Witch King pretended to take the magic book handed to him by Rohan, and then subconsciously said, "So that's how it is. I seem to have gradually understood all this. This is the dwarf's rune weapon making introduction. I don't think I got this book from the dwarves back then." After carefully examining the dwarven words on the book in his hand, His Majesty the Witch King frowned, and then couldn't help but look at Rohan with an inquiring look. "You know, this book is related to the core rune technology that the dwarves treasure. Even his relationship with the white dwarves in the past could not obtain this book. Did Snorri secretly put this book in his bag?" His Majesty the Witch King, who was brainstorming at this time, was full of bitterness. If this book was really given to him by Snorri, then he was really a treacherous villain. "This book. I remember that I exchanged it from the dwarves with 3 experimental helicopters some time ago. It seems that Eriksson also planned to send a dwarf diplomat to Grand Town, but I refused." Seeing the iron book in the hand of His Majesty the Witch King that recorded the production method of dwarven rune weapons, Rohan couldn't help but sigh secretly and did not notice the shock in the eyes of the Witch King. "You know, since the outbreak of the Longbird War, all dwarves and elves are almost in a hostile attitude. Even the hypocritical Phoenix King today, Finnbar, can only reach an agreement with Eriksson's father to let the two sides temporarily cease fire. Even so, the relationship between the elves and the dwarves has only changed from cursing each other to the current ambivalence, and the peaceful exchanges between them are unprecedented. As for allowing the dwarves to migrate to Ulthuan, this decree issued by Finnbar and the former High King of the Dwarves has been passed for nearly 100 years, but there are still no dwarves in Lothern. From this point, we can see how deep the blood feud between the elves and the dwarves, that has lasted for thousands of years is. Even the names of elves can be found on any page of the Book of Hatred. What did this kid Rohan do behind his back to make the dwarves take the initiative to send diplomats? Facing the question from His Majesty the Witch King, Rohan could only wipe the back of his head and said awkwardly, "Actually I didn't do anything. It was mainly because I happened to meet the army of the Dwarf High King when I went to assist humans in the last expedition. In addition, I saved the High King and many dwarf warriors, so our relationship is pretty good. As for the diplomat issue, it was mainly because I took into account that your relationship with the dwarves was not very good, so I did not dare to take the initiative to accept the diplomat, so I just built an outpost in Kjolv." Chapter 349, Gaojing. It was obviously me first. Proof of dwarven friendship? After listening to Rohan's summary, His Majesty the Witch King slowly put the dwarven book in his hand back on the bookshelf, and then stood alone in silence. He thought that, after experiencing such a tragic war as the Battle of Longbird, the arrogant elves and the stubborn dwarfs should never have a chance to reconcile, but he did not expect that the world would develop like this. In Ulthuan, the new Phoenix King, Finnbar, known as the One Piece, relied on his prestige in traveling around the world to make the High Elves put down their pride and begin to try to contact the outside world again. But this is exactly what His Majesty the Witch King cannot tolerate and allow. For hundreds of years, the Black Ark pirates of Durachi have been constantly plundering the coast of Ulthuan and taking the initiative to attack the powerful navy of the High Elves, just to turn Ulthuan into an isolated island. The fact is indeed as he expected. Although Ulthuan, which lacks strategic resources, can still maintain a large militia and training, many weapons are weapons left over from hundreds of years ago, and there are even many antiques. You have to know that this is not the world of Warhammer 40k. Most of these weapons forged by their fathers are already covered with rust and dust, and cannot be compared with the sharp blades of Druki that have been killing for many years. If nothing unexpected happens, just wait patiently for a while, and the already weak defense of Ulthuan will be further weakened, and then it will be the day of his counterattack. However, under the leadership of Finbar, countless caravans from the human world and dwarves began to arrive in Ulthuan under the escort of the elven navy, bringing a large amount of supplies to the high elves who were originally short of supplies. You must know that, although the Druki led by His Majesty the Witch King, can often crush the Aesir in tactics, they are always at a disadvantage in the competition of national strength, and sometimes they can't even be on paragraph. After all, Druki, who relies on the slave economy, can always rely on national strength to form a large army, to crush the Aesir in Ulthuan in the later stages of the war. If we don't launch an attack now, Ulthuan's military strength will soon return to its peak, and if we want to occupy Ulthuan again, we will have to wait for the next window, which may come at an unknown time. But now it seems that the situation has taken a turn for the better. Your relationship with the High King of the Dwarves seems to be going well. I wonder if you could ask the dwarves not to send caravans to Ulthuan in the coming period. I don't think my relationship with them has developed to that point yet. However, the relationship between the elves and the dwarves has never been good. I don't think they will take the initiative to support Ulthuan. Hearing the question from His Majesty the Witch King, Rohan immediately realized that this was a sign of the coming war, so after thinking for a moment, he took the initiative to mention it. However, since there is currently a trade agreement between me and the High King of the Dwarves, once the war breaks out in Ulthuan, I can persuade the High King to transfer the caravans sent to Ulthuan to Grand City. Having said this, a bright light immediately flashed in Rohan's eyes that were constantly moving like a fox, and then he quietly glanced at His Majesty the Witch King and continued, "But there is a problem with this plan. Most of the dwarven goods are strategic materials such as iron ore and oil, and these goods are also sold in our Grand City, so." Rohan's original intention was to make some extra money from the upcoming war. After all, although he has now become a trading partner of Kievan the Dwarves, he still has too much goods on hand. Even though his Pender auxiliary army and Druki warriors have been equipped with the best weapons and armor, the production of the Forge world has never stopped. The Clo Empire, Pender continent, Wasteland Earth and Westeros. Which of these worlds is not rich in supplies and resources, and is not 100 times richer than the poor Nagaroth? He and the Witch King lack resources and technology respectively. Wouldn't it be wonderful if the two could make up for each other? His Majesty the Witch King was so smart that he saw through Rohan's thoughts at once, but he did not reject this tempting proposal. Instead, he began to ask for a price from Rohan like a street vendor. "War is coming, and every dreadlord of Nagaroth is obliged to serve me. Although I will not find an excuse to forcibly requisition your trade goods with the dwarves, I can only offer half of the market price for the purchase. That's impossible. After all, the production and development of strategic materials also requires money. At least 80% of the market price should be given. 60%. After all, we do need a lot of weapons and equipment during the war, so we don't mind giving up some of the profits." Because he was wearing a metal mask, Rohan could not see the expression of His Majesty the Witch King, but he could still see a hint of ridicule in his dark green pupils. Obviously, the arrogant His Majesty the Witch King did not care how much profit he had to give to Rohan and the dwarves, but was more interested in the entanglement and hesitation on Rohan's face. So when it comes to money, even the high and mighty chosen one of the mist will reveal this expression. Rohan didn't know that his humiliation had been seen by His Majesty the Witch King. At this moment, he pretended to be compassionate for the country and the people inside. I don't care how much benefit I can get. The main thing is that those dwarves have finally crossed the Strait of Ulthuan and came to Grand City. If they knew the price was so low, they would definitely be angry. Hearing that Rohan seemed to be planning to continue raising the price, His Majesty the Witch King could not help but waved his hand and interrupted impatiently. "Don't pretend, boy. Ordinary merchants may not know the specific market conditions, but as a Lord of Fear, don't you know? Now that the war is about to begin, the market price is much higher than before. 80% of the time, this is the final price I offer to you and the dwarves, and we are purchasing in unlimited quantities. I believe both you and the dwarves can make a lot of money." After years of continuous development, the treasury of Nagaroth has long since returned to its former fullness, so His Majesty the Witch King is not worried about the consequences of purchasing strategic resources. Moreover, Rohan had to provide half of his income to himself every year, which had already made him a fat sheep. He didn't care, even if he was hit hard. However, he didn't know at the moment how much he would regret his rash decision today when the protracted war was over, and he had to pay the bill he promised today. After all, that was enough supplies to fill up half of the continent. The quartermaster in charge of sorting out the supplies had already complained to him that the first batch of goods produced was about to expire, and he was worried that he had no chance to sell them. Now was a good opportunity to sell them off. Upon hearing that His Majesty the Witch King was actually planning to purchase strategic materials at any cost, Rohan's eyes immediately flashed a blue light, and then, without caring about his own image at all, he bent down and rubbed his hands flatteringly, saying, "Oh my, I didn't expect to hear such good news today. His Majesty the Witch King is as generous as ever. Okay, I'm not interested in your flattering remarks. You just need to do what you should do in the war that is about to break out in the future, and continue to serve as a Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Theater." His Majesty the Witch King waved his hand casually, and then left the library under the guidance of Rohan, obviously unaware of how serious a debt crisis he would be in. However, His Majesty, who was preoccupied with preparing for war, obviously did not have enough energy to notice this crisis. Instead, he ordered Rohan seriously, "Your magic school can continue to operate, but the war is coming. You must hurry up and prepare. I look forward to what role you can play in the next war. But at the same time, if your magic school is of no use in the next war, you must force it to close, and at the same time, you are not allowed to let your mages enter our world again. Generous and reasonable request, Your Majesty. I think the boys will definitely not disappoint you." Regarding His Majesty's request, Rohan naturally knew that this was the bottom line that the other party could accept, so he nodded decisively and agreed to the other party's request. For these young mages who have not yet grown up, he has already made a designated strengthening plan in advance, that is, magic and martial arts. After all, compared with the elves of Ulthuan, these young human apprentices and elven sages are not superior in all aspects, so he can only take a different approach and train them into hexagonal warriors as much as possible. As for what method should be used to strengthen them, well, it seems that it is time to focus the next research target on the Demon Hunter potion that Karanthe stole from the Demon Hunter world. Warhammer World, Eternal Peak Karazarakarak, a magnificent fortress built on the top of a mountain, is also the true capital of the dwarves. From a distance, Karazarakarak is like a solid shield standing in front of the entire mountain, surrounded by several gorgeous dwarf statues around the mountain, with dense artillery hidden on them. What a beautiful and solid city. Every time I come to these magnificent dwarf statues, I seem to be able to see the glorious past of your martyrs and the superb craftsmanship of the sculptors. Outside the fortress, Rohan did not choose to fly into this gorgeous dwarf fortress rashly, but chose to look at the corners of the city like a sightseeing tourist, and give his own evaluation. But it is true that compared to the various gorgeous castles and crafts built by the elves, the dwarf's architectural style has an unusually solid beauty, and the tough style is also particularly gorgeous. These statues and every brick and stone of the city fortress were piled up bit by bit by our great ancestors. No despicable ratmen and greenskins can break into this castle. Hearing Rohan's unstinting praise, the dwarf guide, who had been silent because of his hostility towards the elves, immediately began to chatter, obviously very satisfied with Rohan's praise. Compared with other races, the stubborn dwarves have an almost fanatical pursuit of the glory of their ancestors, which also makes them pay special attention to the views of other races on their ancestors. However, compared to the indistinguishable false praise, the dwarf guide was obviously more surprised by Rohan's fluent dwarven language, so he couldn't help but ask, "There are very few elves who can speak the dwarven language as fluently as you. In my impression, you elves are always so arrogant and difficult to approach, as if you were born superior to others. That obviously doesn't include me. After all, the reason why I can speak dwarven is because my teacher was the best friend of one of your past dwarven kings. Before he died, my teacher even crossed the ocean to see him for the last time. I didn't expect that among our ancestors there would be such a legendary king who was willing to be friends with the elves. Are you kidding me?" Hearing Rohan's answer, the dwarf guide couldn't help but stopped in surprise, then looked up at Rohan's eyes, and couldn't help but question. This matter concerns the glory of the ancestors, and even more, so the friendship between the two races. If you don't mind, can you tell me the name of the Dwarf King? Of course, if I remember correctly, his name seems to be Snorri Whitebeard, but because of the long time, the name may be slightly different. Snorri Whitebeard is a name I have never heard of, but it does sound like the style of dwarf names. It seems that you are telling the truth. The dwarf guide couldn't help but frown slightly. After confirming that there was no such name in his mind, he shook his head helplessly, but his eyes turned kinder when he looked at Rohan. An elf who can gain the noble friendship of the Dwarf King must have a good elf as his apprentice, right? The Witch King who betrayed his oath, Akiu, with the two figures, one tall and one short, chatting with each other. Rohan quickly passed through the heavily guarded fortress walls and the magnificent hall, and finally came to the dwarf throne hall. Under the light of the artificial starry sky and gems, 994 stone pillars erected in the hall are clearly visible, symbolizing the 994 clans in the glorious period of the dwarves. The white-haired figure on the throne was the white-haired High King of the dwarves, who was also a good friend of Rohan Baron Eriksson. It was just a little surprising that Eriksson seemed to be more than the only elf in his palace. Ahaha Rohan, when the guard told me that a beautiful elf with wings appeared outside the fortress, I knew that you must have come here to eat again. Seeing Rohan's familiar holy figure appear in the hall, Eriksson, who was originally drowsy on the throne, immediately jumped up from the throne and then walked towards Rohan with his arms open excitedly. As early as the Pridger War that aided Kiev, Rohan saved the lives of many dwarf warriors with the holy praise and gained their friendship. Since the end of that war, Rohan has obtained the specific location of the Eternal Peak through Kiel's relationship and took the initiative to visit after sending an invitation. Most of the dwarf kings didn't have much good feelings towards Rohan, who came uninvited. After all, most of the rescued were the High King's personal guards, and they had nothing to do with them. But when Rohan sent them a large amount of food and weapons through the portal, and even traded 3 experimental helicopters, the relationship between the two sides immediately took a 180-degree turn. This is no longer an ordinary pointy ear. He must be treated as a guest of honor. Eriksson, I haven't seen you for a few years and your beard has turned completely white. It seems that time has finally left its mark on your strong body. Looking at the dwarf High King in front of him who was not even as tall as his thigh, Rohan knelt on the ground in front of all the dwarves present. Then, after an intimate hug, he looked at the corner of the hall and smiled. You seem to have other guests here. I wonder if my sudden visit disturbs you? No, of course not. My hall always welcomes real friends to visit, and aren't you all elves? Why don't you sit down and have a good chat? As he spoke, Eriksson pulled Rohan to sit down in a seat near the throne, and then smiled at the 2 high elves with ugly faces not far away. I'm sorry, I still need to entertain guests here. We may have to talk about your business next time. Chapter 350, Taking Advantage of the Witch King. As a proud high elf, Keziles has been very dissatisfied with the missions assigned to him by the Phoenix Court over the years. Although he failed to awaken the sleeping dragon from the mountains and become a glorious dragon prince who left a deep mark in history, he can still be regarded as the most outstanding elf prince of the younger generation. But now, the blind Phoenix throne actually sent him to the ugly castle of these lowly dwarves. It is an insult to silently endure the provocation of these vulgar and low-level creatures every day. As for the will of the new Phoenix King, Finbar, who personally conveyed to them, hoping that he could establish friendship between the two civilized races? Sorry, he did not see any so-called civilized races in these wild mountains and ridges, but only a group of arrogant, unreasonable, barbaric and rude hairy dwarf monkeys. In this case, the arrogant Keziles simply chose to stay in the embassy, provided by the dwarves every day, not to mention taking the initiative to build a good relationship with those dwarves. He thought his boring life would continue like this until a new elf diplomat came to take over his job 10 years later and let him leave this hell. However, instead of waiting for a new diplomat to take over his position, he received an order from the Phoenix throne. Due to the constant attacks of the Black Ark pirates of Durachi on the coast and merchant ships coming to Althon, the Phoenix throne had to choose to import more strategic materials from the dwarves to prepare for the next battle. The implication was that he hoped that Kells could persuade the dwarf high king to send more merchant ships and goods to Ulthuan, and even be willing to pay a higher price for it. In this case, even Kells, who had always been reluctant to deal with the dwarves, had to choose to meet the High King with the elf princess from the kingdom of Durenlock, hoping to revise the trade agreement. However, the arrogant Kells did not take this matter to heart. After all, in his opinion, as long as the price was high enough, the dwarves would agree to sign a new trade agreement. He believed that no species in the world would have trouble with money. Unfortunately, since there had never been any formal communication with the dwarves, this reckless diplomat soon ran into a wall in the Supreme Palace of Eternal Peak. You actually want to modify the treaty without authorization? This must be discrimination and humiliation of us dwarves by those pointy-eared bean sprouts. This is the oath we made together in front of our ancestors, and you actually want us dwarves to modify the content of the oath? Do you want to humiliate the glory of our ancestors? We shouldn't allow the enemy in the Book of Great Hatred to enter the Eternal Peak and drive him away. When Kells confidently brought the newly drafted trade treaty to the Supreme King, the representatives of the various dwarf clans who heard the news cursed and almost drowned Kells with spit. Although dwarves do like money, it does not mean that they will abandon the glory of their ancestors. Even the Supreme King Eriksson did not give him a good look. After all, the dwarf who signed the trade agreement with the elf king Finbar was his father, and this act of modifying the agreement was also an insult to his father. Since you bean sprouts are so insincere in treating the treaty, why not just stop the trade treaty? I will give these precious goods to humans who need them more. Seeing this, Kells, who was insulted in public, originally planned to draw his sword to defend his honor, but after looking at the dwarf long-bearded warriors around him, he finally chose to leave the Eternal Peak in disgrace. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Could it be that a sir, who lives in a rich area like Ulthuan, lacks the weapons resources of you dwarf monkeys? Unfortunately, no matter how proud he is in his heart, he cannot reverse the current predicament, because the reality is that Ulthuan is indeed lacking strategic resources. After being severely reprimanded by the letter from the Phoenix Throne, the Dusty Prince and Princess had to cross mountains and ridges to come to the Eternal Peak again, hoping to persuade the High King to resume the severed trade. However, an accident happened again. Before the two Aesir nobles had time to formally meet the High King, they saw an unexpected visitor. This decoration. It must be the damned Turachi. Looking at Rohan, who was kneeling on the ground and hugging Eriksson, Kezil's eyes immediately surged with an irrepressible anger and hatred. Obviously, he did not expect to meet his mortal enemy here. After all, the location of the Eternal Peak can be said to be far away from Nagaroth on the other side of the world. I'm afraid that even the Phoenix Throne would not guess that Turachi would be related to the dwarves. Of course, as a standard Ulthuan elf prince, the always aloof Kezils did not care about these complicated political relationships. What he cared more about was that the charming elf princess next to him was actually staring at Rohan with a weird look, as if she was attracted by this evil Turachi. Azurian again. He took the initiative to flatter this princess for so long over the years, but he did not win the heart of this icy beauty at all. She even never looked at him straight in the eye. Why did this newly arrived elf suddenly capture the princess's attention? He was even a Turachi. Thinking of this, Kezils tightly grasped the sword at his waist, staring at Rohan, who was walking towards the throne in the distance, as if he was about to draw his sword. However, before he could take the initiative to attack, the elven princess next to him hurriedly reached out and pressed down his hand that was about to draw his sword, and then angrily whispered, "Idiot. Look around carefully. Do you want to kill an elf who has a close relationship with the Supreme King in the Dwarf Palace?" Princess Yana, I'm sorry, I was reckless. Hearing the elven princess's reminder, Kezils noticed that the dwarf warriors around them were looking at them with a vigilant and hostile look, and some dwarf crossbowmen in the distance were pointing their weapons at him. It's not that Rohan's identity is so important to the dwarves, but because this is the Eternal Peak. Under the gaze of the heroic spirits of the martyrs, even the most stubborn dwarf could not watch the High King's friend being killed by an elf, even if this friend was also an elf. Facing the dwarven warriors who were eyeing him covetously, Kells put down his weapon in dismay, and then continued to stare at Rohan, who was feasting on dwarven liquor and barbecue with a resentful look. Humph, they don't know how to stand or eat, and it turns out that the barbaric Dorichi and the dwarves are birds of a feather. It seems that I should write a letter back to warn Ulthuan and the Phoenix Throne as soon as possible. These dwarves are not trustworthy at all. Seeing that Kells had retreated, Princess Yana secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then continued to focus on Rohan, looking at his handsome face and iconic sapphire eyes, and murmured, "I don't know why, I always feel that this guy seems to be unexpectedly familiar. Have we met on the battlefield before?" At this time, Yana didn't know that she was not the only one who had this confusion in her heart. Even Rohan, who was looking at her out of the corner of his eye, was thinking the same thing. After all, whether from the perspective of humans or elves, Yana can be called a flawless tall beauty, and even because of the dress of an elf princess, she has a touch of elegance. But such a beautiful elf princess is actually staring at him with a weird look at this moment. How can he not be alert? At the table, Rohan raised a large wine glass filled with dwarven liquor and clinked glasses with Eriksson, then raised his head and drank the wine in the glass. He didn't care about the wine dripping on his chest and side. As the saying goes, the more beautiful a person is, the more trouble they will cause. In the Warhammer world, that must be a huge trouble, right? Ha ha ha. I'm afraid this trouble is also one of the few things in common between elves and dwarves. Our dwarven girls are all spoiled babies. If they are accidentally angered, it will be a lot of trouble. Our wife is the same. She talks about me every day. I'm so annoyed. After hearing Rohan's complaints, Eriksson and the dwarves around him showed the distressed expressions that only men can understand on their faces, and then they began to drink with empathy. Since the female population of dwarves only accounts for 1/10 of the total population, they have to adopt a polyandry system that is suitable for population reproduction, but this also leads to female dwarves almost being in a dominant position in the family. In addition, female dwarves have been living a pampered life since childhood, and after marriage they have to be served by several male dwarves in turn, so each of them has a temper no less than that of a long-bearded warrior. Just think about it, the women in the whole society are all terrible beings with bad tempers and unreasonableness. It's a terrifying thing to think about it. Even Eriksson, the High King of the Dwarves, was not immune to this kind of grievance, so after chatting for a while, he reached out and patted Rohan's thigh and complained, "Yes, even these arrogant elves from Ulthuan are troublesome. You know, they actually tried to modify the agreement my father made with them. It's really too much." Hearing this, Rohan, who was still a little dizzy because of the dwarven liquor, immediately came to his senses, and then after glancing at the prince and princess in the corner, he couldn't help but ask, "It's indeed a bit too much, but can I ask what treaty you signed with them? After all, I'm here to discuss things this time. Maybe I can help." Actually, it's not really a secret. The main thing is that these elves living on the island signed a trade agreement with my father, but now they are trying to modify the contents of the treaty, so I cut off my trade relations with them in a rage. With a flushed face, Eriksson picked up the wine glass and angrily denounced the high elves for their dishonesty. Then he used a fork to pick up a piece of steak and put it into his mouth, as if he was tearing the steak off the elf's body. But his responsibility as the High King made him regain his sanity quickly. He then looked at the other clan representatives who were still eating and drinking in the hall with a sad face, and asked Rohan with a bitter face, "Brother Rohan, I don't know if you can continue to purchase supplies from us. After all, after the trade with those proud elves was cut off, each clan has too many supplies in hand, and now they are in urgent need of export." Hehe, that's exactly why I came here. Hearing Eriksson's troubles, the originally tipsy Rohan immediately turned into a shrewd Tyrol businessman, looking at Eriksson with a smile in his eyes, then bent down and patted the other's shoulder and said, "Since brother Eriksson is so frank, I'm not afraid to say it out loud and make you laugh. In fact, the elves have been divided thousands of years ago and have been fighting to the death for the throne. Right now my monarch is preparing to launch an attack on the high elves living on Ulthuan. But after learning about your trade with the high elves, he sent me to ask if you can sell supplies to us. Don't worry, we are willing to pay enough for this. At the same time, we will send a fleet to escort the dwarf merchant ships willing to go to Grand City, and we will definitely guarantee your safety. Is there such a thing?" After listening to Rohan's description of the trade agreement between the two elves, Ericsson's originally red face miraculously faded away, and his blurred eyes regained their rationality. He was not shocked that Rohan actually wanted to sign a formal trade agreement and diplomatic relations with them, but was shocked that there would be a civil war among the elves. After all, the dwarves have always had a strong hysteresis for the intelligence of the elves. When the Longbird War ended, all the dwarves didn't even know that the elves had already separated and lived separately, so the lack of intelligence can be imagined. As for the information that the elves had split into 3 forces, it was only known to the dwarf kings a few hundred years ago, and even the aftermath of it has not been completely ended to this day. After all, due to ancestor worship and honor issues, the dwarves have never fought a war for the position of the supreme king, and there has never been a split force. Now, not only are the elves divided into different races because of the throne, but there is even a life and death war. This is simply incomprehensible to the Supreme King Eriksson. Is the threat of chaos not fierce enough, or are the green-skinned dwarves almost extinct? They actually used precious troops in meaningless infighting. Are the commanders of the elves all incomprehensible lunatics and psychopaths who covet power? Just when Eriksson was still confused, Rohan suddenly took out a document written in Dwarven and Elvish from his arms, and put it on the table. Then he looked at him seriously and said, "Brother Eriksson, you have a great opportunity to revitalize the Dwarven national strength. I just don't know if you are willing to work with me to earn his vote." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.